Family stole my $7,500 surgery fund, went on a luxury cruise, and left Grandma alone on Christmas. Now I gave them 48 hours to return the money. I came home for Christmas. The home was empty, save for Grandma, who was eating leftovers. The note continued. Spent your $7,500 loan on a family cruise. Take care of her. Grandma said, we'll fix this. I just nodded. 4 days later, they pleaded for. I did not knock. It was my folks' home. The one I had virtually paid for. And I was meant to come home for Christmas, as I had always promised. But when I opened the front door, the warmth and cheer I had imagined did not exist. Yes, the tree was lit. The cheap plastic star blinked as if to apologize. But the silence was thick. No people, no wrapping paper, no cinnamon or burnt cookies. Only the gentle clinking of a fork against a plate. Hello, I said cautiously, going in. In here, sweetheart, said a quiet and exhausted voice from the kitchen. I turned the corner and there she was, Grandma sitting alone at the table in her purple knitted sweater. A platter of cold stuffing and half-eaten ham sat in front of her. I blinked. Where is everyone? She did not respond at first. He simply gave me a sad, toothless smile and handed a folded paper across the table. Her hands trembled. I picked it up. It wasn't even an envelope, just a shredded piece of notebook paper with my name scrawled in black pen. Use your $7,500 loan for a family cruise. Sorry. Take care of Grandma while we are gone. Love you, Mom. I just stared. I did not speak. My brain stopped processing terms like loan and cruise. That money was for my dental surgery. I had saved for more than a year. Grandma watched me with the same care and silence that a soldier would in a minefield. I guess they didn't think you'd mind, she replied softly, folding her napkin. They left yesterday. I sat down hard. The seat felt cooler than the room. No warning? What? No phone call? Did they just take the money and leave you here? I whispered. She uttered a dry laugh. Oh, honey. You know they only call when they need something. I nodded slowly, my hands gripped beneath the table. This was not new. It was simply noisier. Grandma took a little drink of orange juice, looked me straight in the eyes, and said, We'll fix this. I didn't say anything, but something inside me broke. And something much colder began to grow. Grandma retired to bed early that night. She said she was exhausted. She said her hips couldn't take much more waiting. She kissed my cheek, caressed my arm and whispered, You were always the only one who stayed kind. And then she shuffled away with the limp she developed after tumbling down the stairs 2 winters ago. The one no one else ever sent her to rehab for. I sat alone in the house for hours. No television, no lighting. Just a note. That note. The loan. My money. The money I make by working night shifts, weekends, holidays, driving Uber, freelancing, skipping meals, and sleeping less. $7,500. Gone. On a cruise. I opened the family group chat. Silence. Not even a Merry Christmas. I scrolled upward. My mom's last communication was from November. Remember to transfer the loan to Dad's account. We need to book before rates go up. Loan. They never referred to it as a gift, because they knew it wasn't. I remembered my mother's voice as she offered the idea. It's only a short-term loan. We will pay you back by February. Latest. You can always reschedule your dental appointment. I nodded. Because that is what I have always done. When they asked for money for Eric's school expenses, I nodded. When they asked for aid with Dad's gambling debt, I nodded. Ruby needed rent after she lost her job, aka resigned because her boss was rude, and I nodded. I always nodded. Because otherwise, I would be selfish, unhelpful, ungrateful. Family comes first. This is, after everything we've done for you. Done for me? They kicked me out when I was 17, because I refused to lie for Eric after he took Grandma's medicines. They did not attend my college graduation since they were too busy helping Emily move into her boyfriend's house. They forgot my birthday for 3 years in a row. But what about the money? Oh, I was abruptly reunited with my family. By the next morning, I had the answers. They weren't just taking a cruise. They were on the majestic Aurora, a luxury ship that was cruising the Caribbean for 10 days. Suite deck. A private butler. Infinity pool access. Gourmet foods. $3,000 per person. 4 of them. Emily posted a photo on Instagram, which she must have neglected to block me from seeing. All 4 of them were in bathrobes, clinking champagne glasses. The caption reads, "Finally some calm. Away from the leeches and negativity." Leeches. I laughed aloud. They took my money, left Grandma with leftovers, and labeled me a leech. That was when the final wire inside me snapped. And I was no longer sad. I was not even angry. I was concentrating. That evening, Grandma discovered me in the garage. I was slumped over Dad's ancient filing cabinet, surrounded by heaps of paperwork, bills and old papers. She said nothing. I just witnessed myself scroll through decades of lies. "I need to know everything," I informed her. "Where did the money go? What they did? Who is in on it?" She sat down next to me, took out an old notepad, and began flipping pages. "Let's start with 2016, she remarked. "That's when your mother took my pension login. By midnight we had the numbers. By the next day we had a plan. They rolled into the driveway like royalty. The same individuals who had abandoned me and Grandma with a note and a fridge full of rotting kale law returned home like heroes from war. Their laughter filled the home before the door even opened." Emily arrived first, pulling a luxury bag, her hair braided with ribbons and her nails freshly painted. "Ugh, I am so glad to be back. That last dinner on the ship gave me hives." Behind her, my mother glided in with the grace of a soap opera villain, her sunglasses still on inside. "Did you even clean up a little?" she inquired, stepping over Grandma's shawl as though it were garbage. Dad followed, red-faced and bloated from the boat buffet. He grumbled when he noticed me. "Oh, you're still here?" Eric arrived last. He didn't even recognize Grandma, instead dropping his things by the couch and collapsing into it. I did not speak. I sat at the table, hands folded, calm and ready. "Where's the food?" Mom inquired, inspecting the kitchen as if she owned it. "In the fridge," I said. "Still plenty of the ham you left." Eric laughed. "Are you still on that?" he mumbled. "Dude, just order takeout. It's not like you're broke." I stood up gently. "Glad you're all here. Sit down. I've got something to show you." Eric rolled his eyes and fell into a chair. Dad cracked his knuckles. Emily was preoccupied with finding an outlet to charge her phone. I turned the laptop screen toward them and pressed the play button. The first video shows a spreadsheet. Not just any spreadsheet, a financial audit that I had spent 4 days creating with Grandma. Every dollar taken out of her pension account. Dad always used her card to make ATM withdrawals from fueling stations. Emily's Zelle payments for emergencies turned out to be Sephora and Apple expenses. "Where'd you get this?" Mom said, her voice tightening. "From her bank," I explained. "You should be more careful when using someone else's password." The second video shows images of Venmo transactions, account logins from Mom's devices, and pension access points that match Dad's bidding habits. Then emails. Mom wrote to Emily. "He won't notice the missing cruise deposit. He trusts us too much." She responded. "He's a softie. Plus, who leaves Grandma alone on Christmas anyway?" My jaw constricted, but I continued. "I could stop here," I stated. "But I won't." One additional file. A voice recording. "Ruby, Eric's wife, stood on our porch sobbing 2 nights ago. I didn't want to go. I begged him. But Eric said if you didn't give the money, they'd just leave her and deal with it later. I only stayed quiet because he said it'd all blow over. I'm sorry. I couldn't take it anymore." Eric sprang up. "You recorded my wife? That's illegal." "No," I replied. "She asked me to. She said she was tired of lying for you. Tired of watching you bleed people dry." Dad stood there, face flushed with wrath. "You little snake. You've been digging into our accounts like someone who's done being robbed," I snapped. I opened one last tab, which was a pre-written email. Subject: Formal report of elder financial abuse with evidence attached. 2. Social Security Fraud Division, Grandma's attorney, the county ombudsman, and 2 local media outlets. "You have 48 hours," I continued, "to return every penny, or I send this. All of it." Emily's hands trembled. "You're bluffing. You'd ruin your own family." "No," I replied. "You ruined yourselves. I'm just sending the bill." Grandma stood slowly. She had not spoken a word the entire time. But now she came up to the top of the table, placed her hand on the back of a chair and said, "I raised 3 of you. fed you, changed you, protect you. And when I couldn't walk, you left me with frozen beans and moldy pie while you sipped champagne on stolen money. You're lucky it's him coming after you. Because if it were me alone. She drifted off, but the room went silent. The message was loud. Dad growled something beneath his breath and rushed out. Emily cried and sought to hug Grandma, but she turned away. Eric simply scowled at me. You're not family anymore. I smiled. I'm finally free. They didn't think I'd do it. They assumed I was faking. Even after I delivered the email in front of them. Even after Grandma glared at them with silent, aged wrath. They still believed they could outwit me, manipulate me, wear me down. But what about the quiet version of myself? The one who nodded, paid, and said thank you for the crumbs? He died after spending $7,500 from my money on piña coladas and a ship buffet. The first 24 hours were silent. Not a single message, no apologies. Only Grandma and I were in that empty, too quiet house, having microwave porridge and taking turns checking our bank accounts. Nothing arrived. On the second day I sent an email. Each file, each screenshot, every recording is tagged and dated. Filed with state authorities and CC'd to every news desk within a 100-mile radius. At 6:13 p.m., I received this response. Thank you for your submission. A case has been opened. On the third day, it detonated. Eric was the first to panic. I awoke to 12 missed calls and a deluge of texts, ranging from, "We didn't mean it like that," to the contrary. "You're seriously going to destroy your own family over some money?" Then came Mom's classic. "You're being emotional. Please take the post down. We'll talk." But I did not respond. Instead, I forwarded all messages to my attorney. Natalie, a lady, read through it all with surgical precision. She'd been working with Grandma's legal advisor since the day I recorded Ruby's confession. By midday that day, Natalie had issued legal letters of intent to suit my parents, Eric and Emily. She wasn't lying either. The charges include elder financial exploitation, unlawful access to retirement accounts, and theft of family loans. The sum owed, including interest and damages, is $14,322.85. The next night, Mom arrived at the door. She looked like she hadn't slept. She had no makeup on and her hair was sloppily put back. "Can we talk?" she inquired, her voice shaking. I crossed my arms. "Only if you brought a checkbook." She dug inside her bag and took out a large envelope. Inside, there was a $7,500 cashier's check. My loan. "No interest?" I inquired. "You're lucky to get this," she retorted. "We're being destroyed by this mess you created. You're turning your back on your own mother," she snapped. "No," I answered, going outside and closing the door behind me. "I'm finally turning my back on a thief." Later that week, Emily called me on her work phone. She was crying and said the piece had begun to circulate. The title is, "Family Steals Disabled Grandmother's Pension, Abandons Her at Christmas, Grandson Fights Back." It received 42,000 shares overnight. Emily's employer, a boutique marketing firm, was not pleased with the publicity. Her name appeared on every screenshot. Her remark against leeches and negativity became a meme. "I'm getting fired," she exclaimed. "Do you have any idea what you've done?" "Return the favor," I said. "Now pay your share." She did. In 4 installments. I made her send proof of payment every time. No shortcuts. Eric was the last to fall. At first, he appeared untouchable. "My boss doesn't care," he boasted on social media. "It's all fake anyway." But then Ruby abandoned him. She filed for divorce, telling him she wouldn't let her children grow up in a household where lying and theft were the norm. She called me that same day. "I'm sorry it took me this long," she said quietly. "But I've seen who he really is now." I inquired if she needed help locating a location. She hesitated and said, "Only if it comes with no strings attached." I smiled. "Then yes. Because you did the right thing." 2 days later, Eric arrived at my door. Unshaven, exhausted, and enraged. "You fool!" he hissed. "You ruined everything." "No," I replied, handing him a legal letter. "You did." Natalie had just filed a motion to garnish his earnings. He attempted to tear it in half and hurl it back at me. I did not flinch. "Pay every penny," I replied. "Or we freeze your accounts. I'm not bluffing. Ask him." By the conclusion of the second week, all of the money had been returned. $7,500 from mom and dad. Emily paid $3,100 plus interest. $2,700 from Eric, following a loan from his own boss. Humiliating. Total. $14,300, plus change. I spent $3,000 to finally have my dental surgery. Another $2,000 to get grandma a decent lift chair and a home nurse. The remainder was transferred to a closed interest-bearing account in grandma's name, which only she and I had access to. She cried when I showed her the documents. "They took everything from me," she whispered. "But they didn't take you." And with that, I had won. Not only the money, not simply the legal battle. I had redeemed myself. The weight I'd carried for years, guilt, obligation, and the quiet shame of being less loved, fell off like a dirty coat. And I stood straighter than I have in years. They stopped calling. And you know what? It seemed as if quiet finally had a heartbeat. Not the frantic stillness of shame. Not the oppressive stillness of shame. But a pristine, surgical quiet. The kind that appears after you finally cut out something infectious. The money was returned. The home was peaceful. Grandma was finally sleeping through the night again, rather than waking up every hour fearful that someone would break in and steal the remainder of her dignity. And me? I was becoming someone they couldn't handle. In the weeks following the blowout, I collected more than simply money, I collected my life. I resigned from the job that was draining me. I accepted a remote contract that paid more and gave me back my hours. I took grandma to her favorite spot, a filthy old cafe with checkerboard floors and the worst coffee in the state. She laughed more in an hour than I had seen in 5 years. "I miss this," she admitted, dipping her fries into her milkshake. "You mean your arteries miss this?" I joked. She shrugged. "I'd rather die laughing with you than choking on cruise shrimp with those snakes." Fair. But even calm has ghosts. They did not call, but they did talk. Oh, they spoke. Emily said on Facebook that, "Some people don't understand what forgiveness means," and accompanied it with a photo of herself lighting a candle in church. Mom told distant relatives that I had exploited grandma in her elderly age. She left out the bit about using grandma's pension to pay off her plastic surgery debt. Eric? Oh, Eric became completely delusional. He posted a video about toxic siblings with sounds from Succession, acting as if he were the betrayed heir to some fallen empire. The caption: "Some people would rather see you fall than rise with you." I laughed for 10 minutes straight. Rise with you? You tried to burn me alive and dance in the ashes. They wanted to change the story, but I had the receipts and refused to go back into the shadows. 3 weeks later, the pivotal moment arrived. I was in the grocery store with grandma, pushing her cart full of soup cans and ginger ale, when a woman approached us. Older, stylish, and obviously familiar. "I'm sorry," she continued, looking directly at me. "Are you the one from the article?" I tightened. She smiled. "The one who saved his grandmother?" I blinked. I guess. Yeah. She glanced at grandma before turning to me. "I just wanted to say thank you. For standing up. For not staying quiet. My mother. They did the same to her. But no one fought for her. I wish someone had." She gently caressed my arm before walking away. I turned to face grandma. She was transfixed, hands on the soup container, tears welling up in her eyes. "I didn't think anyone saw us," she said. "They do now," I explained. And that's when I learned it wasn't all about money, or vengeance, or showing that I was not a loser. This was about telling the truth aloud. Finally, what is the best part? I was finished explaining myself. I didn't have to yell anymore. The truth had already entered the world, bringing their names with it like a bag of trash spilling across the sidewalk. Every time they posted, people remembered. Every time they lied, someone in the comments reminded them of their true identity. Mom attempted to rehabilitate her image. She established a YouTube cooking channel called Cozy Kitchen with Carla. However, in the first episode, someone commented, "Did you pay for that oven with stolen retirement funds?" She removed the channel within 2 days. Eric tried to find new employment. Did not pass the background check. Apparently, the garnishment orders scared away the company. Oops. Emily disappeared for a spell. Then returned with a new Instagram handle, @m_lifereset. She uploaded yoga photos, encouraging quotes, and said she was avoiding toxic individuals. Which was hilarious because I didn't just cut her out. I exiled her. Months have passed. I moved into a new apartment. Quiet, tidy, and furnished with used furniture I chose myself. They made no selections. Nothing they touched. I brought Grandma with me. One bedroom for her and one for myself. She adorned hers with vintage photographs and a blanket she knitted in 1993. She named it the Fort. One evening, she came to my door. "I have a question," she remarked, cautiously settling down on the bed. "When you saw that note, the one they left, why didn't you just leave? Why'd you stay?" I considered for a moment, then I said, "Because I remembered who I was before they made me forget." She gave me a long look before nodding. "I'm proud of you, sweetheart." That shattered me more than any insult they could scream. Because she meant it, and no one else in the family ever did. Weeks later, I saw Ruby outside a coffee shop. She appeared healthier, lighter, happier. She informed me she was taking night school, working toward certification, and attempting to develop something on her own. "I didn't know I could live like this," she told me. "Without being afraid of what he'd do next. You gave me that." I wasn't sure what to say. She moved closer. "You changed more than just your life, you know." I nodded silently. Perhaps for the first time I believed it. So here it is. My conclusion. Want to know what happened to the family? They ruined their own name in an attempt to conceal mine. Do you want to know what happened to me? I stopped waiting for them to call me family and began creating one with those who never forced me to beg for affection. And now? I can now sleep easily with all of the lights turned out. Because I am no longer terrified of what they will do next. They have already taken everything. I took it back. Thanks for watching and being part of the drama. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the bell so you never miss a wild news story. Parents and sister turned my daughter away on Christmas. No room at the table, they said. So I evicted them from the $250,000 home I paid for. At Christmas, I was working a double shift at the emergency room. My parents and sister informed my 16-year-old daughter that there was no place for her at the table. She had to drive home alone and celebrate Christmas in an empty house. I didn't create a scene. Instead, I took action. The next morning, my parents discovered a note at their door and screamed. On Christmas Eve, I arrived home about 11:45 p.m., completely exhausted. I'd done compressions on a man who claimed he was simply fatigued. He was also blue. That type of change. So when I spotted Sophie's boots near the entryway, my initial assumption was that someone was bleeding. Then I noticed her coat drooping against the armrest, her overnight bag still zipped, and her curled up on the couch in that tight, unnatural sleep position. As if she didn't trust the furniture. I waited there waiting for reasoning to catch up. She was meant to attend my folks' overnight tradition. She begged to drive herself only once, proud of her recently acquired license. She even departed early to be extra courteous. My husband and I were both working late nights, so the plan seemed reasonable, until it didn't. "Sophie," I spoke softly. She opened her eyes immediately, like if she hadn't truly slept. "Hey, why are you here?" She sat up gently. "They said there wasn't room." I blinked. "Where's the room?" "At the table." Her voice broke midway through. She attempted to disguise it with another shrug. Did not work. "They said they didn't expect me, and that there were already too many people." Grandma explained that she couldn't simply pull up another chair at the last minute. She appeared anxious, as if I were adding to her workload. "You got there on time, right?" "Yeah. Right on time." She opened the door and appeared confused, as if I'd arrived for the wrong holiday. She stopped, then added. She also stated that there were no beds remaining. There was a backup excuse. She stated that they did not want me driving back late, but they also did not know where else to put me. So I left. "Did someone offer to drive you home?" "Nope." I stared at her. "Were you at least allowed to eat?" Another shrug. The table was full. Maya sat in my customary seat. Grandpa spoke to her as if she were royalty. Nobody looked at me. Aunt Rachel nodded as Grandma added, "It's just a full house this year." So I left. She glanced at the table and said, "I made toast." I turned to see it. A single slice on a paper towel, cold and slightly curved. There's half a banana next to it. It was her Christmas supper. I felt a coil in my chest, not rage, not yet, just that cold, crystalline sensation before the shatter. I wasn't hungry anyway, she explained. Not really. That was when her eyes began to flood. She battled it. God, she tried. She looked up, blinked hard and bit her lip, as if she could chew her way out of the emotion. They made it seem like I'd imposed, she said quietly. Like showing up after it was planned was rude. And then she cried quietly and slowly, like a faucet that won't turn off. I was going to bring a pie, she said, but I thought they'd have enough food already. I sat next to her and placed my arm around her shoulders. She leaned forward without hesitation, as if she was supporting herself out of hate. After a time, she wiped her nose against her sleeve. I know they don't like you, she told me. But I thought. She cut herself off. You thought you were just the kid, not part of it. She nodded. They didn't even say it meanly, she explained. Just as if it was a practical matter. Like I was a folding chair that they didn't have room for. I did not go to bed right away. I sat in the kitchen, looking at her still zipped bag. She wrapped it so carefully, chose the clothing my mother mentioned she loved, and brought a small tin of cookies she prepared herself. I opened the refrigerator. There was nothing spectacular there. We had not prepared a backup Christmas. Why should we? We trusted them. That's the part I couldn't get over. Not the chili cheese toast, or the scarcity of food. Not to mention that she drove home alone in the dark. They looked her in the eyes. This sweet, uncomfortable, brave girl who arrived on time with cookies and a smile, and said with 28 people inside, "There's no room for you." They did not mean no room. They were referring to someone other than you. The next morning my spouse arrived home. Sophie was still sleeping. I informed him what had happened. He stood there for a long period before saying, "So, what do we do now?" I didn't respond. Not yet. But I already knew. Because there's turning the other cheek and then turning down a 16-year-old who simply wants to be included. They picked the latter. I didn't create a scene. I took action instead. The next morning, my parents discovered a note at their door and screamed. And began screaming. I don't recall the first time I was nicknamed the weird one. Probably before I understood what the term meant. When I was 6, I discovered a dead bird and asked if I could dissect it. Not to be creepy, but I wanted to know how it worked. My mother smacked the kitchen counter and asked, "Jesus, Emma, what is wrong with you?" My sister Rachel screamed and informed everyone that I was attempting to build a zombie. I was grounded for scaring her. That kind of established the tone. I adored anatomy books, wanted a microscope for Christmas, and inquired about blood flow during supper. At school, I was the one who raised her hand. In my family, that was enough to get you dubbed a show-off. Nobody else attended college. Most did not complete high school on their first try. I was the only one who studied during the commercials. By the time I was 12, my father had started joking, half joking, that I wasn't really his. "Too smart to be mine," he'd say. Then he would laugh. I once overheard him arguing with my mother while they thought I was sleeping. He inquired whether she had ever cheated on him, saying he had always wondered because I didn't resemble anyone in the family. I didn't get much sleep that night. Never inquired about it. Still have not. By high school, Rachel had mastered her position as the golden kid. She was noisy, likable, average in school, and an expert at spinning every failure into a narrative. People adored her. She understood how to cry on cue and made it clear to everyone that she was looking out for me, the poor, awkward one who couldn't take jokes. She used to call me doctor, freak in front of others. She changed it to doctor. Moneybags after I became a doctor. So, progress. When I received the scholarship, the entire ride, my folks were unusually silent. There is no celebration. No hugs. My mother inquired as to whom I expected to marry, as men dislike women who appear to be wiser than they are. I told her I might marry myself. She did not laugh. They did not give me a penny. I waited tables in medical school, performed shifts no one wanted, and returned home with painful feet and burnout in my bones. Meanwhile, my family believed I was living a dream. They made no visits. Years later, following my second residency, I landed my first steady job, which made me feel like I wasn't drowning. My husband and I met during an overnight shift, very romantic if you consider shared tiredness charming, and finally relocated to a place where we could afford more than instant noodles. And that's when the calls began. Can you help with the electricity bill? Can you co-sign the lease? Can you speak with a doctor friend regarding Uncle Pete's back lump? I did everything I could, most of it without hesitation. When my parents approached retirement, far too soon and with little savings, I stepped in. They had never bought a home, always rented, poor credit, terrible luck, or whatever the excuse of the year was. So I purchased a small 2-bedroom house and handed them the keys. I told them it was a gift and that I would handle the mortgage. The house is in my name, yet they live there as if it was theirs. Rent-free. The majority of utilities are covered. Medical issues, I have insurance coverage. Yes, I have never said no, until recently. Rachel called some months ago. Maya, her daughter, the one who can do no wrong, had been admitted to a top STEM summer camp. Rachel said, "She's got your brain," as if it were a compliment. This could change her life. I inquired how much. 1,200, she explained, but it's worth it. And you, among all people. That's when I stopped listening. Sophie never attended a summer camp like that. Not because she couldn't, she never asked. She's practical and thoughtful. She wouldn't conceive of demanding that much money from me, even if she could have. I told Rachel no, respectfully but firmly. I explained that I was already financing our parents' mortgage, medical payments, and emergencies. Perhaps she could apply for financial aid or a payment plan. Her tone changed quickly. Wow, must be good to have everything and still be so frugal. She's your niece. You're just jealous that Maya is achieving success. That last one was funny. Or would have been if I hadn't heard my mother say something similar a week later when she assumed I was out of earshot. Apparently, I was holding Maya back, just as I had always done with Rachel, by being the brilliant one who made everyone else look awful. You already know this since you exist. I didn't resist it, explain, or justify. I simply said no. And I intended it. This was 3 weeks before Christmas. Sophie was pleased to attend Christmas dinner and claimed she felt grown up being trusted to drive herself. She packed an overnight bag and even wrapped small gifts for her younger cousins. I told her I would see her in the morning and asked her to text me when she arrived. She did. Everything appeared perfect. Hours later, I walked through our front door and realized the fine had seemingly been canceled. Sophie looked up from the couch with a weak smile, saying, "Please pretend this isn't a disaster." She told me in the lowest voice that Grandma had said there was no space at the table or anywhere else, despite the fact that she counted 28 chairs in use. A math problem with a single variable. Her. I listened. I let her explanation bounce about the room like a dropped luggage. Then I placed my arms around her and let silence do the talking. She fell asleep still wearing the sweater she'd chosen to wow them. When the house had settled, I sat alone in the kitchen, staring at the area where her Christmas supper should have been. I repeated every mortgage payment, every energy bill, every Kuwaiti dinar that had gone permanent. They had not ran out of room, they had ran out of gratitude. And they had exploited my daughter to issue the memo. That was when the switch flipped. No more explanations. No more polite negotiations. I didn't even consider if I'd act. Just how soon. We didn't say anything during the way over. My husband sat alongside me in silence, his hand lightly resting on my knee, like a grounding wire. Not quite comfortable, but sturdy. Present. That was sufficient. The morning after Christmas is always strange, foggy, as if the world is still hung over from candy and wrapping paper. I was hoped that the house would be unoccupied. It was not. There were still 2 extra vehicles in the driveway. I recognized one as Rachel's. The other possibly belongs to the relative who lingered late for leftovers. We got out. I grasped the envelope tightly. I had not slept. The shift, the situation with Sophie, the cold dinner tray on the counter that hadn't been cleaned up, it was all buzzing in the back of my mind like a blown fuse. I rang the doorbell. Waited. No one arrived. I rang again. Knocked. Nothing. "Let's just leave it," my spouse said gently. I stood for a second longer and then nodded. We walked back to the car. I gently nestled the mail behind the doorframe so it wouldn't blow away. I was opening the driver's side door when I heard it. A creak in the screen, a slippered footstep. I turned. My mother strolled out, wrapped in one of those fuzzy robes she always wore around the holidays, the ones she used to brag about obtaining at 90% off. She bent down, picked up the letter, opened it, and began reading. Her expression turned blank, then pale. Then she shouted, "David!" Her voice crackled like a broken wire. "David, get away of here, she is throwing us out." My father appeared at the door dressed in the clothing he wore yesterday. What the hell? Rachel followed, still dressed in her Christmas jammies and cradling a mug, as if she expected a nice morning. What is going on? My mother turned and pointed down the driveway as if I were a stray animal who had just urinated on her porch. You ungrateful little... We hopped in the car and drove away before I could hear the entire sentence. It didn't matter. I know the best hits. My phone was already vibrating when we arrived home. I ignored it. Then it buzzed again, and again. The sixth time, I picked up. How dare you? My mother shrieked. There was no hello, no pause, and no attempt to show sympathy for Sophie. You've lost your damn mind. I held the phone away from my ear. I could still hear my father yelling in the background. If you do this, you're no daughter of ours, he yelled. They did not ask why. They made no inquiry into what had occurred. They did not even mention Sophie, not once. I hung up. They kept phoning. Rachel began texting. I believe one message literally stated, "This will ruin your reputation. Think about your career." Oh honey. My patients do not care where my parents live. By the evening, my phone appeared to have gone through a breakup. 32 missed calls, 14 messages, and 3 voicemails. One cousin even had the courage to message. This is not my place, but it feels extreme. You only have one mom. I did not respond to any of them. The next morning there was a knock on the door. I peeked through the peephole. Of course it's my mother. She was standing on my porch in the same fuzzy robe, carrying the eviction letter, which was wrinkled and moist from being squeezed for 2 hours. I opened the door but did not welcome her inside. She did not wait. Are you really doing this? She hissed. After what we've done for you? I let that sit for a moment. Then I gently asked, You mean the house I bought for you? Which bills did I pay? I arranged for health insurance because your Medicare did not cover your blood pressure medications. She flinched for milliseconds. Then she straightened, her gaze sharp. We reared you. We gave you everything. You didn't even let my daughter eat dinner, I replied. That temporarily stopped her. But she recovered quickly. Do not be theatrical. We did not have enough chairs. There were 28 people there, I explained, even a neighbor. Her lips were squeezed tight. I didn't send that letter to be cruel, I clarified. But if you think you can treat Sophie like she's disposable. Oh, for God's sake, she exclaimed, suddenly enthusiastic again. Stop acting as if we are monsters. You are the one pulling your family apart due to a misunderstanding. And now you're threatening your parents. She held up the letter as if it were evidence in a trial. Then, and I swear, this seemed like theatrical, she ripped it in half. Just stood there and tore it down the middle, as if it would nullify the judicial process. There, she said. That's finished. Now, if you want us to forgive you, pay for Maya's science camp and stop throwing this foolish tantrum. She smiled, as if she had just fixed everything. I didn't say anything because I sensed they weren't taking me seriously. Not for 1 second. Not when I was a child. Not when I became a physician. Not even now. To them, I was still the awkward, science-obsessed girl who should be grateful for scraps and keep her place. The girl they despised but never truly admired. They assumed I wouldn't follow through. But they were mistaken. So I let my mother stroll off the porch, muttering to herself like the hero of a sad play. And I closed the door quietly and calmly. But in my mind, I was already planning the next step. My mother ripped up the eviction letter in front of me, as if it were a gutter cleaning flyer, after accusing me of being selfish, loveless, and emotionally unstable. Then she mustered the courage to grin and said, Pay for Maya's science camp and we'll forgive you. She answered, We will forgive you. As if they were the victims. Turning away my kid for Christmas was a failure in decorum rather than cruelty. 2 mornings later, I met with an attorney. I listed everything. The house in my name, the mortgage I had been paying for 7 years, the bills, the dental plan, and the quiet sacrifices. He did not flinch. I assume you want a formal eviction, he replied, as if it were the weather. I nodded. The warning was sent out that same week, 60 days, paper stamped, signature obtained. And this time, they couldn't just take it up and pretend it didn't exist. I maintained paying the mortgage. I wasn't going to let my credit suffer for the sake of a statement, but everything else? Gone. Utilities. Cable. Medical reimbursement. They received a crash tutorial in what no support looks like. 2 weeks later, somebody knocked on my door. It was Aunt Laura. I thought she was a good aunt. She brought a tin of cookies and a practiced expression of worry. Katie, she answered. I just want to talk. I allowed her inside. I already understood why she was there. We sat in the kitchen. I poured tea. Neither of us touched it. It just doesn't sound like you, she explained. Throwing out your parents over a misunderstanding, she continued gently. I laughed once, not gently. I informed her about the house, the expenses, and the Christmas Eve treachery. How my parents had accommodated 28 individuals, including a neighbor and 2 cousins I hadn't spoken with in a decade, but not their own granddaughter. Aunt Laura paled. I didn't know, she replied. They didn't tell you, I explained. She walked away as if she couldn't stop thinking about what she had heard. 3 days later, I received an SMS that I had not previously understood. I do now. 1 week before the deadline, my lawyer called. They haven't moved at all, he explained. Then we proceed, I said. I listed the house the same day. Set a reasonable price, not too expensive. I wasn't aiming to maximize value. I simply wanted it to be over. A buyer made a bid quickly. Families enjoy that area. They simply wanted it empty. Vacant possession is required, my representative reminded me. Noted, I said. I did not go the day they were removed. The new owners handled the situation legally. I heard it was not pretty, but what happened next was not better. Rachel took them in. Of course she did. My sister used to cosplay as the better daughter. She conducted interviews with cousins as if it were a publicity tour. She's abandoning them, she remarked, all because of one holiday mishap. 3 weeks later, she showed up at my door, her eyes bloodshot and her hair in a frizzy bun. I can't do it, she said, not even saying hi. They are continuously fighting. Mom believes the living room is too small. Dad claims that my children are noisy. They refuse to share the bathroom. I am going insane. I leaned against the door frame, arms crossed. They need a rental, she explained. You could at least assist with that. Just enough for a deposit. No, Emma. On Christmas Eve you stood there and watched as she was sent away. That was your decision. This is mine. She blinked, then turned to walk away. A week later, she also kicked them out. They ended up in a rental that no one would recommend. 2 rooms, 1 heating, and a front step that tilted like a shrug. Their pension barely covered the rent and groceries. Gone were the trips, dinner parties, and cruise they had planned for their anniversary. They tried to elicit sympathy from the extended family. I said I had cut them off without warning, that I was unstable, that I had always been cold. But by then, I had quietly chatted with the uncles and cousins. I sent them documents of the invoices I had paid. I forwarded the eviction letter, which was time-stamped and certified. One cousin simply said, "Wow." Another person sent a thumbs-up emoji. The family didn't rush to save them, and neither was I. 2 months later, Sophie and I were sitting on the porch, sipping iced tea. No plans, no performance, just a relaxing afternoon. She remarked, I don't miss them, you know. I didn't either. My phone vibrated. Unknown number. I opened it reflexively. I hope you are proud of what you have accomplished. I removed it. No pause. There's no breath. They'll probably text again, Sophie replied casually. They always do, I explained. But they're not my problem anymore. And they were not. They told Sophie there was no room at the table. There's no more room in our lives for cruelty, control, or manipulation. Fast forward 2 years. They're still in that dilapidated rental. Still blaming everyone except themselves. Sophie is prospering now. She's studying what she enjoys. And the proceeds from the sale of the house paid for more than simply tuition. They also provided her with peace of mind. Me? A small amount of closure. I do not answer their calls. I do not send money. I don't lose sleep. I protected my daughter. I chose her. Finally. But tell me, have I gone too far? Or just far enough? Family ghosted me in a reunion I paid for, asked me to forgive sister for stealing my money. So I gave them an invoice at dinner, called the cops. I should have realized something was wrong the instant I turned into the parking lot. There are no recognizable cars, no commotion, no cousins smoking near the bins while pretending no one is looking. Just silence. I checked the message again. Friday at 7 p.m. Mateos. Cannot wait to see everyone. Sent by Mom. 2 weeks ago. It was Friday at 7:02 p.m. I was exactly on time. Like an idiot. When I stepped inside, The frigid air gave way to mellow jazz and clinking drinks. The place wasn't completely vacant, but the private room I had paid for was locked. Dark. "Can I help you, sir?" the hostess inquired, scarcely looking up. "Yeah. Thompson party, private dining room?" She studied the list. "Oh yeah. That was last night." I blinked. No, it was tonight. I paid the deposit. I booked it." She tilted her head. "Sir, they were here. 16 people, big cake. Your mom brought place cards. Are you sure you're not confused?" I laughed. Actually, I laughed. One of those dry, stinging ones that expires halfway through your mouth. "No, I'm not confused." She paused, feeling embarrassed. "Do you want to call someone?" I did not respond to her. I was already dialing. The phone rang twice before she answered. "Hi, sweetie," Mom murmured, her voice too light and casual. "Everything okay?" I looked straight ahead. "Where is everybody?" A pause. She then offered that airy little laugh she always used when she knew she'd made a mistake but didn't want to confess it. "Oh honey, it was yesterday. We thought you weren't coming. But don't worry, we'll bring you leftovers." I froze. "What?" She repeated it as if it were no great issue. "It was yesterday. We'll bring you leftovers." I did not even say goodbye. I just hung up. Nobody called back. Not Mom. Not Rachel. Not anyone. Then a text appeared. "Rachel Lomeo. Bro, you really missed it. Classic. Do not worry, we saved you one roll." I couldn't tell if my hand was shaking due to cold or wrath. I looked at the hostess. "They came, they ate, they left." She shrugged. "Looked like they were having fun." Of course they did. They usually do when I am not present. I went without saying anything more. Did not call, yell, or write in the group chat. But I did not go home either. I sat in the car with the engine turned off, staring at my reflection in the glass, thinking about the bill, the card charge, and the 10 unread texts I'd sent my mother 3 days ago to confirm the time. They all knew. They simply didn't care. They had made that decision together. And tomorrow, I'd make my. You'd think being excluded from a paid-for family dinner would be the worst part. It was not. It was the cherry on top of a 5-year rubbish sundae. This was not the first time they had left me out. Not even close. It was the first time they had been honest enough not to fake it. I was always an afterthought. Growing up, Rachel was the bright one who only needed a little help getting started. I was the one who did not require much. That was their code for, "You can thrive without love, so we won't waste it on you." When I obtained my first real job, I called Mom with pride. She did not say congratulations. She responded, "Great. Now you can finally help your sister with rent." That was the beginning of it. 1 month's rent evolved into a year. Bills came next. Then she underwent dental surgery. Next, consider car insurance. Then came textbooks for her new nursing program, which she dropped after 1 semester and never reimbursed me for. I paid because I believed it was what you did when you love your family. But love in my family only goes one way. Every time I mentioned it, even gently, I was slammed with, "Stop being so transactional. We're family. Rachel is going through a lot. You know that. You're doing better than her. Why are you keeping score?" I was not keeping score. They simply refused to recognize I was bleeding. I recall one night, 2 years ago. I had just wired Rachel $600 for her emergency vet cost. Later that day, she shared an Instagram story featuring new shoes, new nails, and a guy's hand wrapped around a champagne glass. I showed Mom the story. She scrolled, smirked, and replied, "You boys always get so petty about money." Petty. I paid their property taxes last winter since Dad forgot, and the county issued a lien warning. I covered Rachel's credit card minimums for 6 months after she was laid off, despite the fact that I was barely getting by myself. One Christmas, I depleted my savings to buy gifts for everyone. So what did I get? A framed family photo. I wasn't in it. But nothing compared to the night I found out what they truly thought of me. It was approximately 6 months ago. I was staying at my parents' place for the weekend. I had just bailed Rachel out of another jam, this time with $1,200, after she had mistakenly overdrafted again. I walked downstairs to get some water and heard voices in the living room. Rachel responded, "He's so obsessed with being the martyr. It's pathetic." She replied, "I know. He acts like he's some kind of savior just because he pays for things." He was chuckling. "Let him pay. He's not going to find a wife anyway. Might as well be useful." First. Stood in the hall. Paralyzed. Rachel repeated smugly. You know he thinks we'd fall apart without him. Snort. Please. If he disappeared tomorrow, I wouldn't even notice. I didn't enter the room. I went back upstairs, lay in bed and stared at the ceiling. Mom made pancakes the next morning as if nothing had happened. Following that, I stopped sending money for nearly 2 weeks. Then, Rachel texted. Rachel, I need help with my rent. I will pay you back. Promise. I did not respond. 2 days later, Mom called. Mom. Rachel's behind on bills. She's in a really bad place. You know she's sensitive. Why are you being cold? I responded. I just can't keep doing this. Her response was, if you're going to punish us for raising you, maybe we shouldn't have bothered. That broke me worse than I realized at the time. I sent the money later in the day. After all that, they held a family reunion without me. I paid for my dinner. I confirmed a specific time. When I contacted Mom to see where they were, she had the audacity to say, it was yesterday, we'll bring you leftovers. Leftovers. Like a dog. Not a son. Not a brother. Simply a wallet with arms. I sat in the car outside Mateo's for a long time that night. I did not cry. I did not yell. I sat in that heavy, dense silence, thinking about every time I'd been the nice guy and how much it had cost me. Tomorrow, I would not be the good one. Tomorrow they'd discover what it's like when I stop performing my role, and I knew just where to start. I did not sleep that night. Not because I was sad, not even mad. Honestly, I was calculating. After tax and tip, my dinner at Mateo's came to $1,740. 16 persons. Appetizers. Menu can be customized. I'd even paid more for Rachel's vegan food and Aunt Mary's wine allergy accommodations. They did not simply forget me. They knew, yet they did it nonetheless. The following morning, I sent a message to the family group chat. Me. Let's meet at Mom's tonight at 7 p.m. I've got something for you. Nobody inquired what it was. Of course they did not. They never asked me any questions. At 6:58 I parked into my folks' driveway. Inside they had already gathered. Rachel was on the phone. Dad was in his recliner drinking a beer. Mom fluffed the couch pillows as if we were expecting company. She looked up and grinned. Hi honey. We weren't sure if you'd still be upset. I said nothing. Rachel looked up. Phony sympathy pasted across her cheeks. You know we didn't do it to hurt you, she told me. It was just easier for everyone to come Thursday. Most of us have lives. She said this with a straight face. I placed a large envelope on the coffee table. What's this? Mom inquired. I sat down gently and calmly, saying, it's a bill. Dad scoffed. A bill for what? For dinner, I responded. The one you all enjoyed without me. Rachel laughed. You're joking. I'm not. Mom narrowed her eyes. Are you seriously trying to make us pay you back? No, I replied, leaning forward. I'm giving you the opportunity. Because from now on, anything you want from me comes with an invoice. There was quiet. Then Dad sat up straighter. You need to drop this attitude, son. We're family, right? I responded. Family? The same family that intentionally excluded me from a reunion I paid for? The same family that's drained me financially and emotionally for 5 years straight? Rachel rolled her eyes. Oh, come on. No one made you pay. That's when something inside me snapped. I stood up. You know what? Fine. Let's talk about what no one made me do. I pointed at Rachel. I wasn't made to pay your rent for 2 years, or cover your overdraft fees, or replace your transmission. I turned to Mom. I wasn't made to cover your back taxes, or pay for your birthday cruise when you said Dad forgot, or pick up groceries when you suddenly couldn't walk because of your knee. Dad's face became red. Watch it. Oh, I'm just getting started, I explained, pulling out a printed list from my pocket. You don't want to hear it? I do. I've had to live it. And then comes the twist. I took out a folder and tossed it onto the table. What's this now? Dad demanded. I smiled. Documentation of every single transaction, every wire, every Venmo, every Cash App, every receipt. Rachel snorted. Wow. You really are insane. No, I replied, dead calm. I'm protected. Because I filed a fraud report this morning. All of this. I clicked on the folder. It's already in the system. What are you talking about? Mom inquired, her voice becoming hushed. I stared her directly in the eyes. Last week, I found out someone used my name to open a new credit card. The same one that paid for a new iPhone and a spa package Rachel posted about but claimed was a gift from a friend. Rachel froze. I called the credit company. They're investigating it as identity theft. The address they gave them? Yours. She stood up. Are you kidding me? Nope, I replied. And if you think I won't press charges. You wouldn't dare, Mom hissed. Try me. The room exploded. Rachel yelled. You're pathetic, Dad shouted. You want to send your own sister to jail? You want me to keep playing the idiot? Forever? I responded. Mother burst into tears. You're destroying this family. No, I replied, going toward the door. I'm finally saving myself from it. And now for the second twist. As I turned away, someone spoke for the first time. My cousin, Luke. The quiet one. He rarely speaks out at family gatherings. I'd like to pay my share, he stated softly. Of the dinner. I mean, it's only fair. Everyone looked at him, shocked. He added, and I know I should have said something, but they did plan to exclude you. I was there when they joked about it. Said you'd be too dramatic. I'm sorry. I looked at him and smiled for the first time that night. Thanks. Then I walked out. They felt they could utilize me indefinitely. But they forgot one thing. Even the quiet ones finally talk. And when we do not whisper. We called the cops. My phone buzzed the next morning at 8:17 a.m. This is a private number. I picked it up. Hi, is this Ethan Thompson? Yes. This is Officer Reynolds, local precinct. We're currently following up on a report of financial fraud involving a credit card opened in your name. Your family was listed at the billing address. We'll be visiting the property today for a statement. I didn't say anything for a moment. Then, do you need me there? No, sir. You've done your part. We'll take it from here. I hung up and sat in silence. For once, they'd open the door and discover someone they couldn't gaslight. This time, I didn't need to talk. The police handled everything for me. I believed that stillness would bring serenity. Instead, it created mayhem. They say that removing the keystone from an arch causes everything to collapse. I was not the keystone. I was the entire basis. And the second I stepped away, the house of cards collapsed. The police visit was not subtle. Mom left a long, angry voicemail stating that they arrived at 7:45 a.m., while she was still wearing her robe. Dad had not even had his coffee yet. 2 officers, 1 male and 1 female, polite but direct. We're following up on an identity theft claim. The credit card was opened in your son's name. It was used for over $4,000 worth of purchases tied to this address. We need to know who had access. Mom's response. There must be some mistake. We're a good family. Classic. They asked to talk with everyone in the house. Rachel attempted to leave in the middle of the chat, claiming she had work. The officers asked her to stay. She cracked within 5 minutes. It wasn't even fraud. He always helps. I thought he wouldn't mind. Mom jumped in. She's under stress. She didn't mean it. Unfortunately, it was too late. The officer documented everything, videotaped it, and even demanded to see Rachel's phone. That's when things became worse. They discovered text messages from Rachel to her friend. Use my brother's information to plan a spa day for him. IDC. He is such a pushover. He will not even notice. It wasn't all fraud. It was premeditated. And that was proof. The same day, I received a call from a detective assigned to the case. We have enough to move forward with charges. Would you like to proceed formally? I requested him to grant me 1 day. That evening, my phone exploded. 27 missed calls. 41 messages. Mom. Ethan, please, we need to talk. It was just a mistake. She panicked. She's still your sister. Dad. You don't want to destroy her life over this. Rachel. You selfish guy. I'll lose my job, my apartment. You're doing this to your own family. It's funny how no one cared when I was losing pieces of myself for them. I waited 1 day. I then called the detective back. Can we pause the formal charge temporarily? He agreed, but he said it clearly. This doesn't go away. It just waits. That was when Mom made her move. She called me, her voice as delicate as silk across a razor. If you really want to fix things, come to the house. Let's talk face to face. Despite my better judgment, I went. I regretted it from the moment I stepped inside. Rachel sat on the couch with a blanket over her, as if she were the victim. Mom had the worried matriarch looking down to a science. Dad did not even get up. We just want to heal, Mom remarked. We? I inquired. We know you're hurt, but this is tearing the family apart. No, I replied. Rachel did that. Rachel's voice cracked. I didn't think you'd actually go to the cops. Who does that? Someone who's been pushed far enough, I said. Mom reached for my hand. Let's make this go away. We'll pay it back. You don't need the police. Funny, I said. Because you didn't offer that before they showed up. She jerked away as if I had slapped her. Dad finally spoke. You're not perfect either. You think this makes you some kind of hero? I stared him in the eyes. Number it makes me free. And then I left. Again. This time. For good. A week has gone. I received another call from the detective. We received a payment for the charges. Marked anonymous, but it came from a joint account under your parents' names. Would you like to press charges anyway? I thought for a long time. Then I replied, no. But then I added, not this time. But I want it on record. If she ever touches anything with my name again, I want her charged. He agreed, so I hung up. And with that, I was finished with them. There's no more money. No more guilt. No more walking into rooms and being invisible until someone wanted their phone bill paid. A new start. I relocated out of the state 2 weeks later. Small town, quiet, friendly landlord. Rent is half what I paid at home. I spent my first weekend putting together IKEA furniture and listening to old songs that I hadn't heard since college. I went grocery shopping and got what I wanted. I sat on my own couch, with coffee and a book, and no one knocked to ask for help. And for the first time in a decade, I realized I was only accountable for myself. But here's the kicker. 3 weeks into my new existence, I received a letter. Handwritten. There's no return address. Inside is a folded piece of paper and a checkbook. The paper stated, I don't expect you to forgive me, but I appreciate you taking the risk that I never would have taken. Luke. The check was for half of Mateo's bill. I smiled. He did not owe me anything. But he got it. And what about the rest? I never heard from them again. Not on my birthday. Not for Christmas. Not even when Dad underwent surgery later that year. I only found out after seeing a distant cousin's Facebook post. And you know what? Good. They had now experienced what it was like to live without me. I had finally learned to live without them. People say that blood is thicker than water. They forget the second half of this quote. But the blood of the covenant is thicker than the water of the womb. In other words, chosen loyalty is more important than common DNA. And I learned this the hard way. The last time I saw my family's faces was the day I left the house, clutching the folder and feeling the burning in my chest. What happened since then? Not one word. And the stillness used to feel like punishment. Now it feels like air. A few weeks ago, I ran into someone from my hometown. A girl I attended high school with. She recognized me in the checkout line at the hardware store. Hey, didn't you used to be Rachel's brother? I paused and smiled. No. Just like that. There is no shame. Without hesitation. Because I am not Rachel's brother anymore. I am not a decent son. I am not the bank. I'm not the person who shows up when everyone else is gone. I'm me. And for the first time in 32 years, that is sufficient. They believed I couldn't survive without them. That I would crawl back. That I required their brand of love, their guilt trips masquerading as concern, and their control disguised as intimacy. They were wrong. I don't need Sunday dinners where I sit silently while others toast themselves. I don't need check-ins that are essentially setups for a request. I don't need to explain why I changed my phone number, relocated without a forwarding address, or didn't show up for Christmas. Let them ponder. Let them stew. Allow them to explain my absence to extended family, neighbors, and themselves. They are aware deep within themselves. They shoved me outside. And for once, I did not beg to return. Want to know the best part? They lost control the moment I stopped asking for love and instead demanded respect. Because people like that will use their families as weapons against you. However, the moment you disregard boundaries, they label you as cold, selfish, and broken. I am none of those things. I'm finally no longer theirs. And Rachel? She did not lose her job. She did not go to jail. But you know what? She did lose her mask. The entire family now understands what she did, how she lied, how she abused me, and how she laughed behind my back while draining me dry. And now no one trusts her. Luke exited the house. Aunt Lydia won't let her babysit anymore, Uncle Brian told me during a quick phone conversation. I didn't expect that. Rachel's name is mud at every family event. You don't need to come back, he told me. They're the ones who messed up, we all see it now. But I told him the same thing that I'll tell you. It doesn't matter who sees it. The question is who made it out alive. So I did. So, no, I am not going to pretend everything is wonderful. I am not going to send birthday cards or pick up because of guilt. I'm not going to come up to fake embraces and awkward potlucks so mom can make passive-aggressive statements about how difficult it is to keep families together nowadays. I'm no longer theirs. And it's the best thing that has ever happened to me. I wake up now, and there is tranquility. I work and keep whatever I earn. I eat whatever I want. I do not apologize for saying no. I don't flinch when my phone vibrates. I don't hold my breath around folks who say they love me. I am free. Not because they let me go. However, I ultimately quit waiting for their consent. Allow them to keep their leftover dinners. Allow them to pass around my photo as if I had died. Let them chatter. Let them beg, rant, twist the story, and label me the villain. I will still sleep like a baby. Because the truth is easy. When they closed the door on me, I did not lose any family members. They lost me. And that is the first bill that they will never pay. My husband laughed at my $12,000 raise. I quietly took his role, became his boss's boss, and declined his reapplication, twice. He always used to say I was just a secretary with a pretty face. Said it with a smile, like it was some kind of compliment. Like I should be grateful someone like him even gave me the time of day. So I smiled back, laughed at the jokes, took mental notes, and quietly laid the foundation for the day I would walk out without saying goodbye. It's been 2 weeks since I left Marcus. 2 weeks since he walked into our apartment and found it empty. Furniture gone, closet cleared, bank account silent. 2 weeks since he realized the woman he belittled for 7 years had become his company's newest silent investor. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Let me start with a happy hour and a typo. It was a Thursday. Rainy, muggy, the kind of weather that makes your blouse cling to your back. I remember because I was holding a soggy umbrella and a takeout bag from that overpriced Vietnamese place Marcus hated when my phone buzzed. Marcus. Ugh. Not pho again. You know how that crap makes the apartment smell? No, hi. No thanks. Just passive-aggressive disappointment. I replied with a thumbs-up emoji. It was all I had energy for. I had just finished a 12-hour shift covering for our receptionist who had an emergency appendectomy, and prepped the quarterly investor summary that Marcus forgot to submit on time. Marcus worked in sales. He liked to call it strategic acquisition, but really, he was just very good at charming old white men over golf and pretending he knew what net profit meant. I worked as an executive assistant at the same company. Different floor, different department, different universe. He never said it directly, but I knew he thought his job mattered more. He brought in deals, took clients to steakhouses, spoke in buzzwords like synergy and disruption. I managed calendars, contracts, and the CEO's life. And I was damn good at it. The first time Marcus said it was 6 months into dating. You're too smart to be a secretary, he said, sipping a $16 cocktail at that rooftop bar I couldn't afford. I'm an executive assistant, I corrected. Lightly, playfully, still trying to impress him. Same thing, he replied with a grin. Just saying, you could do better, if you weren't so scared. That word stuck. Scared. I wasn't scared. I was surviving. I was 25, fresh out of a toxic workplace, trying to rebuild confidence and pay rent on time. But sure, call it fear. Over the years, the insults got smarter. More dressed up. He'd say things like, "Let me check with HR first. You wouldn't know the policy stuff anyway. You're lucky I'm good with money. You'd probably sign up for a timeshare by accident. Babe, I'm just more business-minded. It's not an insult. It's biology." Biology. This man once spilled boxed wine on his company laptop and tried to dry it with a hairdryer. Biology, my ass. The real shift started when I got promoted. Our CFO, Lila, called me into her office one morning and asked if I'd consider a move to operations. Said she'd noticed how I ran meetings, how I anticipated problems before they happened. Said I had executive presence. I said yes before I could talk myself out of it. I told Marcus that night over dinner. He blinked. Oops, but you don't have an MBA. I told him I didn't need one for the role. He stabbed his steak. You know what? It's cute. You're playing with the big dogs now. Just don't get eaten, okay? Cute. Not congrats. Not I'm proud of you. Just cute. I started writing down things he said after that. Not for proof, not for anyone else. Just for me. To make it real. Like this one. April 4th, 7:38 p.m. You think being employee of the month means you're suddenly smarter than me? Relax, Queen Secretary. Or this. May 15th, 11:12 p.m. You can't keep up with me intellectually. It's fine. You're emotional. It's your brand. My brand. Apparently being emotionally intelligent and organized meant I was fragile. Apparently being analytical while female was laughable. I stopped arguing. Stopped defending. Started saving. Around July, Marcus started coming home later. Not suspiciously late. Just gradually. At first it was 7 p.m., then 8 p.m., then 10 p.m. He'd walk in smelling like expensive bourbon and a cologne I didn't recognize. Said it was from a vendor meeting, said he was making moves, said I should chill and trust him. Funny thing is, I did. Just not in the way he thought. The promotion came with a raise. A big one. I didn't tell him how big. Instead, I opened a separate account using my maiden name. Set up an auto transfer from my paycheck every Friday. It started with $250 a week, then $400. By the time October rolled around, I had enough for first and last month's rent at a luxury high-rise downtown. Still I waited. I needed something more. Not proof of cheating. Proof of disrespect. Something undeniable. It came on a random Tuesday night, over chicken stir-fry and Netflix. He said, "You know, it's kind of hot watching you play a career woman. But I hope you're not actually thinking you could run something big. You're detail-oriented, not leadership material." I didn't even respond. I just added it to the list. In December, I was looped into a project that required me to shadow the executive board. Marcus didn't know. One of the senior board members, a venture partner named Elias Keating, took a liking to me. Not in a creepy way, but professionally. Said I had range. Said I asked good questions. Said I should consider a seat at the table. That's when everything clicked. I wasn't going to leave Marcus. I was going to outrank him. When the company announced its new funding round in January, I pitched an idea to Lila, an internal mentorship and productivity initiative that I would lead. It got greenlit. And because of how it was structured, it involved every department, including sales. Marcus walked into the kickoff meeting late, carrying Starbucks, talking on Bluetooth. Didn't even see me at the head of the table. Until I cleared my throat. "Thank you for joining us, Marcus," I said, voice steady. "We'll be reviewing departmental metrics shortly, including yours." He blinked. "Wait, you're running this?" I smiled. "Welcome to the big dogs." Later that night he tried to reassert himself. Tried to flirt. Tried to sulk. Tried to guilt trip. "You're getting too cocky," he said. "I don't like this version of you." I kissed his cheek and said, "I know." That was 6 months ago. Since then, I've moved money, documented everything, built professional alliances, and prepared an exit plan so seamless it felt like copy-pasting a checklist. And 2 weeks ago, the final piece fell into place. Lila offered me a direct report to the CEO, Marcus's boss's boss. The irony nearly made me choke on my LaCroix. The day he got fired was not poetic. He didn't cry, didn't throw a tantrum, just walked into our apartment, dropped his keys and said, "Apparently my communication style is too aggressive. Whatever that means." I nodded. He flopped on the couch, scrolled TikTok, said, "Guess you're the breadwinner now. Better not screw it up." I watched him, this man-child in yesterday's hoodie, scratching himself while double-tapping thirst traps. And I felt nothing. Not hate, not sadness, just nothing. I said, "I'm going out for milk." Picked up my bag. Walked out. Got into the lift I'd scheduled days ago, and never looked back. "You'll be back," he said. I wasn't. And I won't be. The first night alone I stayed in a hotel. Not fancy. Not cheap. Just clean, beige, and forgettable. I lay on the bed, still dressed, staring at the popcorn ceiling, phone buzzing every few minutes like it was hiccuping. Missed call, voicemail, text, where are you? Then, be serious. Stop playing. By morning, 22 missed calls, 15 messages, 1 email. Subject line, we need to talk. He didn't realize I'd been talking. To HR, to legal, to Lila. About the shared lease, the joint accounts, the new role. The apartment was in my name. The utilities were in mine too. The joint account? I'd stopped contributing to it a month ago. All he had left was the couch, and his TikTok addiction. I moved into a small modern place not far from the office. It had 2 things Marcus hated: a kitchen backsplash with fake marble, and a balcony with a view of the dog park. He said dogs were needy. He said balconies were a waste of rent. So naturally, I adopted a dog. His name is Crouton. He's got 3 legs, trust issues, and a bark that could scare the devil. Perfect. The first week, Marcus went through stages. Confused. Wait, you're actually mad? Dismissing. This is dramatic. You'll be back once you cool off. Blaming. This is what happens when women get power. They think they're too good for real relationships. Begging. I miss you. I'll change. Just talk to me. Threatening. You'll regret this. No one's gonna love you like I did. Every message reeked of desperation, not love. Like a man watching the ATM eat his debit card. Then came the group chat drama. He messaged our mutual friends, spinning his story. She bailed on me right when I lost my job. All I ever did was support her career. She's acting brand new now that she's got some corporate title. What he didn't know? One of those mutual friends, Anna, was the office manager. And Anna had screenshots of his nasty DMs about coworkers, of the NSFW memes he sent during meetings, of the time he called a junior employee a diversity hire in Slack. She sent them all to HR. He was never laid off. He was terminated with cause. I didn't even have to lift a finger. But I did block his number. Eventually. It took me a week. A week of peeking at his voicemails like a car crash I couldn't look away from. There was one where he cried. Real sobs. The kind that sounds like a child who scraped their knee. For a second, I felt something. Not sympathy. Just the echo of who I used to be, the woman who would have rushed in with bandages. But I wasn't her anymore. Work became my sanctuary. My new role came with a private office, an executive coach, and a company credit card. But the real win? Marcus's old department reported up through my division. His former manager, now my peer, had to ask me for headcount approvals. I played it cool. Never gloated, never name-dropped. But once in a budget meeting someone said, "Didn't Marcus handle this before?" I replied, briefly. And moved on. One night, 2 weeks post-breakup, I got a text from an unknown number. It was his sister. I don't know what he told you, but I just want to say, I get it. You deserve better. I tried to warn him. She offered to grab a drink sometime. I declined, politely. I was still detoxing. Not just from Marcus, from the version of me who thought staying small was safe. The healing wasn't cinematic. It was subtle, uneven, embarrassing sometimes. Like the time I stood in the cereal aisle for 15 minutes trying to remember what I liked. Marcus always bought the cereal. Said I didn't understand macros. Turns out I like Honey Bunches of Oats. And I eat it with almond milk. And I don't care if it's not protein-packed. Crouton hated his leash at first. He'd chew it, growl, refuse to walk more than 10 feet. But now he trots next to me like he's guarding a queen. Some mornings we sit on the balcony. Him sprawled like a loaf. Me sipping coffee out of a mug that says, "I'm not your secretary." It was a gift from Anna. Last weekend I ran into Marcus. It was at a coffee shop near the office. He looked smaller, thinner, greasy baseball cap. Hoodie with stains. The kind of man who looks like a shadow of his LinkedIn profile. He froze when he saw me. I nodded. Not warmly, not coldly, just nothing. He followed me outside. "You look different," he said. I shrugged. "I feel different." He fumbled for something to say. Eventually landed on, "You win, I guess." I looked him in the eye and said, "There was never a game." And then I walked away. Lila offered to nominate me for an internal leadership award. I told her I didn't want the trophy. Just the power to build a pipeline of women who never have to second-guess their brilliance. She smiled. "I like this version of you." So do I. I still flinch when I hear a certain ringtone. Still double-check the locks before bed. Still feel that reflexive need to check in or ask permission before I do anything indulgent. But it's fading. Every day, it fades a little more. Last night, I lit a candle, put on a face mask, watched 2 episodes of trashy reality TV while eating Chinese food straight from the container. No judgment, no commentary, no guilt. Just me. And crouton. And the sound of someone finally breathing freely. Final thoughts. To anyone stuck with a Marcus, you don't owe anyone your silence. You don't have to wait until it gets worse. You don't need permission to want more. Start small. Open that secret account. Write down the things they say. Ask yourself what freedom might look like, and what it might feel like. And when will you finally go? Let it be quiet. Let it be calm. Let them wonder. It's been 3 months. Marcus hasn't called in a while. Or maybe he has, and I just haven't noticed. He's been blocked for weeks. My life feels quieter now. Not silent, just steady. Like background jazz in a coffee shop. The kind of music you don't dance to, but it makes you feel like things are okay. The last time I saw him was entirely unplanned. I was at the office early, finishing quarterly prep before the board meeting. Crouton was at doggy daycare. I had my coffee, my binder, my new red blazer. The one Marcus said made me look aggressive. And then Anna knocked on my door. She was trying not to laugh. "You're gonna love this," she said. "Guess who's downstairs applying for a contractor temp role?" I blinked. No. Yes. Apparently, Marcus had burned through his severance. His friends had stopped returning his calls, and his mom told him he needed to start paying rent if he was staying in the guest room. So, naturally, he applied for a 6-month contractor role at the same company he trashed on social media after being fired. HR didn't even flag it at first. The irony? He wasn't applying for sales. He was applying for admin support. He didn't see me. I didn't want him to. I watched from the top floor as he sat in the glass interview room downstairs, fidgeting with his pen, eyes darting, hair still unkempt. He didn't look dangerous anymore. He looked tired. Like the weight of his own arrogance finally showed up on his shoulders. The HR director, Vanessa, called me later that day. "I assume you know this guy?" she said, voice amused. I paused. "You could say that. You're listed as an emergency contact in his old employee file." I almost laughed. "You can remove me." Vanessa didn't say much else, but a week later, I saw the internal HR note in the hiring system. Candidate withdrew application. No longer under consideration. I don't know if someone told him I worked here now, or if he sat with the idea of being an assistant and couldn't stomach it. Either way, the universe handled it for me. Last week my therapist asked me what closure looked like. I told her it looked like red lipstick, Target candles, a healthy dog with 3 legs and 0 tolerance for nonsense. It looked like sleeping in on Sundays and not having to explain why I didn't want to meal prep. She smiled and said, "So it looks like peace." I nodded. There are still things I unlearn daily. I still apologize when I bump into furniture. Still hesitate before swiping my card. Years of money shaming takes a while to undo. Still catch myself wondering if I'm too much in meetings. But those moments don't define my day anymore. They're just echoes. Soft and distant. 2 weeks ago, Anna nominated me for an industry leadership spotlight. The award came with a plaque, an email blast, and a Q&A panel at the upcoming Women in Tech conference. Someone asked what advice I'd give young women in male-dominated industries. I thought about saying something polished. But instead, I said this. Sometimes, the people who laugh at you the loudest are the ones most afraid of your potential. So let them laugh. Take notes. Build quietly. Then show up one day, not to prove them wrong, but to prove yourself right. I still have the list. The one where I logged all the things Marcus used to say. Not because I need it anymore, but because it reminds me of how far I've come. The last entry? June 12, 10:49. p.m. You'll be back. You can't survive without me. And now? I don't just survive. I thrive. Final reflections. This isn't a fairy tale. There was no dramatic courtroom showdown. No viral moment. No perfectly edited montage of success. There was just me. Doing the work. Healing. Crying. Learning. And laughing in the cereal aisle. Some days still feel like a mess. Some days I still miss the version of him I thought I loved. But most days, I eat what I want, wear what I want, sleep without fear, and walk into rooms knowing I deserve to be there. That's not revenge, that's freedom. Crouton barks every morning at the mail truck like it personally insulted his ancestors. It's oddly comforting, this tiny routine I never imagined would anchor my mornings. Coffee, slippers, mail truck, Crouton's outrage. My life now has rhythm, not perfection. Not some Pinterest version of boss girl glow up. Just rhythm. The kind of peace you don't notice right away, until you remember what chaos felt like. A few days ago I got a text from an unknown number. It was Flora, Marcus's mother. I'm sorry. For not seeing it. For what I said before. You didn't deserve any of it. He's been telling people you ruined his life. I know that's not true. I just wanted you to hear it from me. I stared at the screen for a long time. Not because I didn't believe her. But because I wasn't angry anymore. Not at her. Not even at him. Just done. Later that day, I found a box in my closet I hadn't opened since I moved. Inside, a photo from our first anniversary dinner. The journal I stopped writing in halfway through the marriage, a card he gave me once with a quote. Behind every successful man is a supportive woman. Back then, I smiled and put it on my desk. Now, I put it through the shredder. Piece by piece. This past Friday, our company hosted a networking mixer. All departments, all levels. I gave a talk about systems building and leadership flow. It was the kind of thing Marcus would have rolled his eyes at, called it corporate fluff. After the event, a young woman from admin pulled me aside. She looked nervous, clutched a small notepad. Said she'd read the internal newsletter about my promotion. Said she didn't think people like her could ever get here. I looked her dead in the eye and said, "You're not just anything. If they don't see it now, make it impossible to ignore later." She smiled like she'd been waiting to hear that for years. I know the look. I used to wear it every day. A couple nights ago, Kira came over for wine and takeout. We were watching that trashy dating show Marcus once banned because it rotted my brain. Crouton was asleep under the coffee table, twitching in some dog dream. The living room was messy. A blanket half off the couch, open cartons on the coffee table. I looked around and laughed. Kira raised an eyebrow. What? I finally feel like this is mine, I said. My space, my nose, my mess. She nodded, like she'd known before I did. Marcus still exists. He's somewhere out there, telling people I cheated, stole, sabotaged. Telling his version to anyone who'll listen. I used to want to correct every lie. Now, I let them talk. Because the people who matter saw what I built. And the people who don't? They never really saw me anyway. I don't check his socials. I don't reread the old messages. I don't dream about revenge anymore. Instead, I take Croton to the park. I light lavender candles. I send my team thank you emails after hard weeks. I bought the expensive shampoo. I take the long way home sometimes, just to feel the windows down. I laugh louder. Sleep longer. Apologize less. Thanks for watching and diving into this wild family drama with me. If you love Reddit family drama, don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications so you never miss the next one. When my parents threatened to sue me unless I gave my house to my sister, my lawyer laughed, and I realized I was finally free. Growing up, the pattern was clear. Serafina had the newest fashions, special tutors, and fantasy trips. I received lectures about hard work and independence. At 16, I was flipping burgers at a shabby country eatery while she prepared for a summer trip to Europe. When I brought it up, my parents advised me to recognize priorities. Translation: Serafina's future was more important than mine. I wasn't bitter at first. I just figured that's how things worked. Parents invest in the child they believe will succeed, while the other learns to fend for himself. So, I did. I worked through college, lived in tight apartments with roommates who forgot to pay rent, and avoided going out while my peers partied. Every paycheck, I set something aside. I wasn't sure why I needed a safety net. All I knew was that no one would catch me if I fell. After graduation, I realized I had two options: work in a low-paying job or take a chance. So I used my savings to create a tiny auto repair shop. It wasn't glamorous, and the first year was grueling: late nights, long hours, weekends spent elbow-deep in engine grease. But it paid off. By year 5, I was making enough money to seriously consider getting my own house. Of course, my parents were aware of this. I had voiced my desire to ultimately own a home rather than rent a shoebox flat, and each time I did, they would grin and the discussion would move. My mother would sigh deeply. "Serafina's been struggling so much. Rent is so expensive these days." My father would add, "She just needs a little help." It would mean so much if she had a stable place to live. They never said it outright, but the message was clear. I was supposed to be the one to fix her problems. Never mind that Serafina's difficulties were entirely her own. While I was working 16-hour shifts, she was living her best life: vacations, designer handbags, and nights out at upscale restaurants. But strangely, she was the one who needed assistance. Then there was the money. Over the years I'd been assisting my parents financially, covering home repairs, unforeseen bills, and even sneaking them additional cash when things became tough. I didn't mind at first; after all, they were my parents. But then I started noticing minor things, like how my mother constantly had a new purse and my father suddenly got a nice new watch. At first I assumed they had merely been saving. Then I recognized where the money was going. Serafina. My parents weren't struggling. They were simply funneling my assistance directly into her lifestyle. Then I overheard an exchange that altered everything. I'd stopped by my folks' place to drop something off. I hadn't planned to stay long, but as I passed past the kitchen, I heard my name. So I did what any reasonable person would do. I stopped in place and listened while pretending to check my phone. "I'm sure he'll do the right thing," my mother said. "He's responsible. He's been saving for years." My father agreed. "It only makes sense. He can't expect her to struggle. He's her brother." Struggle? Serafina? The same Serafina who had never paid rent in her life and still relied on my parents to pay her credit card bills? Something was not adding up. And then it struck me. They were discussing my money. I stood there, my heart hammering as the revelation hit. They had a plan. I would buy a house without being asked. Not for myself. For Serafina. And the worst part? They expected I would simply go along with it. Like it was apparent. As if it were my responsibility. I wanted to storm in and demand answers, but I knew what would happen. They'd claim I was being selfish. They'd talk about family, duty, and how fortunate I was to have succeeded while Serafina struggled. I have heard it all before. I needed to think, so I left without saying anything. That night, I lay awake, staring at the ceiling of my little studio apartment, which had a flickering kitchen light that I hadn't fixed. I reflected on every time I had been told to wait my turn, every sacrifice I had made, and every time I had swallowed my rage and smiled. And I thought about Serafina, and how she would respond if she knew what they were planned. Would she feel embarrassed? Grateful? Or would she simply presume it was her right? I received an answer the next morning. Serafina contacted me out of nowhere, her voice full of enthusiasm. She went on and on about the new spot she had discovered. "It's perfect," she exclaimed. 3 bedrooms, a backyard. I can finally move out. I waited for her to say the most important part. That she had a plan to pay for it. But she didn't, since she didn't require one. In her mind, this was already decided. My parents had plainly ensured that. She even had the guts to say she'd let me crash in the guest room if I ever needed a place to stay. That was it. I realized I wasn't playing along anymore. The very following day, I did precisely what they expected. I bought a house. But not the one they had in mind. I did not tell anyone. There is no spectacular announcement, no explanations. I selected a place I adored, paid my deposit, and signed the papers. It wasn't big, but it was mine. The first thing in my life that I genuinely owned. I assumed I had time before my family found out. Perhaps a few months, or perhaps a year. But life has a strange way of hurrying things up. I was in the middle of putting together my new kitchen, peeling off the ludicrous "Live Laugh Love" stickers left by the previous owner, when my phone started exploding up. Missed calls and messages from my mother, father, Serafina, and even extended relatives I hadn't spoken to in years. Then I saw the text that made my stomach drop. Why did we hear from the realtor that you bought a house? I didn't know how they found out. Perhaps the agent said anything to someone. Perhaps Serafina had been looking at the same listings. It did not matter. What mattered was that I had made a move, and the real struggle was about to begin. The moment the text appeared on my screen, I realized my calm housewarming period was officially ended. My phone wouldn't stop buzzing, calls and messages, some angry, others concerned, all with the same undertone. Betrayal. I disregarded them. If I picked up now, I'd be dragged into a conversation where they distorted everything to make me the bad guy. Instead, I went back to building up my home. The previous owner had left behind some ugly wallpaper in the living room, and that was going to be the most distressing thing I had to deal with today. Then the doorbell rang. I already knew who it was. I felt it in my bones. When I opened the door, my parents appeared less like loving parents and more like corporate officials, eager to talk about my breach of contract. My mother's face was a mix of disappointment and anguish, the kind of expression reserved for when I forgot to call home. My father had his arms crossed, as if he were preparing to negotiate a hostile takeover. Before they could even enter, I braced myself. The following 20 minutes were just as I expected: accusations, guilt-tripping, and the entire "we're family" speech. My mother went on about how Serafina was upset and didn't know where she would live now. My father made it obvious that they expected me to do the right thing. And my particular favorite, the reminder that after everything they had done for me, this was how I would repay them. They did everything for me. For example, as a teenager, I was forced to pay rent. Like asking me to pay for my own school, while they pay for Serafina's luxury outfit, allowing me to work 2 jobs while she enjoyed weekend spa trips. If anything, I'd repaid them tenfold. I could feel my patience wearing thin, but instead of snapping, I remained silent, nodded along, and let them talk. I'd learned a long time ago that arguing was ineffective. They were not here to listen. They were here to further their story. Then came the ultimatum. My mother, her voice full of artificial calm, informed me I had 2 options: give the house to Serafina or be disconnected. I had to control myself from laughing. Cut off from what? Whose love and support? The same affection and support that was always contingent upon certain circumstances. The same family that had never given me anything without asking twice as much in exchange. I assured them that I would think about it. Not because I would, but because I wanted them out of my home. They left looking victorious, as if they had surrounded me and forced me to submit. I took a big breath, entered my kitchen, and retrieved a beer from the refrigerator. Sat down and stared at my phone. More missed calls. Serafina had finally texted, and I could anticipate what it said. Something about me ruining her life, and how she had relied on me. I opened it, and what I saw made my blood run cold. Serafina sent a message, but it was not intended for me. She had unintentionally forwarded it to our family group chat rather than the person she was talking to. The communication had a detailed strategy for how she and my parents were going to break me. How they'd keep up the pressure until I gave in and handed over the house. There it was. As clear as day. Confirmation that none of this concerned fairness or family. It was a planned takedown, and I was just the fool who was meant to roll over. I snapped a screenshot, saved it, and then sat there for a minute. For the first time in years, I felt something different. There is no anger or sadness. Only clarity. They had never considered me family. I was only a resource to be called upon as needed. So, I made a decision. I was not going to argue. I was not going to explain myself. I was only going to show them how finished I was. The following morning, I began making my move. The following morning, I awoke with a plan. If my family wanted a conflict, they'd get it. But only on my terms. I was not going to fight or explain myself. I was going to take charge of the situation and make it clear that I was done playing their games. First, I secured everything. I called my bank and confirmed that only I could make adjustments to my accounts. I changed my passwords, safeguarded my key documents, and even installed security cameras around my home just in case. Knowing my family, I wouldn't put it past them to do something desperate. Then I contacted a lawyer. I had no idea if my parents could get me in trouble legally, but I wasn't going to take any chances. After describing my position, the lawyer informed me that as long as everything was in my name and I hadn't signed anything for Serafina, I wouldn't have to worry. That was encouraging news, but I was still not taking any chances. Later that day, I received an SMS from Serafina. She was willing to discuss, but only if I agreed to make things right. I ignored it. A few hours later, another text arrived, this time from my mom. She was worried about me and suggested we have a family meal to address everything. Yes, right. I was not going to fall for that trap. Instead, I chose to reverse the script. If my family felt they could influence me with pressure, I was going to apply some of my own. First, I went to social media. I published a simple post, nothing big, nothing explicitly addressing them. I just posted a picture of my new house with the message, "Finally home. Worked hard for this, and it's all mine." The reaction was quick. Friends and extended family began thanking me, commenting on how well I earned it. And then the real fun started. Serafina did not respond, but I knew she saw it. A few hours later, I received another SMS. This time, she wasn't as courteous. She yelled at me about how selfish I was and how I had embarrassed her by making my purchase public. Apparently, several of her acquaintances had queried why she wasn't buying a house if I could afford one. Her ego had taken a knock, and she was unhappy about it. Then came the phone call. This time it was my father. No more faking care. No more, "we're family" rhetoric. He was enraged, accusing me of embarrassing them and being ungrateful. I let him rant. When he eventually asked what I was going to do to rectify it, I responded simply, "Nothing." That's when the threats began. If I didn't do the proper thing, I might never be welcome in their home again. What's my response? Sounds like a win-win to me. For the first time in my life, I did not feel bad about standing my position. I didn't feel like I owed them anything, since the truth was that I didn't. I banned Serafina's number. I muted my parents' calls. Then I got takeaway from my favorite barbecue establishment, opened a cool drink, and sat on my new porch, watching the sun set over my hard-earned property. For the first time in my life, I felt completely free. The silence did not last long. By the next morning, my email was overflowing with new messages. Serafina had gone into full meltdown. My parents had begun damage control. Apparently, some extended family members saw my post and began asking inquiries. My parents didn't want anyone outside of their small circle to realize how bad things were. I could almost hear their conversations, my mother desperately attempting to spin the narrative so she wouldn't appear terrible, and my father moaning about family responsibility and how I had somehow betrayed them. And Serafina? Well, she'd gone nuclear. Not only was she yelling on the family group chat, but she was also venting her frustrations on social media. I scanned through her most recent posts, long theatrical captions about how difficult her life was, how she had been deceived by those closest to her, and how she was fighting to find a place to live. I nearly choked on my coffee when I noticed she had created a GoFundMe campaign. That's correct, she had launched a crowdfunding effort called, "Help Serafina Get the Home She Deserves." The audacity was nearly astounding. The description was even better. She portrayed herself as the struggling sister whose cold-hearted brother had refused to assist her during her hour of need. She conveniently left out the part where she was expecting a free house and had done nothing to deserve it. What about the donations? A grand sum of $20, likely from one of her equally entitled buddies. I had to admit that I was rather disappointed. If you're going to commit to the hoax, make it convincing. Still, the situation was becoming ludicrous. I needed to stop this before it went any farther. I didn't want to turn this into an internet family war, but I also didn't want to let them tarnish my reputation. So I decided to drop one final bomb. I created a second article, but this time I added some receipts, actual screenshots of Serafina's text message to me, in which she openly acknowledged to scheming with my parents to coerce me into giving her my house. I didn't provide any commentary, just screenshots and the caption, "Clearing up some misunderstandings." The internet handled the rest. Within hours, others began calling her out. Friends who had previously blindly supported her have now gone silent. Some even turned against her, understanding they'd been duped. Serafina erased her GoFundMe page and locked her social media accounts. My parents, too, were struggling to cope with the heat. Apparently, some extended family members decided to reach out and question why they thought it was acceptable to demand a house from their son while coddling their daughter. By the end of the day, the family group chat was completely silent. No more guilt-tripping messages or passive-aggressive calls. Just silence. And it was amazing. I sat back and watched the sun fall below the horizon, my phone empty of notifications. I had a refreshing drink in my hand, a playlist of my favorite music playing in the background, and for the first time in years, I wasn't waiting for the next shoe to drop. I wasn't concerned with what my family thought or if I had done the proper thing. I'd done the right thing for myself, and that was enough. The hush lasted for a full week. There are no calls, texts, or anything. I anticipated my parents to make one more desperate attempt, But for the first time, they appeared to realize I wasn't moving. Perhaps the public disgrace had finally set in. Perhaps they were regrouping. In any case, I was not about to get comfy. Then, just as I was settled into my new life, another surprise arrived. Certified mail. A large envelope bearing my parents' return address, the kind that never contains good news. I sat at my kitchen table, coffee in one hand and a letter opener in the other, prepared for whatever drivel was inside. This was a legal notice. My parents threatened to sue me. I had to read it twice to ensure that I wasn't having hallucinations. According to the petition, they claimed I misled them into believing I was purchasing the home for the family's benefit and that I had unjustly profited myself at their expense. That was absurd. I had never made a promise to anyone about handing away my house, but their desperation had reached unprecedented heights. What is the best part? They demanded financial restitution for the mental suffering I had caused Serafina. That's right. She was so upset about not getting a free house that they assumed she deserved money. I followed what any sensible individual would do. I laughed. Then I called my lawyer. The conversation was short. My lawyer could barely contain his delight as he told me that this lawsuit had no chance of succeeding in court. At best it was a fear technique. At worst it was a last-ditch attempt to coerce me into giving in. Regardless, I wasn't concerned. But I wasn't going to let it slip. If they tried to escalate things, I would immediately escalate them back. I made a few more calls, one to my bank to double-check everything was locked down, and another to a locksmith to strengthen my home security. Then I did something I knew would send them over the edge. I responded with a certified letter notifying my parents that any additional harassment would result in legal action. 2 days later, phone calls resumed, first my mother, then my father, and finally Serafina. I disregarded them all. Some left contrite voicemails, while others continued to guilt-trip me. My mother's was the greatest. She went from tearful to enraged in a single message, demanding to know how I could abandon my own family for something as insignificant as a house. Small. The irony almost knocked me over. Why would they go to court over something so small? Finally, on the third day, I answered when my father called. He cut through the chit-chat and got right to the point. They would drop everything if I simply decided to work something out with Serafina. I informed him that there was nothing to work out. That was the final straw. He exploded, ranting about how selfish I was, how I had deceived them, and how no son of his would ever treat his family in this manner. It was the same type of speech I had heard 100 times before. However, this time I felt nothing. I let him speak. When he finally ran out of steam, I simply told him I had nothing else to say. I wished him well, expressed my hope that they would move on, and hung up. And that was all. The legal threats were dismissed. The guilt trip is gone. My parents finally seemed to realize that I was not giving up. Serafina went radio silent. Either she recognized she was not receiving anything from me, or she found another subject to cling on to. For the first time in my life, I felt liberated. No more manipulation. No more obligations. Just me, my house, and a future that truly belonged to me. I'd won. The first several weeks of freedom were challenging. I'd spent so much time waiting for the next round of manipulation that it seemed strange to wake up without fear of receiving a passive-aggressive text or another family ambush. My house felt more like a home than a location I had to defend. For the first time, I was able to focus on myself. I established a consistent routine, getting up early, going to the gym, and making genuine meals rather than grabbing fast food on the run. I finally had the time and energy to enjoy the simple pleasures in life, like sitting on my veranda with a cup of coffee and watching the world rise up. It was the kind of peace I never knew I needed. But of course, peace does not stay long. One afternoon, while working from home, I heard a knock on the door. Before I saw, my intuition knew who it was. Sure enough, Serafina. She stood on my porch, looking less like the sister I grew up with and more like a door-to-door salesperson on the final day of the quarter. The entitled assurance was vanished, leaving behind an appearance of desperation. Almost. I did not let her in. Instead, I stood outside, arms crossed, waiting for whatever script she had written. She began with small talk, awkward and strained, as if she were reciting from a poorly rehearsed screenplay. Then came the true reason she was here. She reflected on everything and realized. She had been a little unjust. She informed me that she was no longer looking for a house, but rather a somewhere to stay for a short time. I almost laughed. A little while, correct? And then what? I let her move in, and now I'm paying her expenses while she sits on my couch, whining about how unfair life is. Not a chance. I kept my reaction simple. Her parents had gone above and beyond for her. Why not stick with them? That was when the full truth came out. She was no longer welcome there. Our parents' reputation seemed to have suffered as a result of what happened. Relatives who had previously tolerated their behavior were less likely to support them. Even Serafina's pals had distanced themselves. It turns out that when you go viral for attempting to defraud your own brother, people don't want to interact with you. Serafina was seeking for more than just a place to crash. She wanted to get away from the catastrophe she had created. I did not take the bait. I informed her I was no longer interested in performing that role. No hard feelings, but I was not responsible for resolving the issues she caused. Her demeanor shifted as soon as I said those words. The phony humility vanished, replaced by the same old anger. She labeled me selfish and claimed that families should support each other. I simply shrugged. She walked out in a huff, making a dramatic exit that would have worked when we were kids. But all I felt was relief. A few days later, I went to the mall to pick up some items. While standing in line at a coffee establishment, I heard a familiar voice. Serafina was speaking loudly to someone at a nearby table. I wasn't trying to eavesdrop, but when your sister's voice sounds like a megaphone, it's difficult not to. She was whining loudly about how difficult life was today and how she needed to get this work, an actual job, like a normal person. She complained about how stressful it was and how she couldn't believe people did this every day. Meanwhile, the woman she was speaking with appeared to be on the verge of telling Serafina that the majority of the population has always done the same thing. I bit my lip to avoid laughing. It was too wonderful. Instead of saying anything, I grabbed my coffee and passed by her table. She did not even notice me. However, as I stepped outdoors, I couldn't help but smile. For the first time in my life, I wasn't dealing with Serafina's issues. Someone else heard her tirade about life's inequities. And you know what? That was all right with me. Later that evening, I received a text from my mother, a last-ditch attempt to guilt me into rethinking. Something about how family sticks together, and she couldn't believe how cold I'd gotten. I ignored it. They had spent years emphasizing that I wasn't truly a member of their family until I served a purpose for them. Now I finally understand something crucial. I was not cold, I was just finished. And for the first time in my life, I felt no need to explain myself to anyone.
My family ghosted me for 3 years. Then I discovered they hid my grandfather's death, faked his life, and stole his house. Now I own everything. Most of these people I hadn't seen in 5 years, and some for even longer. Some I was pretty sure I had never met. Someone handed me a plastic flute of champagne. A child dashed by clutching a paper plate like a steering wheel. There were folding seats, paper lanterns, and a Bluetooth speaker playing nice music. All of the components for a low-key outdoor gathering are joyous, but a little odd. It should have gone well, and it did for the first hour or so. I stood near the table of finger foods, pretending to be interested in grape skewers. My husband, Roger, was behind me, clutching a glass of white wine and looking around with that blank, enigmatic expression he gives when he's too polite to say he wants to leave. Mom was in her element, hugging people, wiping away tears, and reapplying lipstick with a tissue. Dad was seated near the grill, moaning about the weather as if it had offended him. My sister Natalie was, predictably, nowhere near me. Her husband was laughing about something that no one else considered amusing. It was Grandpa's house, but it no longer felt like him. He constructed it once the business took off. Nothing spectacular, but significant enough that many commented on how well he had done for himself. Mom, Dad, Natalie, and her husband now reside here. I guess there was room. We had flown in from London the day before. For years I'd asked when we could come visit, but the response had always been unclear. It is not a good time. He doesn't feel well. Perhaps next year. Then this spring, Mom told me, if you really want to see him, come for his birthday. So I took it. I assumed she was softening, and that this signified something. The party was already in full swing when they wheeled Grandpa out in a wheelchair, his hair well groomed and wearing a sweater vest that I barely remembered. Everyone applauded as if he just walked the red carpet. I stood there, frozen. He looked nice. Too good. His face was smooth, his eyes remote, as if he were half listening to a tune no one else could understand. I waved. He did not return the wave. I explained to myself that it was due to my age. Mom leaned forward and whispered, "He doesn't talk much anymore. It's hard for him." I nodded as if I understood. She raised her glass and started the toast, her voice wavering just enough to make it personal. 90 years of wisdom, love, and generosity, she told me. He built our family. He gave us this life. Some of the attendees sniffled. A woman behind me said, "Beautiful," under her breath. Roger did not clap. I realized that he was staring. "Hey," I whispered softly, prodding him. "What's wrong?" He did not respond. I just continued studying Grandpa, or the man in the chair, as if he was memorizing every wrinkle. "Roger," I repeated. That was when he leaned in. "Get your bag. We're leaving. Act like nothing's wrong." I genuinely laughed. "You're kidding." He didn't grin. His eyes did not move. "Get your bag." "What are you talking about?" "Smile. Walk inside. Pack now." I stared at him. "Roger, what is this? We just got here." He gently turned his head, finally staring at me. "Something is very, very wrong." That was not how he said it. He seemed so calm, as if this were a fact, like gravity. My hands got cold. I looked back at Grandpa. He had not moved. His hands lay on the armrests as props. "Are you serious?" I inquired. Roger didn't respond. He was already headed towards the home. I followed upstairs. I fumbled with the zipper of my overnight bag. My heart was thumping. My mouth was dry. I kept thinking, if he's wrong, this will be extremely embarrassing. If he's correct. We exited the front entrance. Nobody stopped us. Nobody even looked up. Roger opened the passenger door for me like a gentleman in a spy movie. We both got inside. He locked the doors. Then he grasped the steering wheel and said, "That's not your grandfather." I used to think I was hallucinating the difference between how things turned out for me and my sister. Maybe I was overly sensitive. Maybe I was overdramatic. Perhaps I just enjoy finding reasons to feel left out. That's what I told myself for years, until Natalie turned 18 and everyone in the house pretended she was boarding the Titanic. She was standing at the front door with her duffel bag and a full tuition scholarship, and her mother was crying like someone had died. "You don't have to go," she repeatedly said. "We'll manage. Please just stay for a bit longer." Meanwhile, 2 years ago, when I turned 18, I received a suitcase and a nod. "It's time to grow up," Dad had remarked. "You're an adult now. Go build your life." No embraces, no tears, and no offers to help me pack. I do not want to seem bitter. I really don't. I moved out, I went to college, I went on with things. But there's something about being hustled out the door as a nice guest while your sister begs to stay. That kind of sticks. The strange thing is that I didn't even have a choice concerning college. I knew I needed to depart. Not because anyone told me to, but because I needed a reason to quit. My parents didn't contribute anything. I don't think they inquired what I was studying. It was Grandpa who assisted. Quietly. He handed me money every few months, enough to cover rent, groceries, and the occasional breakdown. No fuss, no lectures. Just a folded check and a letter in his unsteady handwriting. "I hope this helps. I am proud of you." He did not owe me that, yet he did it nonetheless. I remember him from the beginning. I had Grandpa before I could form whole phrases. He'd pick me up and tell me stories in a voice that seemed to know all the mysteries. He created me wooden toys and taught me how to operate a hand plane while I was still wearing Velcro sneakers. He smelled like cedar and peppermint tea. Back then, it felt like he was mine and I was his favorite. Perhaps I was. However, life has a tendency to separate people. College transformed into a career. A job evolved into Roger. And then we found ourselves living in London. It was not a dramatic escape. It was opportunity, work, timing, and, to be honest, relief. Being far away made everything seem easier. It's easier not to notice how rarely my parents call. It's easier to assume the silence was due to time zones. It was easier not to experience the strange hollowness that usually accompanied any chat with Natalie. We stayed in touch, regardless of how friendly it appeared. Holiday emails and the occasional Zoom conversation. My last genuine conversation with Grandpa was over one of those video calls. He appeared older, but still sharp. He inquired about my work. I asked about his garden. He joked about squirrels stealing all of his tomatoes. That happened 3 years ago. After then, things became quieter. I'd asked to speak with Dad, But Mom would say he was asleep, not feeling well, or was too weary. She eventually stopped answering altogether. I told myself that it was normal. People age and withdraw. Perhaps it was difficult for him to speak. But something about it never seemed right. So I did not press. I had a life, a career, and a husband. I convinced myself it wasn't personal that I hadn't been cut out, but rather softly and graciously left behind. And then, there was the birthday invitation, or more accurately, permission. Mom had stated on the phone, "Come for his 90th. I didn't hesitate. I booked the flights that night. I assumed it meant something. I thought maybe this was the moment things changed, and I was welcomed back in. Instead, I strolled into a gathering where I knew no one, stood on unfamiliar turf, and understood that this location had stopped being mine, if it ever was. Mom, Dad, Natalie, and her husband all live here now. They'd accepted the house as a natural extension of their intimacy, their true family. I was merely exploring the outside. I kept telling myself it was all in my imagination, that I was projecting and that I was acting dramatically again. But then Roger leaned in and said, "Get your bag." And everything felt real. We sat in the car as if we had just committed a crime or perhaps escaped from one. I could not identify the difference yet. Roger gripped the driving wheel as if he were expecting it to bite him. His knuckles were white. I was still frozen halfway through, buckling my seatbelt as if nothing was real unless I clicked it all the way. "What do you mean it's not him?" He did not glance at me. "I mean, it's not your grandfather." That's not. "What are you talking about?" "I'm serious," he said calmly, but not kindly. "That man in the wheelchair. That's not him." I looked at him as if he had stated the cake was made of uranium. "You think someone what? Put on a mask, like some Scooby-Doo villain?" "Not a mask. His ears are different." I blinked. "His ears?" Roger eventually looked at me. "You don't get it. I remember faces. Every detail. I have since I was a kid. I can sketch a person I saw once at a train station in 2009. I don't forget faces. Or ears. That's not your grandfather." My stomach suddenly turned to water. I did not want to laugh, heh. The unraveling, high-pitched, slipping off a cliff variety. I pushed my fingers to my face. My intellect attempted to reason its way through it. But what else might it be? Who else might it be? Roger gazed back at the house. "Your uncle." "What? Didn't you say he looked a lot like your grandfather when he was younger?" "I did. I had." "He did. But that happened years ago. Aside from my uncle, he was not present, was he? He hadn't attended the celebration. Hadn't said anything. Plus, oh my God," I whispered. "He was wearing eyeglasses, and a beard, probably makeup. It wasn't excessive, but just enough. And I'm telling you, those ears, different shapes, not even close." "Roger." "I know," he replied. "I know what I saw." I placed my forehead against the window. My breath clouded the glass. My heart was rattling as if it was about to punch a hole in my rib cage. I did not want to believe him. I wanted to return to when this was simply a strange gathering, and I was the unwelcome guest, disappointed daughter, or out-of-town stranger. That version of reality seemed very safe. Now, then. "Where is he?" Roger didn't respond. "Where is he?" I felt the question pass through me like a fever. "Where is Grandpa?" Suddenly, everything shifted. Those embarrassing toasts. The crying. The guest list is half empty. No one allowed me to come close to him. He was always silent. The way they shut me down whenever I attempted. "I haven't talked to him in 3 years, I admitted aloud. Roger looked at me. "What?" I swallowed. 3 years. The last time was over Zoom. He looked tired. Then Mom said he was too sick to talk. Every time I called, it was either he's resting or he had a rough night. I assumed I was simply being dramatic. But I wasn't sure whether I'd been shouting into a void the whole time. "Okay," Roger said. "I think you need to call someone." I stared at him. "You mean the police?" He nodded once. "If we're wrong." "We're not. I did not move. I didn't breathe. I was envisioning Mom's expression when I departed, that tight little smile that did not reach her eyes. Her head shook slightly, like if I had unexpectedly entered my own existence. "I'm going to ruin everything," I said. "Sarah," Roger spoke softly, "you're not the one who did that." I went for my phone as if it was 1,000 pounds. My thumb hovered above the screen. And then I phoned. The police arrived sooner than I thought. 2 cops, nondescript clothes and quiet. They spoke to us outside the automobile. I told them what I could, which wasn't much, and tried to sound as reasonable as possible, which wasn't easy. "I know this sounds strange, but I believe someone is impersonating my grandfather. I don't know where he is, and I think something's wrong." They asked quiet questions that felt like traps, even though they weren't. Then they nodded and approached the house as if they were delivering a package. I stayed in the car and watched. The party did not end right away. Nobody yelled. Nobody ran. It was worse than that. Everything just darkened, as if someone had turned the reality dial down a few notches. People continued to wear glasses and grin, but their eyes darted and their shoulders tightened. The officers started moving people away. I observed one of them speaking to Mom. She appeared as if someone had informed her that the wine was corked. Then she became defensive, waving and shaking her head. Her lips moved quickly, but her hands did not. She wasn't touching anyone, including Dad. He stood off to the side, peering at the hedge as if it contained answers. I observed them interact with the man in the wheelchair. He didn't say anything. Then they must have asked for identification. Mom walked inside and returned with something. It didn't change anything. The policeman knelt again and spoke quietly. They maintained that professional stillness, remaining cool, collected, and unreadable. Then one of them rose and walked away. The other stayed. Eventually, the man in the wheelchair glanced up and spoke. Only a few words. Then he nodded. It was not over. Not even close. An officer returned to the automobile. "Can you stay nearby? We'll contact you soon." "Is it him?" I inquired. "Is it my grandfather? We're still confirming some things." "But you know it's not him." He did not respond to that. He walked away saying, "We'll be in touch." I sat there, feeling every second pushed down on me like, where is he? Where is he? That night my phone called again. "How could you?" said Mom. I couldn't tell the difference between being furious, sobbing, and screaming. "You called the police on us, in your own family? You think you're better than us because you moved away?" I attempted to talk. I could not. "You don't understand. You weren't here. You didn't see what it was like. We did what we had to do for him, for all of us." My voice broke as I said, "What did you do? Where is he? You don't get to ask that. Not now. Not after what you've done. Where is Grandpa?" Silence. After a click, the line went dead. When the cops arrived at our hotel room door the next morning, I thought I might vomit. Not because I was afraid of them, though that was a possibility, but because a part of me still hoped Roger had snapped, misinterpreted something, or gotten carried away. Mistaken ears. Mistaken identification. Everything was a mistake. However, they did not come to arrest or question us. They came to tell me my grandfather had died, had been for 3 years. They didn't phrase it that way, of course. They were calm and professional. One officer handled the majority of the talking, while the other kept an eye on me as if I were about to leave. "There's been a voluntary statement made. The family reports that Mr. Ellis passed away in March 2022. They claim it was caused by natural causes. The body was privately buried." I sat down. I couldn't feel my legs or fingers anymore. "We're treating this as an open investigation until the coroner can confirm the circumstances of death." The words bounced off of me like raindrops on a locked automobile. I overheard them. I simply didn't absorb them. 3 years. 3 years. And I had been sending birthday cards. I had been requesting for Zoom calls. I had been wondering if I had done anything wrong, if Grandpa was upset with me for moving away, or if he was simply exhausted, confused, or too unwell to converse. Number He was gone. They did not even tell me. They did not inform anyone. I can scarcely recall what I said to the police. I believe I asked if he suffered. They claimed they didn't know yet. I believe I asked if the man at the party was my uncle. They nodded. I wanted to shout. Alternatively, you could hit something. Alternatively, crawl into a hole and never come out again. Instead, I said thank you like a good girl or a polite moron. The news began to spread online a few days later. At first, there were only whispers about Reddit posts and a local gossip site. But then someone released a grainy, shaky phone video of the birthday toast. My mother wiped her eyes. No, not my grandfather, who pretended to listen as if everything was true. This man died 3 years ago. His family threw him a 90th birthday celebration. Anyway, he was portrayed by someone else. The internet did what it always does. I laughed. Then it speculated. Then it ripped us all to pieces. I did not read the remarks. Not after the first 20. Apparently, I was everything from an accomplice to a narcissist to an ungrateful brat who should have simply allowed her family deal in peace. People had opinions. People usually do. Then the lawyer called. Not their attorney, Grandpa's. Sarah, I've been trying to reach you for some time. I almost hung up. Your grandfather left his estate to you. The house, the business assets, the remainder of the trust, everything. I glanced at the floor. At the dreaded grout line in the kitchen tile that never quite lined up. My throat became dry. This wasn't a secret, he explained gently. He told your mother, your sister, years ago. All of a sudden, everything came together. The lies, the secret, fake parties, the man in his wheelchair. They hadn't simply been concealing his death. They had been keeping it from me. Because if he died, the estate became mine. And if I didn't know, they could keep living in his house, spending his money, and pretending I didn't exist. I called my mother. I wasn't sure what I wanted answers to. She picked up on the second ring. How dare you? Her voice trembled with indignation, not in sadness, humiliation, or fury. You called the police on your own family. You humiliated us. You have no idea what you've done. I attempted to talk. She did not let me. You weren't here. You don't know what it was like. You left. You gave up on this family. And now you swoop in and act like some hero. Where is he? I interjected. Silence. What happened to him? What did you do with his body? You don't get to ask that, she responded coldly. You weren't there. I asked every year, I explained. You lied, every time. We were protecting him, protecting you. He didn't want a big deal made of his death. He wanted peace. I laughed. Actually, I laughed. It came out fractured and sour, like if something had shattered under strain. You didn't protect him, you looted him. That's when she hangs up. Weeks have passed. The investigation progressed slowly, then quickly. There were statements, interviews, and subpoenas. Eventually, the coroner validated my family's claim. Natural causes. My grandfather died in his sleep. There was no trauma, poisoning, or violence. Only a peaceful death for an elderly guy. I cried for the first time since the police visit, since I could finally mourn him without hesitation. However, there was still fraud, impersonation, and money. Charges were filed for failure to report a death, hiding information, illegally accessing funds, and identity falsification. They did not receive any prison time. They received conditional probation, which was closely watched and strictly enforced. If they make the same mistake again, they will face jail time. My uncle, the performer, had his own charges, but he cooperated. This appeared to help. He received probation like the rest of them. And me? I have the house. The entire property, the assets. It wasn't insanely lavish or billionaire level, but it was a lot. Enough to explain why they had been pretending for so long. I didn't toss them away. The courts did. They went out in silence. No apologies, no eye contact. My mother put a note on the kitchen counter. It stated, "You always were good at taking what you didn't earn." I burned it in the sink. The first night I spent there alone, simply visiting, I sat in Grandpa's recliner before returning to London. I opened a bottle of wine and placed my feet on the table. The apartment was quiet and still smelled like wood polish. I didn't feel triumphant, vindicated, or outraged anymore. I miss him. For the first time in my life, I did not feel like a stranger. I haven't communicated with my folks since, or my sister. Not even a text. Sometimes I wonder whether I've gone too far. Sometimes I wonder if I didn't go far enough. Let me know your thoughts. If you want to see more articles like this, please subscribe and tap the bell.
Dad cheated while Mom was dying. Say a few words, son, he said at his wedding toast. I did, and burned his fairy tale to the ground. He called me a disgrace, so I raised my glass and told the truth. By the time I finished, his best man dropped his drink, and the bride screamed. The mess began at that moment. My father labeled me ashamed for failing to toast his new bride during the wedding. I got up, held out my glass, and stated, "Here's to the woman who was sleeping with my dad while Mom was dying." His best man's champagne fell to the floor. His bride let out a shriek. The priest left after what transpired. Laughter, clinking glasses, and the hum of an expensive live band playing a gentle love tune filled the ballroom of the Fairmont Hotel in downtown Chicago. Everything about the scene was tastefully done: golden candlesticks, white floral centerpieces, and cleanly folded linen napkins next to plates that likely cost more than my rent. This wedding screamed money in every way. It was ostentatious, absurd, and, to be honest, offensive. My dish was practically untouched, and my whiskey glass was half empty when I sat at a round table close to the front. Stephanie, my sister, sat next to me, picking nervously at the navy blue dress cloth. Quietly, "You okay?" she inquired. I let out a breath through my nose. Peachy. The man of the hour, our father Richard Holloway, was standing close to the dance floor, grinning as if he hadn't set our family on fire, and her eyes shot to him. He wrapped his hand firmly around the waist of his new bride, Veronica, who had been his wife for a long time before my mother died. I gripped my glass more tightly. This isn't where I should be. I didn't plan on attending. I had thrown the thick, gorgeous, gold-embossed cardboard invitation straight into the garbage when it came. I made no hesitation at all. Then I got a call from Stephanie. "Alex, please," she had pleaded in a broken voice over the phone. "I know you hate him. I do too. But I can't do this alone." I squeezed the bridge of my nose and sighed. "You really want to sit through Dad marrying her?" "No," she said. "But if I have to suffer through it, I want you there with me." Suddenly, I found myself sitting in a rigid chair at an unnecessary wedding on a plane headed back to Chicago, watching my father play happily ever after with the woman who had contributed to the dissolution of my family. The worst thing? The visitors were enjoying it immensely. Richard was a man of respect to them. A well-known attorney. A loving father. A widower in mourning who had fallen in love once more. Bullshit. The truth was unknown to them. They were unaware that my father was surreptitiously moving with Veronica behind her back while my mother, Martha Holloway, was dying of ovarian cancer and was hardly able to raise her head off a pillow. And here we are now. Stephanie said next to me, "Are you drinking that or just staring at it?" My fingers were still wrapped around my whiskey glass when I blinked. Allowing the burn to settle in my throat, I took a slow drink. "Both," I said sourly. She gave a low chuckle, but her face was still strained. "I don't know how you're keeping it together right now." "Who says I am?" Throughout the night, I could sense my father's eyes straying in my direction. He didn't want me here, and I knew it. He was trying to paint the ideal picture, but I wasn't in it. However, Stephanie had persisted, and he had reluctantly invited me, presumably thinking I would say no. He ought to have been extremely fortunate. I was about to order another drink when my father did something that would end his life. His glass clicked. There was silence throughout the ballroom. With that endearing, well-practiced smile that he always wore in courtrooms and country clubs, Richard cleared his throat. "First off, I want to thank everyone for being here tonight," he said. "This is a special day, not just for me, but for Veronica. We are so blessed to have such incredible family and friends to celebrate this new chapter in our lives." There was polite applause. I tightened my jaw. Like the last chapter, my mother's life, the new one was a book he was eager to close. "Of course," he said, "I want to take a moment to acknowledge my children, Stephanie and Alex." My stomach turned over. They've been through a lot this past year, and I know how difficult transitions can be. But Stephanie, sweetheart, you've been such a strong, beautiful soul through it all. I couldn't be prouder of the woman you've become. Stephanie gritted her teeth and smiled. My father then turned to face me. "And Alex," he put forth. I gave him a blank stare in return. He went on, his voice calm and practiced. I know we've had our differences, but family is family. And in the spirit of unity, I'd love for you to say a few words. My body froze. There was silence in the room. Stephanie seemed as shocked as I did when I looked at her. My dad gave me a hopeful smile. Come on, son. Don't be a disgrace. The remarks were like a kick to the stomach. Suddenly, I lost my temper. I gently got up and picked up my glass. The room waited and watched me. I inhaled deeply and then, here's to the woman who was sleeping with my dad while my mom was dying. The impact was immediate. The throng echoed with a piercing gasp. The sound of a fork hitting a plate was heard. Peter, my father's best man, dropped his champagne glass to the ground after fumbling with it. Veronica's flawless smile vanished as her face lost all of its color. Then the mayhem started. Veronica screamed, "What the, Alex?" Her voice pierced the quiet like a dagger. The room echoed with a whisper. Did he just say? Oh my God. Richard's face grew serious. Sit down. I remained motionless. No. Anger flashed in his eyes. You have no idea what you're talking about. Really? I asked with a sour laugh. Because I remember Mom crying herself to sleep when you'd work late. I remember the whispers. The hotel receipts? The perfume on your shirts that weren't hers? I remember everything. Veronica clenched her hands into fists. You're lying. Am I? I retorted. Because last time I checked, mistresses don't typically get wedding rings. Beside me, Stephanie choked back a sob. My father said, enough, in a loud voice. You will not ruin this night. I sneered. Ruin it? Dad, you ruined it, you ruined us. And you don't even care. The tense atmosphere in the room was oppressive. The priest then got to his feet, took off his glasses and let out a sigh. He whispered, you know what, I'm done. The priest left the wedding after saying that. The murmurs became full-fledged discussions. Seething, Richard turned to face me. Get out. I carefully placed my glass on the table. Gladly. My father's ideal wedding was in ruins when I left the reception without turning around. My heart was racing in my ears as I left the ballroom. Decorative mirrors and pricey floral arrangements lined the dimly lit big hallway outside the reception, reflecting the face of a man who had finally spoken his truth. I had to breathe. I pushed open the massive doors to the outdoor terrace with trembling hands. The crisp, chilling Chicago night seemed like a slap across my warm skin. Leaning on the stone railing and holding on to the edge with my fingers until my knuckles became white, I inhaled deeply. In sharp contrast to the pandemonium I had left behind, everything seemed peaceful out here. I had burned my father's entire wedding to the ground after he declared me a shame. I let out a breath that was audible in the chilly night air. Was it expected of me to feel bad? Feeling relieved? Furious? I made my home somewhere in the middle. Alex. The sound of my sister's voice caused me to turn. Stephanie had come onto the patio after me, her shoes clicking on the stone. Her eyes were still hazy from tears, and her cheeks was heated. I said, "You okay?" in a hushed voice. She laughed unsteadily. With a loud exhale, she ran a hand through her dark curls and asked, "Am I okay?" I should be asking you that. I wiped a palm across my face and turned my head away. I don't know, Stephanie. I couldn't let him get away with it. Softly. You didn't, she said. Believe me, you didn't. I gave her a quick look. Was I out of line? She gave a snort. Out of line? Alex, you just nuked Dad's wedding. I think out of line is a bit of an understatement. I exhaled sharply. Yeah. She folded her arms across her chest and leaned against the railing next to me. She tilted her head and said, I mean, I probably wouldn't have done it that way, but I don't blame you. Not even a little. With the distant city lights flashing, silence descended between us. After some time, Stephanie whispered, Mom would have wanted this, wouldn't she? The lump in my throat was swallowed. Yeah, I muttered. I think she would have. She blinked quickly as she nodded. I grabbed her hand and gave it a light squeeze. I inquired, Are they still in there? She drew another trembling breath. She glanced at me and said, Oh yeah. The guests are still whispering, Dad's trying to do damage control, but it's bad. Veronica looked like she was going to combust, and the priest actually left, like, straight up walking out. A dry laugh slipped out of my mouth. Good. Stephanie grinned. Honestly? Yeah. Suddenly, the door behind us cracked open. We both turned, and our father, Richard Holloway, was standing there. His jaw was clenched so tightly that I felt his teeth may break, and his face was taut with barely contained rage. He had unzipped his tuxedo jacket, as though he had jerked it open in exasperation. At his sides, his hands were clenched into fists. "Stephanie," he murmured in a quiet, steady voice. "Go inside." She tensed up. "No." His gaze now shifted to mine. I moved forward, putting myself in their path. "She stays." His voice remained even as his nostrils flared. "I don't want to do this here." I sneered. Then I pointed to the ballroom and said, "Oh, now you care about appearances? Pretty sure that ship sailed when you called me a disgrace in front of 200 people." He clenched his jaw. "You humiliated me." I laughed without humor. I shook my head and said, "You embarrassed yourself, Dad. You could have just let me sit there in silence. But no, you had to drag me into it. You had to make me play along with your little fairy tale." His voice trailed off as he stepped closer. "You had no right to do what you did." Unflinching, I looked him in the eye. "And you had no right to do what you did." His gaze grew gloomy. "You don't understand." I abruptly interrupted him, saying, Don't you dare try to justify it. I was there, Dad. I saw what it did to her. I saw Mom waste away in that hospital bed while you were off with her." Beside me, Stephanie took a short breath, but she didn't say anything. Slowly, as though attempting to regain control, Richard let out his breath. "You don't know what my marriage with your mother was like." My blood became frigid. "Excuse me?" His face grew stern. "Alex, it wasn't flawless. He halted, shaking his head. "There were problems long before Veronica." I gaped at him in shock. I erupted in rage and said, "You don't get to do that? You don't get to rewrite history just to make yourself feel better. She loved you. She trusted you. And you repaid her by cheating on her while she was dying." His lips clenched. I was unhappy. In fact, I laughed. "You were unhappy?" I asked, reaching out. "Do you have any idea how much pain Mom was in? How she clung to the hope that maybe, you still loved her? And you were, what, bored?" Richard's expression grew gloomy. "Watch it." "No," I yelled. "You watch yourself. Because I am done letting you pretend you're some kind of victim here. You made a choice, Dad. You chose Veronica over Mom. Over us." Quiet. For the first time in my life, I noticed something that nearly looked like guilt on my father's face. However, it went by too soon. Instead, he smoothed a hand down his tuxedo and straightened. His voice was icy as he spoke again. "If you walk away from me now, you walk away for good," stated the man. "Is that what you want?" I gazed at him. It was this. He believed he could terrify me back into obedience at this point. He didn't comprehend though, because I had already lost my mother. I wasn't afraid of losing him at all. I squared my shoulders and looked him in the eyes with a certain assurance. "Yes, that's exactly what I want," I answered steadily. "If that's what it takes." Beside me, Stephanie quietly gasped, but she made no attempt to stop me. Richard's face remained unchanged. If anything, his face was hidden behind an unreadable mask as his jaw just tensed. "Then don't come crawling back when you regret it," he added. I shook my head and let out a breath. "I won't." After saying that, I turned and left. After a brief moment of hesitation, Stephanie followed. We never once turned around. With everything bearing down on us, Stephanie and I moved away from our father, the chilly air stinging my skin. Even though my breath was shallow and my legs felt heavy, I continued to walk. My dad didn't give us a call. He made no attempt to stop me. Excellent. I didn't think he would. Richard Holloway wasn't the type to go for anything that he gave up. Stephanie and I arrived at the hotel's side entrance, where some employees were smoking. They were too preoccupied with whatever drama was taking place inside the ballroom to even look at us as we passed. Stephanie wrapped her arms around herself and sniffed next to me. I said, "You okay?" in a softer tone. She shook her head and laughed dryly. "Am I okay, Alex? I don't even know what the hell just happened in there." She turned to face me and stopped walking. "Do you realize what you just did?" One hand swept through my hair. "Yeah, I do." She looked into my face. "And do you regret it?" I paused, for just a moment. The truthful answer was, no. Not even a little. Stephanie nodded, letting out a trembling breath. "Yeah," she said quietly. "Me neither." The noises of distant traffic filled the silence between us as we stood there. Then Stephanie laughed once more, a genuine laugh, a gasping and somewhat incredulous laugh. "Jesus Christ, Alex." The priest walked out. In spite of myself, I grinned. Yeah, that was something. She continued to smile as she shook her head. Then her face became serious. What do we do now? I let out a breath and gazed up at the night sky over Chicago. I don't know, I said. But I know I'm not going back there. Stephanie looked toward the hotel entrance and bit her lip. The air was still filled with the sounds of music and muted voices. She said, "Should we just leave?" I looked at her. "Should we stay?" After giving it some thought, she nodded. Fair point. The door behind us suddenly opened as we turned to go for the parking lot. Alex. We pivoted. Veronica was the one. As though she had nearly ran after us, her wedding dress, a gorgeous, form-fitting gown with intricate lace trimming, had hiked up at the bottom. Her face was contorted with anger, her makeup was flawless, and her blonde locks were now slightly frizzed. Stephanie groaned softly. Oh, for fuck's sake. With her heels clicking fiercely against the pavement, Veronica charged in our direction. She pushed a manicured finger into my chest as she stopped. Herzing. You ruined my wedding, I cocked my head. Did I? Or did you ruin your own life when you decided to screw a married man? Her eyes were blazing. You arrogant little... Careful, I said. Wouldn't want a guest to hear the blushing bride throwing a tantrum. She stomped her foot. Really? You think this is funny? You think humiliating us in front of everyone was some kind of win for you? I folded my arms. I think it was the truth. Something neither of you seemed to be familiar with. Her nose wrinkled. You selfish little crap. Beside me, Stephanie took a sharp inhale. Whoa. Veronica stepped forward. Your father gave you everything. He built a life for you. And this is how you repay him? I exhaled slowly and deliberately. You want to talk about repayment, Veronica? My mother spent 25 years loving a man who betrayed her while she was fighting for her life. And you? I motioned at her. You were part of it. You don't get to stand here in your stolen wedding dress and play the victim. She opened and shut her mouth, but nothing came out. Stephanie uttered a silent, damn. Veronica bounced back fast. Your father doesn't deserve this. He's been through enough. Something inside of me snapped. He's been through enough? I said in a harder, more irate tone. Do you hear yourself? My mother died, and you think he was the one who suffered? Veronica's expression contorted. Margaret. Don't say her name, I abruptly interrupted. She paused. I lowered my voice and stepped forward. You don't get to pretend you cared about her. You don't get to act like this wedding was some beautiful new beginning when we all know what it really is. Her jaw tightened as she swallowed forcefully. My voice was deadly calm as I said, You're just another chapter in a book of lies. She was speechless for the first time that evening. Claire folded her arms. Are we done here? A small line formed on Veronica's lips. Without saying another word, she pivoted on her heel and strode back in the direction of the hotel. Wow, mumbled Claire. That was dramatic. I breathed out slowly. Yeah, I'm exhausted. She gave me a look. Are you really okay? I paused. I don't know, I said. But I think I will be. She smirked after giving a slow nod. So, since we're already dressed up and out in the city, you want to go get some overpriced cocktails somewhere fancy and pretend we belong there? A tiny smile pulled at my mouth. That might be the best idea you've had all night. She put her arm around my own. Then let's get the hell out of here. After that, we left the ruins of my father's wedding behind and left the Fairmont Hotel. I felt free for the first time in a long time. As Stephanie and I strolled along the busy Chicago street, the bustle of the city surrounded us. I relished the bracing cold air since I needed any chance to get my mind clean. Stephanie put her arm through mine and asked, Are you really going to be okay? I breathed out slowly. I think so. You? She gave a shrug. Honestly, I thought I'd feel guilty. I thought I'd be panicking about how we just set Dad's life on fire. However, she trailed off before smiling. I feel amazing. I laughed with a sigh. Good. We finally arrived at a cocktail bar in River North, a classy lounge populated by individuals who appeared to have been featured on magazine covers. We really didn't belong there, but Claire persisted, and I reasoned that we should have something upscale after everything we had just been through. After ordering 2 extremely expensive drinks and slipping into a leather booth toward the rear, we let the night descend on us. Following some time, Claire stirred her martini and stated, You know he's going to come after us, right? I gave a nod. Yeah, but I don't care. She grinned. So what's next? I sipped my whiskey slowly. We finish what we started. And we accomplished precisely that. My father's wedding went viral by the following morning. When Stephanie and I woke up, our phones were exploding with missed calls, texts, and social media notifications. The controversy had taken off like wildfire. My toast was apparently videotaped by many of the visitors. The internet did what it does well once someone placed it online. The video was widely shared. Groom's son exposes the affair. Wedding, Chicago lawyer's big day turns into a public meltdown. Brutal wedding toast calls out father's infidelity, and we are here for it. When Stephanie saw the headlines, she almost choked on her coffee. Holy crap, Alex, we broke the internet. I read through one of the video's comments. Justice for Margaret. Imagine being called out like this on your wedding day. Couldn't be me. Low-key, the priest walking out was the most iconic part. You love to see karma working in real time. I couldn't contain my laughter. At last, my father's true self was revealed to the world. As she continued to browse, Claire wondered, "Do you think Dad has seen it yet?" Just like clockwork, my phone rang. Holloway, Richard, I allowed it to ring. Claire's eyebrow went up. You're not going to answer? I sipped my coffee. Nope. Cold. She smiled. I like it. But I wasn't finished yet. My father's impeccable reputation began to deteriorate over the course of the next days. His legal practice, which took pride in its honesty, was not pleased with the controversy. Customers began to distance themselves from him because they didn't want to be connected to him. Then more rumors began to circulate. People started excavating. Veronica wasn't the only affair, it turns out. Others were present. Several. A few of them existed for years before to Mom's illness. There was nothing Stephanie and I needed to do. The task was done for us by the internet. My father resigned from his firm a week later. Veronica removed all of her social media accounts a week later. The icing on the cake was when Veronica abandoned him. The outrage and humiliation were too much for her to bear. She was committed to a life of luxury, wealth, and prestige. She didn't agree to be the woman in that wedding incident that went viral. Thus, she packed her bags and left his life just 2 months after their terrible wedding. Poetic fairness. Claire and I went to Mom's cemetery one afternoon. There, it was quiet. Keep quiet. The rows of headstones were bathed in a golden glow as the sun began to set. I brushed away some fallen leaves and set a bouquet of fresh lilies next to her headstone. Hey, Mom, I whispered. You won't believe what we did? Claire, who was kneeling next to me, laughed quietly. You would have loved it? As I gazed at her name etched in stone, I exhaled. I felt like I could breathe for the first time in a long time. As if we had at last provided her with the justice she was never able to receive while she was alive. I have no regrets at all. Richard Holloway made one attempt. A voicemail, half-hearted and pitiful. Alex, I know things got out of hand, but you're still my son, we should talk. I didn't listen to the others before deleting it. I moved on with Stephanie. What about my dad? He was living alone in a condo downtown when I last heard from him. His reputation has been destroyed. His career is deteriorating, and to be honest, I couldn't have imagined a more pleasurable form of retaliation. I was free for the first time in my life. And it was sufficient. Thanks for watching and sticking around till the end. If you enjoyed these stories, make sure to subscribe and hit the bell so you don't miss the next drama-filled episode. I called off my engagement to my fiancée after she requested a break to explore her ex. I sold our house and disappeared. I called off my engagement to my fiancée after she requested a break to explore her ex. I sold our home and disappeared. Hello everyone, after what seems like an age, I, 27 male, felt it was time to talk about what has been going on with me lately. The trouble is, until recently, I thought I was marrying the love of my life, Tessa, 26 female. We'd been together for 4 years and, for the most part, I believed we were good. But now I'm sitting here, wondering why I hadn't seen this coming sooner. Tessa and I met at a birthday party, introduced by a mutual friend. She was funny, confident, and had a straightforward style that I liked. I dated before, but no one connected with me as she did. We connected instantly and moved in together after a year. Things felt natural, as if we were all on the same page regarding careers, marriage, and eventually starting a family. She was a freelance graphic designer, and I worked as a project manager for a technology company, so our schedules were somewhat comparable. Life was not flashy, but it was delightful. We had been talking about getting married for a while, but it wasn't until last year that I proposed. Nothing spectacular, just a regular dinner at home for the two of us. Tessa appears thrilled. She cried, hugged me, and consented. That night, we began to plan our future, a fall wedding with a small guest list and this gorgeous lakeside location. It appeared that everything was coming into place, or so I thought. The earliest red flags were little and visible. They were little issues that I overlooked since I didn't want to overthink. For example, Tessa's passion for wedding planning waned after a few months. She was all in at first, sending me Pinterest boards, looking through wedding gowns, and inquiring about minor matters like whether I wanted tulips or roses for the centerpiece. But then it abruptly ceased. I'd ask her stuff like, "Hey, have you chosen your bridesmaids yet?" And she'd blow them off. "Not yet, I'm still thinking about it," she repeated. The same thing happened with her outfit, cake, and music. Every decision we'd been so excited about had become something she wished to postpone. "There's still time," she'd explain. The wedding seemed like an afterthought. At the time, I told myself it was just stress. Wedding planning can be overwhelming, right? Furthermore, Tessa had a lot going on at work. I expected her to snap out of it eventually. What I didn't know was that her lack of enthusiasm was not for the wedding, but for us. The actual slap in the face occurred one night when we were out with some friends. Someone mentioned the idiotic TikTok game, which you've probably seen. It's the one where you have to answer personal inquiries with a straight face and avoid passing judgment. Everything was going well until someone asked, "If you could relive one relationship, which would it be?" Tessa said without hesitation, "Oh, probably Dylan." Just like that. Dylan. Her college ex. The one who cheated on her. The moment she said that, the room went awkwardly quiet. She chuckled sheepishly and tried to backtrack, saying, not that I'd want to. It's just a significant element of my past." I wanted to confront her right there, but we were among friends, so I let it go. Later, when we were alone, I asked her about it. "What was it about Dylan? Why did you decide to revisit that relationship?" She just shrugged it off as if it were no big deal. "That was a silly game, Liam. Don't take it too seriously," she said, changing the subject. I didn't pursue it since I didn't want to start a fight over something so little, but it lingered in my mind. After that, her conduct became more impossible to ignore. She was using her phone more frequently, scrolling through her texts with a sly little smile, and making vague excuses for why she couldn't hang out or why she would cancel arrangements at the last minute. "Oh, sorry, I just have a lot of work to catch up on tonight," she'd usually say. Alternatively, "I promised my mom I'd visit this weekend." The excuses were not particularly suspect, but they added up, and it appeared that I had become less of a priority. Then came Friday night, which altered everything. I arrived home from work early, eager to spend the evening with Tessa, hoping we could order in and binge-watch something, a quiet night. When I walked in, the mood looked strange. She was sitting on the couch, holding her laptop, but she wasn't working. She was staring at the screen, completely inattentive. "Hey, I'm home," I said softly, attempting to break the tension. "You're early," she replied, as if it was a bad thing. I brushed it off and went into the kitchen to start preparing dinner, but the silence in the home was suffocating. Normally, she'd ask how my day was or tell me about hers, but tonight, nothing. Finally, I looked around and inquired, "Is everything all right?" She closed her laptop and looked at me. "Actually, there's something I need to talk to you about." And my stomach plummeted. You know how you feel when you know something bad is about to happen but can't stop it? That was me, standing there like an idiot with a spatula in one hand. I approached and sat across from her. "All right," I replied. "What's going on?" She paused, as if struggling to find the right words. She just came out with it. "I've been thinking about us, and about Dylan." I swear, I almost laughed. "Dylan? Are you serious? What about him?" She bit her lip and averted my sight. "I suppose I need some time to consider things through. I'd like to take a break and see whether there's still something there with him." I couldn't believe what I'd heard. "Do you want to take a break and date your ex? Are you out of your mind, Tessa? We've got engaged." "It's not like that," she said quickly, as if she could smooth things up. "I just want to know whether I'm making the correct choice with you. And if it doesn't work out, I promise to return." That's when I realized how arrogant she was. She believed I'd sit around and wait for her to decide if I was good enough. I didn't yell or blow up. Instead, I sat there staring at her, wondering how I hadn't seen this coming. I wasn't sure how to respond at first. My fiancée recently informed me that she wants to take a break to explore things with her ex and Dylan. What can you say to that? Finally, I inquired, "So, what does this break signify for you?" My voice sounded more calm than I felt. She straightened up slightly, as if she were prepared for this conversation. I think we need some space to figure things out. I'll take some time to see if my feelings for Dylan are genuine, and you're allowed to think about us as well. I couldn't believe their arrogance. Wait, I answered, leaning closer. You're saying you need to date your ex, but I need to think about us? What kind of backward logic is that? Tessa sighed, as if I were being ridiculous. It's not that you did anything wrong, Liam. This is about me determining what I need. She appeared to have practiced this. The way she spoke, the way she avoided eye contact, it was as if she had already decided this was going to happen and just wanted me to accept it. You realize this sounds insane, right? I mumbled. You don't just put your fiancé on wait while you play what if with some guy who treats you like crap. Her expression stiffened, and I noticed for the first time how stubborn she could be. I am not asking for permission, Liam. I'm telling you what I need. That one landed differently. I wasn't just sad, I was angry, so I rose up and started pacing, hoping to calm myself down. So what, Tessa? You're just going to pack your bags and head over to Dylan's place. Is this your huge plan? No, she insisted. It's not like that. I'm not sure what it looks like yet, but I need clarity before moving forward. I owe it to myself to know I'm making the correct decision. Do you owe it to yourself? I asked, laughing cruelly. And what about what you owe me? Tessa, we're engaged. We're meant to be starting a life together, and now you're telling me you need to test drive your ex to make sure I'm good enough? I never said you weren't good enough, she continued, her voice rising. But if we're going to spend the rest of our lives together, I need to be sure. And right now I am not. That was it. She wasn't just interested in doing new things with Dylan, she was also unsure about me, even after 4 years together and all of our goals. It struck me all at once, she hadn't realized how terrible and stupid her request was, and she thought it was appropriate for me to just sit there while she figured out whatever stupidity was going through her head. I stopped pacing and peered at her. Do you know what? Sure, I replied, my tone flat. Take a break. She blinked, astonished at how quickly I agreed. Liam, I am not trying to hurt you. I just need space to figure things out. I nodded with a blank expression. All right, if that's all you need. She stopped, as if she expected me to argue or fight for her, and when I didn't, she rose up, took out her laptop, and whispered, I'll stay at my mother's for a while. This will not last forever. We'll discuss when I have some time. Okay, I responded simply. She looked at me, unsure how to respond, and then disappeared into the bedroom, where I could hear her moving around and throwing things into a bag. I remained calm on the couch, but my thoughts were already racing. If she genuinely needs a break, that's okay, let her have it. Several minutes later, I heard the front door close, and she was gone, possibly thinking she had abandoned me here to wait and worry. She had no idea I wasn't going to sit around and do nothing. She could have her fantasy, but I had other plans, and I'll provide an update once I've put certain things in motion. This isn't going to end the way she expects. Update 1. Thank you for your comments and recommendations on my previous post. A lot has happened this week, and I'd like to share how things are progressing. First and foremost, I'd like to thank everyone in this community for their tremendous support. Many of you said that I don't just sit around waiting, and you were accurate. I've been busy putting things into action. First, I contacted Noah, my best buddy since college, and he is not the type of man to sugarcoat things. After hearing the whole story, he brought over pizza, and we spent the entire night plotting. Dude, you know she'll attempt to crawl back if things don't work out with Dylan, right? Noah reminded him. Of course, he was accurate, and the more we talked, the clearer it became that I needed to take action. This wasn't about vengeance, it was about restoring control of my life. I began with the house. Tessa doesn't seem to remember that it's totally in my name, and she loves to behave as if it's our home, always talking about the curtains and paint colors she chose, despite the fact that I pay the mortgage. I called a realtor first thing Monday morning, and we decided to list it right away. The market in our neighborhood is now hot, and we already have several potential buyers. Tessa has no idea. She probably thinks I'm sitting here in our shared home, waiting for her to sort out her feelings. The second stage was to gently remove her from my life. Remember those live, laugh, love posters she insisted on putting up? They're gone. Did she really need those wonderful throw pillows? They're donated. Her clothing and personal belongings that she left behind? I carefully packaged them all up, but this is where I became strategic. Instead of simply dropping her belongings off at her mother's house or having her come fetch them, I hired a moving company, who took everything to her mother's house and left a brief note. This is your stuff. Good luck with Dylan. I realize some of you may think this is petty, but I disagree. I'm not being vindictive, I'm being efficient. She needed some space to think things through? She has it, literally. The most exciting moment occurred when common friends began asking questions. Instead of playing the victim or slandering her, I simply told the truth. Tessa felt she needed to discuss things with her ex before committing to marriage. I decided I deserved more than being someone's backup plan. You should see how people react to that. No drama, no accusations, just facts. It's incredible how quickly the story changes when you don't try to control it. I've also been making moves at work. I applied for a position at our West Coast office that I'd been thinking about for a long time. If the house sells, which seems likely, and I get this job, I'll be starting over on the other side of the nation. Tessa has attempted to contact me numerous times this week, first with humorous texts like, "Hope you're doing okay," and progressing to increasingly anxious messages once she realized I was actually making changes rather than merely waiting around. She was in a panic yesterday when her mother told her the boxes had arrived. "What are you doing? Why are you acting as if this is over?" I kept my response simple. "Because it's over, Tessa. You made your decision, and now I'll make mine." She started crying, stating that she only needed time to think things through, that I was being too hasty, and that this was not what she meant when she asked for a break. "What were you expecting?" I questioned her. "That I'd wait here like a faithful puppy while you test drove your ex? That is not how this works." "But what if I realize you are the one I want?" She was crying. "Then you'll have learned a valuable lesson about not taking people for granted," I explained before hanging up the phone. The strange thing is that I'm no longer upset. Instead, I feel freed. Every box I pack, every move I make feels like I'm reclaiming aspects of myself that I hadn't realized I'd given up. Noah came by again yesterday to help me pack the house, and he saw the shift in me. "You seem different," he said. "More focused?" He's right, I'm different. When Tessa initially expressed her willingness to pursue things with Dylan, I felt like my world was collapsing. Now I see it wasn't my world collapsing, but rather the false reality I'd been living in finally disintegrating. I have more ideas in the works, but I'll save them for the next post. For the time being, I'll just say this. Sometimes the best way to respond to someone treating you as an option is to remove yourself entirely from their list of alternatives. Stay tuned. This story hasn't concluded yet, and I have a feeling Tessa's break to sort things out isn't going to go as planned. Update 2. I appreciate all of the responses on my recent update. Things have escalated dramatically, and I'd like to explain how the situation has developed. Remember how I mentioned applying for the West Coast position? Well, I got it, and the timing couldn't be better. The house is under contract, with the closing scheduled for next month, but that's only the beginning. What's particularly interesting is how Tessa's Dylan exploration is unfolding. Through mutual connections, I discovered that their restored passion isn't quite the fairy tale she envisioned. It appears that 4 years haven't changed him much. He's still the untrustworthy guy who cheated on her in college. Tessa has sought to control the narrative on social media by spreading vague encouraging platitudes about finding yourself and following your heart. So I decided to play the same game, but with a twist. I wrote a single factual post. Update on my life. I'm excited to say that I've accepted a position in San Francisco. Sometimes when one door shuts, another opens. I'm looking forward to this new chapter. People congratulated me, inquired about the relocation, and, of course, asked about Tessa. I kept my responses simple and honest. We are no longer together. She wants to look into other choices, so I am doing the same. This sparked off a terrific chain reaction in our social circle. Remember those people who weren't sure about the situation? Watching me handle it with grace as Tessa shared cryptic relationship quotes completely transformed the environment. Sarah, 29 female, a mutual colleague in the computer business who used to refer many clients to Tessa, contacted me about Tessa's freelance design job, which is mostly reliant on referrals and networking. "I need to know what happened," Sarah said while drinking a coffee. "Tessa's telling people you're having a temporary separation to grow individually, but something feels off." I shared Tessa's note about wanting to date Dylan, and Sarah's expression said it all. She didn't believe it. By the end of the week, several potential clients had pushed back their projects with Tessa, not because I said anything bad, but because honestly, who wants to work with someone who takes commitment so lightly? Tessa sensed a difference, and her texts became more frequent and agitated. "Why are you telling others about Dylan? You are damaging my reputation. This is not fair." I simply needed time to consider. I replied to the last question. "You got what you wanted, time and space. How I spend mine is no longer your concern." The turning point came when Dylan, in his infinite wisdom, published a photo of them together in the restaurant where Tessa and I had our first date. It was clear she was attempting to recreate our history with him, which was both sad and humorous. The post didn't stay long, but the damage was done. Our acquaintances witnessed it, and the few people who still believed Tessa's finding myself story lost regard for her. Even her own sister contacted me. I am really sorry for how she is taking this. You deserve better? What was the most fulfilling aspect? I didn't have to be vengeful. I simply lived my life freely and honestly, whereas Tessa tried to play both sides. The truth has a way of coming out. She came to my office yesterday, and Dylan seemed to have already shown his true colors, flirting with other women, being untrustworthy, a common narrative. She was crying. I made a tremendous mistake, she cried. I was afraid of commitment. I assumed I needed to know if there was anything better out there, but I was mistaken. You are the best thing that ever happened to me. I merely looked at her calmly. No, Tessa. The nicest thing that ever occurred to me was when you revealed your true colors before we married. She tried to argue, saying that we could solve it, that she would go to counseling, and that she would prove she could be trusted again, but I simply shook my head. You don't understand, do you? This isn't about Dylan anymore. This is about you thinking you can keep me as a backup while you consider your options. That's not love, it's convenience. She left my office distraught, but I was feeling better than ever. The house closes next week, the majority of my stuff has been packed, and my new life in San Francisco begins in a month. The funny thing is that some people think I'm being overly tough. Everyone makes mistakes, they explain, but this was not a mistake, it was a choice. Every time she texted Dylan, she lied about where she was, and she spent every second planning to put our romance on hold. These were all options. I'll send another update after the move is over, but in the meanwhile, I'll leave you with this. Sometimes the best revenge isn't getting even, but rather getting better, which is precisely what I'm doing. Next update. Update 3. Thank you for following my voyage. This is my final post, and I have some fascinating happenings to tell. San Francisco is everything I dreamed it would be. My new apartment has a breathtaking view of the bay, the tech environment is amazing, and my new office team is fantastic. It's nice to be around people that value progress and creativity over drama. But first, let me catch you up on how things ended back home. The closing went smoothly, and the house actually sold for more than the asking price. It was interesting to see Tessa's reaction after finding out through mutual friends, as she didn't believe I'd sold the house until she drove by and saw the new owners move in. Here's where things got really interesting. Remember Dylan? He reached out to me, of all people, and sent me a long note explaining how he never wanted to cause difficulties and that Tessa had approached him first, months before she sought the break. Tessa had been planning her little exploration for quite some time. She had been messaging Dylan for months, carefully laying the groundwork for her backup strategy. What's with the irony? Dylan ended their relationship because, as he put it, if she could do this to you, she could do it to anyone. Tessa's career repercussions have been enormous. Remember all the clients she'd lined up? The majority of them found other designers, not because I said anything, but because word spreads in the industry. One of her largest clients really contacted me. We heard what happened with the engagement, they explained. We're searching for someone who can commit to long-term initiatives. Do you know any reliable designers? I recommended a skilled acquaintance of mine, and she was awarded the contract. Karma, I suppose. Tessa's social media collapse was a sight to behold, beginning with somber quotes about losing your sweetheart and progressing to angry messages about toxic people who can't handle growth. Finally, she made desperate attempts to show everyone how happy she was. The last one was extremely interesting. She wrote about starting her own design firm, and 3 days later, she started sending out job applications. Her sister contacted me again last week, indicating that Tessa has been staying with their parents and that she needs time to heal after their split. She truly expected you to wait for her. When you sold the house and moved, her ideal was entirely shattered. The most encouraging moment came during a video conversation with our old buddy group, when someone mentioned seeing Tessa at a coffee shop, explaining to a potential customer why her portfolio website was down. Apparently, she forgot that I was the one who set it up and maintained it, and when her hosting membership ended, she couldn't figure out how to reinstate it, which is no longer my responsibility. My new life is coming together wonderfully. I've joined a local rock climbing club, started taking Spanish classes, and even adopted a dog from a local shelter named Zeus, who is a better friend than my ex-fiancé. Last week, I was invited to speak at a developer conference, which would not have happened if I had stayed at home. It's incredible what you can accomplish when you're not lugging dead weight. The tech community here is quite welcoming. I had one last interaction with Tessa. She sent me an email demanding some old photographs from our shared cloud storage, which I had already deleted and canceled several weeks ago. Her email said, "I understand you're attempting to eliminate me from your life, but you can't simply delete our memories." Those 4 years meant something. My response was simple. You're correct. Those years taught me what I don't want from a spouse. Thank you for the lesson. Some common acquaintances think I'm being very harsh and should be more understanding of her moment of confusion. However, it wasn't a moment. It was a deliberate decision to keep me as a safety net while she sought what she saw as a better alternative. What is the most significant thing I've learned from all of this? Sometimes the worst things that happen to you result in the best outcomes. If Tessa hadn't showed her true colors, I may have married her, only to discover her true personality years later, possibly with children in the mix. Instead, I'm in a gorgeous city with a wonderful job, making new friends, and feeling positive about the future. The sorrow of betrayal has been replaced with gratitude for avoiding a gunshot. Thank you to everyone who has followed the tale and given advice. Your support has helped me stay strong when I may have wavered. And for anyone going through a similar circumstance, know this. When someone shows you who they are, believe them right away. Don't wait for them to change their opinion about you. Life is too short to be someone's backup plan. Sometimes the best thing you can do is take a step back and improve your own situation. That's it for now, guys. This chapter of my life has officially concluded, and I can't wait for the next one to begin. Take care, and many thanks for everything. My family stole my apartment deed for my brother's baby shower. They forgot one thing: I still had the keys, and a plan for payback. It began with a cake, one of those fondant monstrosities that resembles a gender reveal erupted at Jessica's location rather than a dessert. Maybe a blue ribbon, edible pearls, and small plastic shoes balanced on top as the cherry on top of horrible judgments. My mother was standing next to it, grinning as if she had just conquered generational poverty with themed pastries. I was not intended to be here. Technically, I was not even invited. I got the address from my cousin. He included the phrase, "Don't shoot the messenger," in his message. The kind of family loyalty that may get you kicked off an island. I showed up anyway, with a gift. Nothing fancy, just a vintage silver rattle engraved with the baby's initials, wrapped in blue tissue and nestled into a box I'd gone across town to get. It wasn't flashy, yet it conveyed meaning. It turns out they had something more exciting planned without me. Because just before the cupcakes and after the pastel balloon arch collapsed for the third time, my mother clinked her glass with a fork and announced she had an announcement. "Family is everything," she said, which, if you know my family, means someone is about to be humiliated. Please smile for the cameras. She held up a gold-trimmed gaudy frame with just enough weight to convey seriousness. Inside is a deed. This, she told me triumphantly, is a gift from all of us, to the new parents. The apartment. It's theirs now, paid in full. Applause. My brother grinned. His girlfriend brushed away tears. My aunt screamed. "You guys are amazing." It was as if they had saved a dog rather than stolen a mortgage. I rose up, walked over and removed the frame from my mother's hands. Read the name. "This is my name." I stared at them, back at the frame, and then at my father. He leaned in like a used car salesman, offering an unexpected improvement. "You have 30 days to vacate," he said quietly. I smiled. 1 day is enough. I handed the frame back, nodded to no one in particular, and walked away. Quiet. Is there no scene? Not yet. By 5 a.m., the building manager had unlocked the front entrance. The removal staff arrived about 7 a.m. By 9:30, everything they'd taken into the apartment had vanished. The floor ripped. They paid for it. The crib. The curtains. The IKEA dresser with unequal legs is boxed. Even the Etsy wall sign that read, "Our Little Nest," was torn and ruined. I did not touch what was mine. I simply eliminated what wasn't. By 11 a.m., it no longer looked like their house. It looked like mine. At 6:41 p.m., my brother texted, "Is this a joke?" I responded, "Not yet, but tomorrow's delivery might be." The apartment was not part of the plan. Not for me. Not for them. I purchased it in 2020. Small. Quiet. 2-bedroom. Walking distance from my workplace. The kitchen has good lighting. I never wrote about it. Never invited anyone over. That was the entire objective. Then came my brother. At first it was only temporary. Just until we find something. He and his girlfriend arrived with 2 duffel bags, a yoga mat and a cat. I answered, "Sure. 1 month, maybe 2. They stayed for 19. I've never asked for rent. Not once. They offered to buy groceries occasionally. Sometimes they did. They rarely did. I did not keep track. I assumed it would be only temporary. I was mistaken. The first thing they did was add floating flooring. Not bad for a mid-range oak laminate. My brother described it as an improvement for all of us. He paid for it. I let it go. Then came the bookshelves. $160 IKEA hack. White frame. Fake gold legs. His partner shared a time-lapse video of him installing it with the remark, "Our place is coming together." I stood behind the camera. Over time their language evolved. It moved from "your apartment" to "our space." Anything from "thanks for letting us stay" to "we love this home." From "we're looking for a place" to quiet. They left their toothbrushes in my cup, their shoes by the front door, and their laundry in my washing. I never spoke a word. Then came the baby. They did not inform me directly. I found out through an Instagram story in which she was holding up a sonogram and he was flexing like he'd discovered fire. I texted my congratulations. He responded, "We should talk about making things more permanent." I didn't inquire what it meant. They never clarified. 3 weeks later my parents called. My mother asked whether I would consider donating the apartment, not all of it, only symbolically. "They're starting a family," she explained. "You're doing well." I said no. She said, "It wouldn't kill you." I hung up. Then came the family fund. It began in 2019. Quietly. $1,500 every month to help pay my parents' mortgage while Dad was in recovery. Then add $600 each month for my sister's rent. Uncle Rob's legal bills total $200. Mom's dentist visit cost $320. $3,000 to repair the roof. I stopped tracking after a while, but my bank did not. Over 4 years. Family account transfers. $91,200. Apartment mortgage with tax and fees. $112,000. Furniture and repairs cost $9,300. Food, utilities, and incidentals cost $6,700. Total personal investment, $219,200. Total input by anyone else. My brother's flooring cost $940. That one bookcase costs $160. A used blender presented by his girlfriend's mother. When I declined to transfer the deed, they stopped asking. They simply went ahead with it. My brother used a phony email address under my name to make a notary appointment 3 weeks before the baby shower. My father handled the logistics. My mother cooperated with the lawyer. They sent in a scanned signature from a tax form I filled out in 2018. It wasn't a particularly good forgery, but it was sufficient. The property's title was reallocated without my consent. At the baby shower, everyone acted as if they were giving me a minute to cheer, smile, and feel included. Instead, I saw my name displayed in a gilded frame like a prop. "A gift from all of us," my mother explained. All of us clearly did not include me. The same person who purchased the unit, who furnished it, who kept the lights on, who paid for the $1,280 crib from Pottery Barn, which is currently sitting triumphantly next to the cake, wrapped in a bow, as if it was the result of a collaborative effort. I did not yell as I left that night. I did not argue. I logged into my bank. I printed the complete list of transactions. I underlined everything related to that apartment: down payments, insurance, taxes, repairs, and even the $342 I paid to fix the garbage disposal when his girlfriend threw avocado pits down it. Because TikTok says it's fine, I saved it in a folder titled "Correction, Just Facts, No Comment." By dawn, the locksmith had altered the access code, the building management reset the buzzer, and I created a list of everything in the apartment that didn't belong to me: the floor, the bookshelves, the cradle, the plaque that said, "Welcome baby." Everything they brought in, posted about and labeled as theirs was displayed on the living room wall. Gone. I did not text my brother. I did not threaten legal action. I didn't bother explaining because it was what they anticipated. And that is just what I was not going to give them. They assumed I wouldn't react. That was the point. I guess I would dispute if they made it loud, dramatic, and official. But if they smiled sufficiently, clinked glasses, held up gold frames, and said things like, "Blessing," and "from all of us," I might be able to stay quiet. Perhaps they could pull it off. They didn't pull it off. They crossed the line. 6:06 a.m. The next morning, a moving truck arrived in front of the apartment. This is not my apartment. Not theirs. Just the space they attempted to claim. The driver unloaded 64 flat-pack cardboard boxes. Each one contained the label "Start Fresh." They were clean, New, and branded in black type, with pre-marked lines for the room contents and owner. A taped envelope was found on top of the box. Inside is a printed packing advice and a checklist labeled, "Everything you brought." The categories were nice. Box 1 contains infant clothing. Boxes 2 to 4. Unrequested nursery decor. Box 5. Shared toothbrush, still not mine. Boxes 6 through 11, excuses. Box 12. Let's talk. Boxes 13 through 40. My silence boxes 41 through 62. Entitlement box 63. Their floor. Box 64. Dignity. You have 30 days, but I wanted to help you get started. They noticed it before noon. I know because the hallway camera captured my brother opening the door. He stepped back, as if the boxes were alive. His girlfriend was behind him, holding a mug and wearing the same robe she always wore when she sought attention. He bent down, opened the top one, and found it empty. She began crying. I viewed the video with the sound turned off. That evening, my phone vibrated. Brother. What's wrong with you? Mom. This isn't how the family behaves. Dad. You've made your point. Enough. Sister. Are you all right? Is everything really okay? I didn't respond. Not for them. Not anymore. I had already created my own spreadsheet with everything I paid for, carried, and what they took. I sent it as one PDF. Subject: apartment final numbers. At 4:17 p.m., my mother called back. I let it ring. She left a voicemail. We never intended to seize it. It was symbolic. For the baby, I've saved the audio file. It's titled symbolic.mp3. The next day my brother arrived. He pressed my buzzer 5 times. I observed him via the peephole. Hoodie, sweatpants, holding a half-folded box. I did not open. He left the box on my porch. Inside, a note. You're really going to do this? After everything? I left it until it poured. That weekend, I had the floors they installed returned, each plank, each screw, each strip of underlayment. I labeled the box technically yours. Reclaimed materials are included. Packing peanuts. He paid a receipt for $940. Note, using your own resources makes rebuilding easier. They went out in silence. No more social media, goodbye. No drama in the group chat. Just slowly disappearing. By the end of the month, I had regained control of the flat in all important ways. The scent of their candles has vanished. Their coats from the hall are gone. The baby name banner has been folded and returned. Nobody ever asked for the 64 boxes back. I'm assuming they used them. 1 month later, my mother sent me a group email. Subject: family reconciliation. It contained bullet points. Allows not to allow money to come between us. This can still result in a win for everyone. Forgiveness is a gift. Remember who helped you when you were in need. I did not respond. However, I forwarded it to myself, under a fresh subject. Line: family rebranding. Then I archived it. The apartment is quiet now. Sometimes I turn off the lights and just listen. The ghosts of their plans can still be heard echoing throughout the walls. But ghosts are quieter than humans. And easier to remove. They tried to be loud. Then they attempted to be quiet. Then they tried meek. It began with a text from my sister. Let's just reset. No drama, no receipts. Clean slate. I then received a call from my mother. There is only voicemail. I understand we've made mistakes, but you're the wiser one. You always were. Finally, my favorite communication from my father. Come to dinner. Let's talk man to man. They chose a Tuesday. I said yes. The eatery was Italian, mid-level. They expected the gloomy lighting to make everything gentler. They were wrong. I arrived second. They had already ordered a bottle of wine. 2 glasses. I did not touch mine. My mother launched first. We were under pressure. Then everything was so chaotic with the baby. Then we shouldn't have gone behind your back, but it was out of love. I let them conclude their short soliloquy. I then opened my bag. 3 objects. Quietly placed on the table. A USB. A manila folder. A single laminated sheet. My father reached for the USB. I pulled it back. You will not need that. I have already emailed it to your employers and the bank. My mother froze. I handed her the folder. Inside, a notarized termination of all co-signed accounts. A legal notice revokes power of attorney. A side letter that concludes my monthly contributions. There's no fanfare. Just documents. I looked at my sister. You are no longer covered under the insurance plan. Effective last week. She blinked again and then attempted to grin. That is okay. I'll figure it out. I nodded. You will. My brother did not show up, but I sent him his own packet via courier. Inside, a bill for property use, an itemized spreadsheet of damages, and a QR link to a Dropbox folder titled Resources to Get Started. The folder contains resume templates, cover letter samples, a mock LinkedIn profile, and a brief tutorial on how to apply for jobs after the free trip expires. That Saturday, I held a picnic. Not for family, but for ex-family, park table, plastic cups, and name tags with initial names and job titles. However, no one had work titles, so I brought extras. Each tag read, available, ask me about my abilities. My aunt cried when she saw hers. My cousin pretended that it was a joke. My mother responded, it's confronting. I stated that was the point. Then I handed out the folders. Each contains a printed copy of a job board URL, one fact sheet budgeting for grown-ups, and one sticky note. You stated that I was accountable, so I'm helping you become one as well. The following Monday, I filed a police report. Not a lawsuit, not vengeance. Simply a report of identity theft and title fraud. The officer at the desk inquired whether I wanted to press charges. I said, not yet. On Thursday, I received an email from my father's lawyer. Subject, concerns about escalation. Body. Let us not destroy the family over a few documents. We can resolve this without resorting to litigation. This isn't what your mother wants. I responded with 2 lines. You desired a life without me. Let me show you what that looks like. They stopped calling. I stopped texting. But the stillness did not imply capitulation. It indicated bewilderment. Which, frankly, was louder. Nobody spoke directly about me anymore. They'd ceased mentioning my name in communications they sent to anyone who still knew how to send screenshots. But I overheard everything. My cousin from Indiana, who mysteriously ends up on every family chain, whether she wants to or not, kept me in the loop quietly. There's no commentary, just raw statistics. FYI, she'd write, then forward the text. Sometimes there is an audio message. Sometimes there is a photograph. Like the one of my mother wearing her healing scarf while refilling books at the local library. Apparently, she got a part-time job there. She advised everyone to stay active. The true explanation was that her blood pressure medications were no longer reimbursed by insurance. My relative overheard her discussing copays behind the help desk. She also sold 2 handbags, which she referred to as investments. She now labels them non-essential joy. My father abandoned his car. Not out of concern for the environment, but due to necessity. The dealership confirmed this. My cousin's boyfriend works there. He said he looked exhausted. I'm confused about finance. He couldn't remember the model of the hybrid he was trading in. Dad currently drives a used silver sedan. When I turn left, one of my headlights always flickers. Fitting. I know his workplace has moved to a smaller space. A subordinate partner said it during a group call, which was screen filmed and released. He said something about just needing less space. He never addressed the family phone, which I stopped paying for. Or the data plan. Alternatively, you can subscribe to the calendar. My sister moved in with her boyfriend's mother. Temporarily. Temporarily has lasted 5 months. The guest room rug smells of wet dog and outdated shampoo. She keeps referring to it as temporary housing. She also shared a quote last week. Sometimes growth looks like falling apart first. Caption. Mood. Her tuition plan was one that I used to fully fund. It is now split across 3 payment methods. She missed one of them. Received an email. She forgot her login information. I called the university. Got put on hold. I cried. Hung up. I tried again the next day. She shared all of this with our cousin over coffee. My cousin called me later. Dryly. She's learning. My brother hosted the baby's first birthday celebration in their own apartment. I wasn't invited, of course, but one of their neighbors did. She shared photos on Facebook. My face was not marked because I was not present, but the inexpensive plastic tablecloths and mismatched cups were. Apparently the cupcakes came from a bargain bin. One balloon popped in the middle of a sentence. The Bluetooth speaker would not pair. No photographer, only iPhone timers. Blessed was scrawled on the napkins. Someone had crossed out the word with a pen. Nobody smiled in any of the photographs. They've begun referring to money as tight. This is what individuals say when they don't want to accept they're gone. My brother applied for a budgeting application. I know since it accidentally asked for my referral code. He'd never used it. One weekend, 34% of their costs were labeled as miscellaneous. They rebranded the previous family group chat. It's now called Support Circle. I'm not in it. But I get screenshots. The UI has not changed, still blue bubbles. Responses remain performative. Mom wrote, "Guess who made lemon bars?" No one responded. Dad forwarded an article titled, "Forgiveness adds 5 years to your life." Seen by 2 people, no hearts. My sister shared a selfie with the comment, "Growth." The background featured the same dog rug. There are no comments. Thanksgiving occurred without me. I found out after seeing a fuzzy photo in a shared album from a mutual family acquaintance. The turkey was clearly burned. The chairs did not match. One was a beach chair. They utilized someone else's phone because the music system refused to connect over Bluetooth. They printed up a gratitude list and placed it on the table. 5 blank lines. Only 2 had been filled out. One said, "Health." The other said, "Hope." The photograph had no filter. It didn't require one. My cousin in Indiana texted later. "It was weird. No one brought up your name, not even once." That was the most revealing portion. Not that they missed me. They had to strive so hard not to. By the time they stopped pretending I'd return, I'd already rebuilt the floor. They were older. Loud in some spots, crooked in others. I had no idea how loudly they echoed until there was no one around to muffle the sound. So I stripped everything down, sanded, sealed, stained, new oak, matte finish, warm, honest. I chose it not for its style, but because it made no apology. Next, I painted the walls. Soft gray, not cold, not trendy, just silent. The living room lost 2 seats but gained a reading corner. The kitchen offers under-cabinet lighting. The laundry closet was converted into a room. There were no witnesses to the proceedings. Nobody requested for progress photos. That made things easy. For the first time, I wasn't setting up a space for anyone else's needs. I then met her at a hardware store, of course. She was debating about grout color with someone who obviously didn't care. I told a joke. She did not laugh. She corrected the punchline. Better than mine. We departed with the incorrect grout but swapped numbers. Our first date consisted of takeout on my newly laid floor. She brought her own fork. She said she doesn't eat from plastic. I respected that. She did not inquire about my relatives. Not once. Not until month 4. And when she did, it was not a trap, but rather an inquiry. I told her that I had been quiet quitting my relatives. She inquired, "Did they notice?" I replied, "They're still performing the loss." I just stopped clapping. She did not press, only nodded. Then I moved the discussion to paint primers. We built slowly. By month 6, she had her own drawer. By 8, her toothbrush was still there. As did the shampoo. As did the voice. By month 10, we were engaged. By 11 we were anticipating. She compared it to a weather forecast. Calm. Clear. Inevitable. I did not cry. But I sat on the kitchen floor for the next 20 minutes, holding the dish she used every morning. It felt heavier. I did not tell my family. There wasn't a situation that required it. There is no announcement to ruin it. There are no seats to be left empty. They discovered it from someone else. My aunt sent me a text. Congratulations, I guess. There is no follow-up, no address. There's no gift. Perfect. They didn't ask to participate, and I didn't offer. Not out of spite, but for clarity. People who are only familiar with noise will find no place in a room meant for peace. Now I spend my mornings in a home that stands still. We occasionally argue over minor issues. Grocery list, parking places, but nobody yells. No one vanishes. When the baby kicks, she laughs as if it was a surprise. Each time. There is a closet full of hand-me-downs, so we gently declined. We created our own crib. Some nights we sit in the nursery and say nothing. Nothing hurts anymore. Silence has switched sides. It no longer indicates absence. It says enough. My sister borrowed $2,500, my dad took $800, and my family flew first class on my dime. So I booked a solo trip and locked them out forever. They used me like an ATM for 6 years. Until I sent an invoice, froze the credit cards, and got my dad fired by forwarding evidence to his HR. This is how story started. My mother claimed that flights cost $1,200 each. If you can't afford it, remain behind. I nodded, and then received an alarm. My credit card had been charged for 4 business class tickets, not mine. I accessed my app, selected Dispute All, and then locked the account. At check-in, my sister texted, "Why is nothing paid for?" I responded, "What you said?" I stayed behind and planned my own vacation. My father showed up to my residence, I didn't. Flights cost $1,200 apiece. My mother advised, "If you cannot afford it, stay behind." I didn't dispute. I just nodded and smiled as if it didn't hurt, as if it wasn't the 6th time in 2 years that my own family had told me I didn't belong unless I paid for the opportunity. She said it casually over speakerphone while I was still in my scrubs and sweating from a 12-hour shift at the hospital. I had just finished working back-to-back night shifts to cover rent and pay off my college loans. My mother, father, sister Lyra, and her husband Cassian were all planning to visit Maui. A week-long family trip, including business class. "You know we deserve this," she added. "It's been a rough year for everyone." Everyone. As if I wasn't a part of that everyone. As if I hadn't loaned Lyra $2,500 when Cassian lost his sales job, or covered Dad's medical deductible when his blood pressure spiked and he refused to go to urgent care due to the cost. I told her that was all right, and I would stay behind. Then I returned to cleaning up vomit from an intoxicated patient who had attempted to assault me after I suggested he lie down. However, subsequently, I received a ping on my phone and a notice from my credit card app for business class tickets purchased for $1,200 apiece. My card does not bear my name. I opened the application. Passengers' names: Caleb B., Cassian B., and Sandra M., Mom, William M., Dad. No Silas M., no me. I gazed at the computer for a full minute, my fingers chilly and my heart racing. They had used my credit card again without asking or alerting me, assuming I would cover it like I always did. I didn't even end up with a window seat. I typed, "Dispute all." I then locked the account. An hour later, when I was brushing my teeth, my phone chimed again. Lyra texted, "Why is nothing paid for?" "We're at check-in." I wiped the phone from my mouth, read the message, and took a deep breath. Then I replied back. "What you said." I stayed behind. Which I did. I remained behind, but not in the way they expected. I organized my own getaway somewhere warmer and quieter. No family, no duties, and no guilt. My phone vibrated again. A call from Dad. I didn't respond. He showed up at my apartment and knocked as if he owned it. I did not open the door. It did not start with the tickets. That was just the cherry on top of a pile of broken boundaries and overdraft fines. It all started when I was 22, and Lyra took my credit card to buy a dress for her engagement celebration. A $600 temporary emergency because you work in healthcare and don't even dress up, so it's not like you'll notice. She promised to reimburse me by the end of the month. She never did. Then Dad asked me to co-sign a loan so they could rebuild their kitchen. "It's not even for us," he explained. "It's for resale value. One day you'll inherit it." Spoiler alert. The house was refinanced again, with the proceeds used to pay off Cassian's second bankrupt enterprise. I was working 50-plus hour weeks and barely keeping my head above water, and somehow, I was still the family ATM, the trustworthy one, the nurse with a solid job, the unmarried one with no children, the one who should contribute in since family members help one other. However, it was never mutual. When I caught pneumonia from working during flu season and requested Mom to bring me soup, she answered, "I can't, sweetheart. I promised Lyra I'd watch the kids while she gets her nails done. You understand?" I always did. Cassian damaged my automobile, which I let him borrow while it was in the shop, and my insurance price doubled. He didn't apologize, just shrugged and said, "That's what insurance is for, right?" They drained me slowly, drip by drip, until I couldn't feel anything, like boiling a frog. I was a frog. That was the actual fuse. I was wrapping up a night shift when Lyra wrote, "Can you move your payday up? Mom wants to book hotels, and we're short." "What payday?" I was not even invited. I said, "Short for what?" She responded with a gif of hula dancers and the text, "Family trip desert island hibiscus woman dancing light skin tone." I contacted Mom. "Lyra said you needed help with hotels," I inquired, attempting to remain neutral. "Oh sweetie, don't worry about that," she said. "Everything's already booked. We just needed a bit of a cushion to upgrade to business class. You know how bad Cassian's knees are." "Excuse me. You're asking me to pay for an upgrade on a trip I'm not even taking?" Silence. Then the tone changed. "Look, Silas, if you wanted to come, you could have said something. But the flights are $1,200 each. If you can't afford that, then maybe it's best you sit this one out. No hard feelings." She stated it as if I were a burden, as if my entire presence was an impediment to their luxury schedule. I did not argue. Just hung up softly, calm and numb. Then came the notice. My card was charged for 4 business class tickets. That's when the numbness ended. All the sacrifices. I've canceled vacations, skipped dinners, and worked multiple shifts. For what? So they could have a good time while I rationed my medications and ate instant ramen 3 times per week. I sat at my desk, staring at a spreadsheet with my finances. I had $327 in checking and $14,200 in student loans. My automobile was 6 years old, with 119,000 miles on it. I hadn't gone on a vacation since college. Meanwhile, Cassian drank first-class champagne with my name on the receipt. And Lyra had the audacity to text me from the check-in line, "Why is nothing paid for?" The mask fell. That is who they were. They remained true to themselves. I wasn't family. I was a funder. I merely replied, "What you said?" I remained behind. Then I did something I never imagined I would do. I created a travel website and booked my own trip. Nothing special, but it was mine. Everything is mine. There are no commitments or guilt. Dad popped up at my door like a scene out of a Netflix thriller. Still wearing his Hawaiian shirt, he stood outside my apartment with a look that alternated between confusion, rage, and entitlement. He knocked. I did not move. He knocked again, but louder this time. "Silas, open the door. We need to talk." I did not. He stayed there for 7 minutes. I timed it. Then he departed. That evening I received a voicemail from Mom. "You really hurt your father today. He flew back early to speak to you. After everything we've done for you." Done for me. I've saved the message. Not for memories, but for evidence. I was finished gaslighting myself. Lyra tried phoning 5 times before sending this gem. Grow up. You can't punish the whole family over one misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. They used, robbed and mocked me. And now that I had said no, I was the bad person. But I wasn't angry anymore. I was finished. They mistook stillness for submission, believing that if they banged hard enough and long enough, I'd give in as usual. But I'd changed. Dad returned again, this time with Mom. Same location, same apartment hallway, and tired manipulation on their faces. I did not open the door. Lyra began sending texts that night. "You are being completely unfair. We needed that upgrade. Derek's knees swell when he flies economy. Do you realize what you've done? We couldn't even check in. Had to downgrade and pay out of pocket. Do you know how embarrassing that was? Family is supposed to be there for each other." Family. That word again. I typed, deleted, and retyped. Then I sent a single message. "You mean like when I paid your rent for 8 months and you forgot to pay me back?" No response. Mom then called repeatedly, "Everything is neglected." Then a text from Dad. "You need to grow up and stop playing victim. We had no choice. We didn't know the card would decline. You were supposed to help. You always do." I lingered at the last line for a long time. You were supposed to help. As if I were a family employee whose absence was considered workplace malfeasance. I didn't respond. But I wasn't finished because they assumed this was just a phase, a tantrum, and I'd get over it, as I always did. This time though, things were different. This time, I was enraged rather than emotionally affected. Logistically, financially, and physically drained from years of maintaining a system in which I was the silent donor. So I did something they never expected. I sat down to write an invoice. $600. Outfit for Lyra's engagement. Never reimbursed. $2,500, loan to Lyra and Cassian while he was unemployed. $800, Dad's MRI deductible, paid out of pocket. Mom forgot to Venmo back $420 in groceries. $1,200 for 4 business class tickets to Hawaii, charged without approval. $150. Interest and fees on late credit payment due to the above. Total outstanding balance is $7,870. Then I sent an email to the family group chat. Subject: Request for reimbursement of unlawful payments and prior support. Body: Please notice the accompanying breakdown of financial help I have provided over the last 24 months, in accordance with your philosophy that family should be there for one another. Beginning July 1st, I will no longer be subsidizing family expenses. Full refund is expected within 30 business days. Following that, I will file formal reports with my credit provider alleging improper use of my financial information. Moving forward, no additional financial interaction is permitted. The group conversation exploded. Lyra's reaction: Are you serious? What kind of person sends an invoice to their own family? Mom says, "This is hurtful and unnecessary, Silas. You're making things worse." Your dad. We raised you better than this. That line. That was the last spark. Because the truth was, they did not raise me. I supported myself through extra shifts, unpaid debts, and acting as the default safety net for everyone else's recklessness. I responded with the facts. You didn't raise me. I was overwhelmed by the imbalance in our relationship and I let you, but not anymore. Then I blocked Lyra. I left Dad and Mom unlocked out of pure curiosity about how far the delusion could go. It turned out to be really deep. They appeared in person again. I noticed them via the peephole. Dad seemed rigid. Mom held some papers, most likely receipts and excuses. I opened the door. You need to talk to us. Mom continued, her voice shaking. Number I really don't, I said gently. Dad stepped forward. This stunt is freezing the credit, the invoice it's spiteful, Silas. We're your family, and you used my name and card to buy flights. I snapped. That's not family. That was a serious breach of trust. We didn't think it'd be an issue, Mom sobbed. You always help because you trained me to. I cut in. Since I was 22, you've treated me like a walking debit card. I helped because I was taught that saying no meant I was a bad son. But I'm done being a good son. Don't talk to your mother like that, Dad snapped. Number don't talk to me like I owe you something, I shot back. I worked double shifts while Lyra and Cassian used my money to sip mimosas at LAX. I helped pay your hospital bills while you called me selfish behind my back. He stepped forward. You think this makes you strong? Turning your back on family? No, I replied. But it makes me free. I shut the door in their faces. Not slammed. Just forceful, deliberate, and final. They did not knock again. Later Mom left me a voicemail. A silent, defeated voice. I don't know who you are anymore. And for the first time in my life, I smiled when I heard those words because I wasn't the person they used to walk all over. After I shut the door in my father's face, the silence that followed was not serene. It was surgical, precise, and final. There will be no more hammering on the door or guilt-laced voicemails, only a vacuum where their control once existed. Nothing. They all remained silent. I almost expected the cold shoulder to endure indefinitely. Then followed the panic. My bank sent me an email informing me that someone had attempted to use my old frozen credit card to rent a car in Maui. Cassian, of course. I called the fraud department. They confirmed that the attempted charge matched his identification information. Would you like to press charges? They inquired. I hadn't yet, but I had them capture everything and email the report to me. Subject line: evidence in case things escalate. Later that night, I got an SMS from an unknown number. We're stranded. Are you seriously going to leave your family like this after all we've done for you, Lyra? I stared at it for a long time. What had they done for me, besides take? I didn't respond. Instead, I screenshotted it and saved it in a new folder I'd created called Family Patterns I Won't Repeat. Then something genuinely odd occurred. Marissa sent me a note on Facebook. Yes, that's Marissa, Cassian's ex-wife. We hadn't spoken for years. According to what I've heard, she relocated across the nation following their divorce to start again. She was always smarter than him. A lawyer with bite, ambition, and an aversion to foolishness. Her message was simple. Hey Silas, sorry for popping in like this, but you might want to talk. I answered. This about Cassian? She sent a thumbs up and a PDF. I hesitated for a second before opening it. The contents include screenshots, money transfers, and a paper trail. Cassian had apparently been rerouting monies from a shared family account that Mom and Dad had granted him access to for emergencies. He gambled again. This time, we're using cryptocurrency. High risk, lower IQ. It became worse. The screenshots included emails from Mom pleading with Marissa not to report anything. Another from Dad. We'll fix this. Silas doesn't have to know. They knew. They all knew. They kept it from me because they were afraid I would cut them off before I actually did. The aircraft tickets just scratched the surface. They had been sucking me dry to conceal Cassian's financial problems. I called Marissa immediately. She picked up on the second ring. I wasn't sure you'd even want to talk, she told me. But I couldn't keep watching from the sidelines. I know how they used to treat you. I wondered why she was sending this now. She paused. Because you're finally doing what I should have done years ago, walking away. And I thought you deserved to know the truth. That night I printed every sheet, transfer and shady message. I stapled them together and brought them to my desk. And for the first time in years, I slept with the window open, a breeze in my room, and no fear buzzing through my chest. The next morning I received a call from an unknown number. I let it go to voicemail. It was Dad. His voice was low, not harsh and strained. Silas. I don't know what to say. Your mother is sick with stress. Lyra's not eating. Cassian. He's not doing well. We made mistakes, sure, but you've made your point. I'm asking man to man. Can we please talk? I scribbled one words and sent it back. You're not entitled to grace that you never earned. I sent the invoice again, this time including Marissa's files as an annex for further evidence. I copied Aunt Linda and, just for fun, sent a redacted copy to Dad's employer's HR department anonymously. I received an alert. Dad was no longer listed on the company website. I did not celebrate. I was not angry, just separated. Meanwhile, my life blossomed. I registered in actual in-person therapy sessions. Every weekend I went on lengthy walks, got a bike, and tried new recipes. I started seeing a woman I met in the hospital cafeteria. Leah was quiet, interested, and had no idea who my family was. So I told her. About them. About me. About the version of myself that I was ultimately creating without them. Leah and I sat on my couch one day, discussing a local hiking trail. She pointed to one and grinned. Want to go next weekend? And for the first time in years, I didn't have to check my bank balance. I just replied, yes. I received one last letter, handwritten. There's no return address. I recognized the penmanship. Lyra. 5 pages of trickery disguised as an apology. We all make mistakes. You took it too far. Mom cries every day. You've turned your back on blood. Finally, she wrote, we're family. Nothing changes that. And I understood she was correct. We are family. That's what makes it even worse. Strangers didn't steal from me. The folks who knew me best did it anyway. I folded the letter, placed it on top of Marissa's file, and locked both of them in a drawer. I received a birthday card in the mail the night before. Simple. No signature. Only 3 words. I see you. It was from Marissa, and I grinned because someone finally did. It has been months since I shut the door on my past. It has been months since I stopped apologizing for saying no. Months passed until I looked in the mirror and saw a man entire and unbound, not a walking pocketbook. I used to believe that closure meant they would come to me, heads bowed, tears in their eyes, offering apologies and salvation. However, it was not their responsibility to bring closure. That was my. I rushed into my mother. It was a total accident. I was grabbing my morning espresso at a quiet downtown cafe, still half sleepy, earbuds in, hoodie up, when I heard her voice. Silas. I looked up and there she was, smaller than I had remembered. Not simply in stature, but also in presence. As if time had diminished her. She smiled as if nothing had occurred, as if we hadn't gone to battle over silence and invoices. Can we sit? We sat. She spoke first, rambling. There are no actual apologies, only memory revisions. We were just trying to hold things together. We didn't realize how much you were carrying. If we could go back, maybe we'd do some things differently. There was no mention of ownership, the fraud, or Cassian's attempt to use my credit again. There is no accountability for Lyra's poison. It was just an emotional dress rehearsal, and I was meant to play the forgiving son. But I was finished with that role. Then came the inevitable. Do you hate us now? I did not flinch. No, I replied. But I don't owe you anything anymore. She blinked. But we're family. That's not an argument, I said. That's an excuse. She dug into her purse and gave me an envelope. Standing up, she expressed her hope that I will return to them eventually. I informed her quietly. I already did. To tell you I'm not coming back. After she departed, I opened the envelope. A check, $7,870. There was no note or apology, just quiet and a $sign. I did not cash it. Not immediately. I tacked it to the wall over my work, beside a quote that transformed my life. You do not have to set yourself on fire to keep others warm. Lyra never responded directly again. But Marissa did. After sharing Derek's financial lies with me, she forwarded the identical packet of evidence to a family law attorney and the state fraud office. Cassian is currently under investigation for wire fraud and theft of family funds, because guess what? He did not simply use my card. He also took from Mom and Dad's retirement account. People have once said to me, he's just going through a rough patch. Poetic. When I asked Marissa why she had assisted, she replied, "Because you deserve backup, and I couldn't sleep knowing they'd keep bleeding you." She was no longer merely Derek's ex. She was a truth teller with receipts. Dad lost his job discreetly. According to rumors, HR began looking into the matter after receiving an anonymous package. He tried calling me once more. Voicemail. "You made your point, Silas. You've embarrassed all of us. But family is not a transaction. You'll regret this." I did not respond. Because this is the truth. Family is a transaction that has always been one-sided. Leah and I were solid. She was present when I told her everything, the good, the bad, and the bank records. She did not flinch, simply grasped my hand and said, "I'm proud of you for not letting it turn you bitter." She's the first person in my life who has never required me to earn her affection via sacrifice. We plan to move in together this fall. A new location, bigger and brighter. And no, I did not ask anyone for money. I cashed the check. Then she donated every dime to a scholarship foundation for young nurses who support their families financially while attending school. Because someone out there recognizes me from 5 years ago. Breaking their back while their family pretends everything is okay. Let them know it isn't. Let them know they are not alone. So, where does this leave me? Stronger, quieter, wiser, still a son, still a brother. But it's no longer their lifeblood. I'm not carrying their weight anymore. I have my own boundaries. I carry my tranquility. And I remember the day I finally uttered this. I'm not your safety net. I'm my own person. They didn't comprehend me for that, but I adore myself because of it. So here's what I'm leaving behind. Shame, fear, and the notion that being the good one entails dying for others. And this is what I keep in my life. It's not flawless, but it is mine. And this time, I'm not sharing it with anyone who doesn't treat me like I'm important. I used to be the person they relied on. I now stand tall on my own. What about the door I closed that day? It's still closed. The key is currently in my pocket. And it is here to stay. My sister tried to mock my pathetic job on Thanksgiving. Instead, she exposed my $12.4 million fortune, and my parents demanded millions. For years, my family treated me like a disappointment. On Thanksgiving, they discovered the truth. I own a jewelry empire worth millions. And they lost it. My name is Julia. I'm 38. And for the better part of my life, I've been the other daughter. You know, the kind of kid people describe as so independent, so low maintenance. She always figures things out on her own? Yeah. That was me. Not because I was born self-sufficient, but because no one ever really gave me a choice. My little sister Anna was born when I was 8. Premature. Fragile. Doctors weren't sure she'd survive the first week. I remember standing in the hospital hallway, staring through the NICU window at this tiny thing in a glass box, while my mom clutched the nurse's arm and sobbed. From that moment on, Anna became the center of everything. And I became, well, wallpaper. It started with small things. If I got sick, mild cold, cough, anything, I was sent to grandma's just in case. Every time. Sneezed, bags packed. By the time I was 10, I had a weekend bag permanently in the closet. My parents called it protecting Anna. I called it exile. When I was 12, I taught myself to play Bridge Over Troubled Water on piano for the school talent show. Practiced every night for months. The night of the show, Anna had a low-grade fever. Not even 100 degrees. No one came. 2 weeks later, the whole family showed up to her flute recital where she played badly. I might add hot cross buns for 4 minutes and forget the ending. They clapped like she was Mozart reincarnated. That was the pattern. Every achievement of mine got brushed aside, every mediocrity of hers treated like a miracle. Still, I kept trying. Got perfect grades. I started working at 16, taught myself how to apply for college. I got into Yale. With a full scholarship. My parents? That's nice, honey. Anna's cheerleading tryouts are next week. I ate microwave mac and cheese in my room while they took Anna to Olive Garden to celebrate her making JV cheer. Let that sink in. It hurt. Of course it hurt. But the pain slowly calcified into fuel. If no one was going to root for me, I'd root for myself. I pushed harder. I learned faster. I worked smarter. I taught myself everything from financial aid to FAFSA forms to how to hustle side gigs while in school. And after graduation? I didn't get a "we're proud of you." I got a text that said, "Can you come home this weekend?" Anna's dorm furniture doesn't fit and we need help." I wanted to scream. But I didn't. I just kept going. Eventually, I landed a job at an auction house specializing in estate sales. Most people found it boring. Dusty furniture, old jewelry, dead people's stuff. I saw something else. You see, when I was a kid banished to Grandma Carol's house for sneezing, she'd let me play with her vintage costume jewelry. I'd organize it, clean it, even catalog it in an old notebook. I thought it was just a childhood distraction. Turns out it was foreshadowing. Because one day, while sorting what everyone assumed was cheap costume jewelry from some estate, I spotted something. A brooch. Art Deco. Subtle, but it felt different. The weight. The clasp. The patina. Long story short, I did the research. Like, deep dive research. Spent my own money on a gemology course. I presented it to my boss. He brushed me off. Until I showed him documentation. That brooch sold for $47,000. And just like that, people started listening to me. Within 2 years, I opened my own authentication business. Small at first. The office above a Chinese restaurant smelled like Kung Pao 24/7. I slept 4 hours a night. Skipped meals. But word spread. Turns out, in the luxury world, discretion is currency. People trusted me. I worked my ass off. And the clients kept coming. Now? We have offices in 3 cities. I employ 14 people. I've been featured in Forbes, under the business name my family would die if they found out. And yes, I'm worth just over $12 million. But here's the thing. My family still thinks I work at a dusty antique shop. I never corrected them. At first it was easier to just smile and nod while Anna mocked me for not having a real job. Then it became fun. Like I was living a secret double life. By day I was consulting on 6-figure auctions in Hong Kong. By night, aka Sunday dinner, I was Julia who smells like mothballs and sells junk. I even started sending my parents $7,000 a month anonymously when I found out they were struggling with Anna's grad school loans. They assumed I was skipping meals and scraping pennies to help. Anna claimed she inspired the family to help each other. I said nothing. But Thanksgiving? That was the day the truth exploded. And no, it wasn't my choice. It started with a laptop, a smirk, and a very big mistake. Thanksgiving has always been a weird holiday in our family. Picture forced politeness, emotional landmines disguised as cranberry sauce, and Anna acting like she invented gratitude. 2 weeks before the big day, Mom called me crying, naturally about how her back pain was acting up. She had a herniated disc, or so she said, and just couldn't manage cooking for 20 people this year. Now, I'd love to say I offered to help because I'm generous. But the truth? I was just so done choking down her dry turkey and lumpy mashed potatoes year after year while she blamed the oven, the altitude, or Mercury in retrograde, so I offered to take care of everything. "Mom, let me handle the food. I'll have it catered." "Oh honey, we can't afford a caterer." "Don't worry about the cost, I've been saving up." Technically not a lie, I do have a savings account, it just happens to be padded by multiple 7-figure contracts. I booked a high-end catering firm I've used for business events. They don't just cook, they curate experiences. Think, maple glazed Brussels sprouts, pumpkin ravioli, artisanal herb stuffing. The whole 9 yards. It cost more than my parents assumed I would make in 2 months, but whatever. I was feeling generous and a little wicked. Thanksgiving morning arrived. I showed up early, wearing my favorite, trying not to look rich sweater, a $3,000 cashmere piece that looks like it came from a thrift store if you squint. I also brought my laptop because I was monitoring a high-stakes online auction in Hong Kong for a client. One of the most significant Art Nouveau necklaces in private circulation was going up for sale. And if my client won the bid, I needed to start authentication immediately. The food arrived on schedule. The presentation? Flawless. People were literally moaning over the cranberry orange compote. Anna, of course, had to say something. "Store-bought stuffing? Really, Julia? Mom's is so much better." This from the girl who once burned ramen in a microwave. Whatever. I just smiled. Poured myself a glass of wine that cost more than her entire outfit, and watched as everyone devoured food they swore wasn't as good as Mom's, while licking the plates clean. After dessert, I stepped away to check the auction. I set up my laptop in my childhood bedroom, frozen in time with my old posters and books, the same room Mom never bothered to update. Meanwhile, Anna's room has had 3 renovations since she moved out. Of course. Now here's where the grenade gets tossed. I was logged into several platforms, auction dashboards, authentication systems, payment portals. I also had a few tabs open, One with my business's quarterly profit report, 4.2 million, another with my current account balance, 12.4 million, and a third with a pending contract worth $485,000. Anna barged in no knock, naturally under the guise of borrowing my charger. She glanced at my screen and froze. What is this? Private work. Close the laptop, Anna. Are you serious right now? Is this real? Her tone had shifted. It wasn't smug anymore. I was confused, threatened. Then came the smirk. Let's show everyone what kind of important work Julia's doing on Thanksgiving. And before I could react, she grabbed my laptop and marched into the dining room. I should have stopped her, tackled her even, but some twisted part of me thought, fine, let them see. The room was full. Aunts, uncles, cousins. Plates licked clean. Wine flowing. Holiday cheer in full swing. Anna set my laptop on the table and turned the screen toward everyone like it was a grand unveiling. Time to see what Julia's really been up to in her little antique shop. She clicked the touchpad and said nothing. Silence. Absolute, dead silence. You could hear the tick of the overpriced wall clock I bought Mom last year, which she thought was from Home Goods. One by one, eyes landed on the numbers. Current account balance, $12.4 million. Pending contract, $485,000. Quarterly revenue, $4.2 million. Anna's face went pale, then red, then a weird shade of green. This can't be right, she whispered. What's wrong, sweetie? Mom called from the other end of the table. Anna, now visibly sweating, turned and said the words that detonated everything. She's rich. Julia's rich. You know those moments in movies where everything slows down? That happened. Like time had sucked all the air out of the room. Mom laughed. Actually, I laughed. Don't be ridiculous. Julia works at that little antique shop. I stood up slowly. Straightened my sweater. Took a breath. Actually, Mom, I own one of the largest jewelry authentication companies in the country. Pause. Those antique shop jokes? I've been authenticating pieces worth millions. That little business you never asked about? We have offices in 3 cities. Forks hit plates. Wine glasses tilted. My dad choked on his scotch. Aunt Kelly dropped her fork. Uncle Pete coughed for a solid minute, and then just when I thought maybe someone might say wow or we're proud of you, my mother's face turned purple. She stood up so fast her chair fell over. You have millions and you let us struggle? I blinked. Struggle? I send you $7,000 every month. While sitting on millions? Your sister has student loans, Julia. There it was. Not congratulations, not amazement, just entitlement. Anna started crying. Of course. You lied to us. You betrayed the family. Dad joined in. We raised you. How could you be so selfish? And that was when I broke. The dam burst. Raise me. You shipped me off to Grandma's every time I sneezed. You missed every achievement I ever had. Every award, every milestone ignored. You never saved a cent for my education but took out loans for hers. And now you're mad that I built something for myself? The next 5 minutes were chaotic. Screaming. Accusations. Anna sobbing into her $200 Michael Kors clutch. Meanwhile, the caterers quietly served pecan pie and looked like they were rethinking their career paths. I picked up my laptop, grabbed my Hermes bag, yes, the one Mom once complimented as a great knockoff, and walked out. Behind me I heard Mom yelling about Anna's MBA. Something about using my money for a new car. I drove home in silence. In my sensible car. A limited edition BMW. I didn't cry. I didn't scream. I just smiled. Because finally, the truth was out. I wish I could tell you that after walking out of that Thanksgiving train wreck, I finally had peace. That I sipped wine in my perfectly silent home and celebrated my freedom like a woman in a skincare commercial. But no. Instead, I opened my phone to 47 missed calls. By midnight, the number had crossed 200 messages. They came in waves. First, how dare you walk out on a family like that? Then, we need to talk about this like adults. Then came the gold medal text from Mom. Your sister deserves a share of your success. And the pièce de resistance, sent at 11:45 p.m. I've already called a realtor about houses in better neighborhoods. Like my bank account was a community chest card from Monopoly. Meanwhile, Anna was doing what she does best, playing the victim for a crowd. She wrote an entire Facebook post longer than my college thesis about hidden wealth, betrayal, and how she tried to help me move up from my little antique job. The comments were full of "OMG, you're so strong," and "That's so unfair, Rach, stay positive." One person even said, "Some people get selfish when they get rich." Some people? Try me, you passive-aggressive cowards. The kicker? Anna said in her post, "All those years I gave Julia career advice, and she was secretly rich the whole time." Let me clarify. The only career advice she ever gave me was suggesting I sell bracelets on Etsy. Once. At brunch. After I paid the bill. But the real fun began on Monday. I walked into my downtown office, sleek, minimal, sunlight flooding in, and found my receptionist, Megan, frozen at her desk. She mouthed, "They're here." I blinked. "Who's here?" "Your parents. And Anna." I turned the corner, and there they were. In my glass-walled reception lounge, sitting like they had an appointment. Anna had her Michael Kors bag in her lap like it was her emotional support animal. Mom wore pearls. Dad wore rage. "Julia, honey, we've had a family meeting," Mom began. "A family meeting? Without the actual family member you're now confronting?" I replied. They ignored me. Naturally. "We've decided," Dad said, "that it's only fair you set up trust funds for everyone." "Excuse me?" "Your sister needs at least $2 million to start her new life properly," Mom chimed in. "And we're thinking about retiring," Dad added. "Somewhere warm, a beach house in Florida would be ideal." I stared. "You're joking." "Julia, come on," Anna whined. "You have millions. That tiny amount won't even dent your savings." "Right. Because I owe them retirement money and my sister a luxury lifestyle makeover." "For what exactly?" "I've already been sending you $7,000 a month," I said slowly. "And it's not nearly enough," Mom snapped. "You owe us." Oh. There it was. You owe us. Now we're proud of you. Not thank you for helping us. Just, you owe us. "I owe you?" I said, voice shaking. "For what? The missed birthdays? The ignored graduation? The emotional exile every time Anna had the sniffles?" "Don't be dramatic," Mom said, waving a hand. "We gave you everything." I gave myself everything," I said. "And you know what? I'm done." I pulled out my phone, opened my banking app, and canceled the monthly transfers right there in front of them. Mom gasped like I'd slapped her. Anna started crying. Again. "You're cutting us off? After everything?" "Exactly, after everything." They refused to leave. So I did what I never thought I'd do. I called building security. Watching my own mother being escorted out of my office while shouting about ungrateful children felt like a scene out of a very dark sitcom. Megan turned to me afterward, eyes wide. "Do you want to press charges?" "No," I said. "But I do want their names on our do not admit list." For the next 3 weeks, the harassment escalated. Unknown numbers calling at all hours. Blocked emails flooding my website's contact form. Anna made an anonymous TikTok claiming her sister hoarded wealth and let her family suffer. Spoiler alert, it went viral. Even my third cousin's wife's yoga instructor messaged me on LinkedIn to say, "Family is everything, you should be ashamed." But then Mom made her final move. She called Grandma Carol. Now Grandma is 87 and terrifyingly sharp. She's the only family member who ever showed me love without conditions. She was the one who let me organize her costume jewelry as a child, the skill that launched my entire business. And what did Grandma say when Mom told her the whole sob story? "Good for Julia. About time someone in this family succeeded on her own terms." Legend. Absolute legend. Mom didn't speak to Grandma for 2 months after that. As for me, I moved, upgraded to a house with better security, changed my numbers, put a legal team on retainer just in case. And my business? Booming. Turns out wealthy clients like someone who understands discretion. My story somehow attracted more elite clients who appreciated my privacy. Anna? She started a jewelry authentication company on Instagram 2 weeks after Thanksgiving. Her latest post features a suspiciously fake Cartier bracelet with the caption, "Some of us build success with grit and grace, others with secrets." I could have corrected her. Instead I clicked block. It's been 6 months since Thanksgiving. 6 months since the laptop. Since the silence. Since the screaming. Since I finally said no. And you know what? I've never felt freer. There's a strange peace in realizing that you were never really loved for you. That your worth in someone's eyes was conditional. transactional, based entirely on what you could provide or withhold. I used to fantasize about what it would feel like to finally be recognized, not for money, not for utility, but for who I am, my mind, my work, my story. Turns out the only people who ever did that were strangers. Clients who trusted my expertise, colleagues who respected my instincts, employees who saw me as a mentor. And now, Reddit readers who, weirdly enough, probably know me better than my own family ever bothered to. I've cut off all contact. After the office scene, I had my lawyer send a formal notice. Any further harassment would result in legal action. Mom finally stopped calling after that. Her last voicemail? "We don't want your money anyway. We're just praying for your soul." Anna, meanwhile, has fully leaned into her victim arc. She still posts those passive-aggressive Instagram captions like, "Some people measure success in dollars, others in loyalty." Or my personal favorite, "Imagine being so insecure you hide your wealth from your family." The irony is delicious. She even tried to build her own jewelry authentication business. Fake luxury pieces, AI-written appraisals, Canva logos. She copied my website's layout and stole paragraphs from our educational blog, down to the punctuation. For a while it got her attention. Old classmates promoted her. A few confused clients rolled in. I stayed quiet. Let her play. Then a private collector contacted me, concerned. Anna had appraised a supposedly rare 19th century brooch. It turned out to be a mass-produced replica from the 1980s. Embarrassing for them, career-ending for her. So I did what any responsible professional would do. I forwarded the documentation, quietly, anonymously, to the state board that certifies luxury appraisal services. A month later, her business account was suspended for fraud. She posted a vague message about jealous haters trying to bring down strong women. Her empire crumbled in less than 6 weeks. I never said a word. Because revenge doesn't need an audience. Sometimes the most devastating payback is watching the ones who mocked you choke on the fantasy they built out of your shadow. As for me, I moved into a new home. Not a mansion, but thoughtful, safe, warm. I installed state-of-the-art security, not because I'm paranoid, but because I finally believe I'm worth protecting. I still run my business. We're expanding to London this year. We closed a deal last month worth more than my parents' house, cars, and retirement combined. And yet, you'd still find me at 2 a.m., hunched over a loop, inspecting the engravings on a 1920s brooch, grinning like a child. I didn't build this life out of spite. I didn't do it to rub it in their faces or prove anything to anyone. I did it for the 8-year-old version of me. The little girl was packing a bag every time she sneezed. The one who memorized antique jewelry guides because it was the only time someone, Grandma Carol, seemed impressed. The one who taught herself to clap when no one else would. That girl deserved a future where she wasn't a second choice. So I built it, and now I get to decide who gets access to it. Spoiler. It's not them. You'd be amazed how peaceful Sunday evenings are without the awkward family dinners. Without Vanessa interrupting every sentence. Without Diane and Richard joking about how I should find a real job. Instead, I spend my Sundays cooking something I actually enjoy. Sometimes I catalog pieces from private collections. Sometimes I drink wine and rewatch Pride and Prejudice for the 90th time. Last week I taught Megan, my first employee, now my head authenticator, how to spot a mid-century fake from a real French platinum setting. She cried when I handed her the key to our new office. "No one's ever believed in me this much before," she said. And it hit me. I never had a me when I was her age. So now I get to be that for someone else. And that's worth more than every dollar in my account. I still see Grandma Carol. She visited last month and helped me catalog a private estate's 300-piece collection. We laughed over tea and shortbread. Just like we used to when I was 10. Before she left, she hugged me and said, "You broke the cycle, sweetheart. You did it." That was the first time I cried in months. Because she was right. I didn't just escape the cycle, I shattered it. No more proving myself. No more over-explaining. No more shrinking to make others comfortable. I own my story now. And if you're wondering, do I regret any of it? Not even a little. Not the silence. Not the secrets. Not even the Thanksgiving explosion. Because that moment, when Vanessa flipped my laptop around, expecting to humiliate me, and instead exposed the truth. It wasn't a downfall. It was my liberation. Edit. Yes, Grandma Carol is doing great. She just mailed me a vintage locket from an estate sale in Maine with a note. For the girl who sees treasure where others see dust. Yeah. I cried again. Thanks for asking. And Vanessa? If you're reading this, and let's be honest, you are that Cartier bracelet in your latest post? Definitely fake. Just like your tears. Entitled parents gave my brother $50 million while I have a dust gallery. Then I found the secret vault, and they stopped laughing. They laughed when I got the gallery instead of the fortune. Then the FBI showed up, and my brother was the one in handcuffs. While my brother received $50 million, my parents left me their failing art gallery. Enjoy the dust, he said with a giggle. Then I discovered the secret vault of my grandfather. And something that caused my brother to faint was within. Long shadows were created throughout the deserted exhibition area as the last of the sunshine streamed through Mason Gallery's dusty windows. I stood there attempting to take in the events of the previous day while inhaling the familiar smell of old wood and oil paint. Janice Mason is my name, and yesterday I received what my family regarded as their worst letdown. Boston's downtown art gallery is in decline. My memory of the lawyer's office was still clear. The grandfather clock, the massive mahogany desk, and the smugly pricey fragrance of my brother Marcus filled the room. Marcus couldn't suppress his joy as Mr. Harrington read out the contents of our parents' will, which should have been a solemn event. To our son, Marcus Mason, we leave the sum of $50 million, our Hampton estate, and controlling interest in Mason Industries. Mr. Harrington had spoken in a cold, professional tone. To our daughter, Janice, we leave Mason Gallery and its contents. In fact, Marcus had burst out laughing. Finally. Dad always said you get exactly what you deserved, Janice. His Italian leather shoes, his well-tailored suit, and the way he sat in his chair as if he owned the space are all still in my memory. Now, in many respects, he did. The gallery's been losing money for years, he added, looking at his neatly striped nails. But hey, at least you'll have plenty of dust to keep you company. Maybe you can sell pencil sketches to tourists. It turns out that Marcus was correct about the gallery's financial status. For the previous 10 years, Mason Gallery had been having difficulties. Once Boston's leading platform for up-and-coming artists, it has steadily deteriorated into a barely profitable business that most serious collectors ignored. However, Marcus didn't comprehend, and neither did my parents, that I had always noticed something here that they didn't notice. I spent many hours with my grandfather, Gerald Mason, the gallery's founder, growing up in these hallways. Grandpa Gerald educated me about painting as my mother planned Marcus's route to an MBA and my dad was busy preparing him for the family company. True art. The essence of each artwork, not just the price tags and financial potential that my parents were obsessed with. He would say, "Janice, my dear," with his eyes sparkling beneath wire-rimmed glasses. "Remember that true value isn't always visible at first glance. Sometimes the greatest treasures hide in plain sight, waiting for the right person to discover them." I could still hear those remarks as I passed through the main hall of the gallery. Even in its current state, the room was stunning, with high ceilings, traditional crown molding, and large windows that could let in an abundance of natural light when they were clean. However, years of little care had taken their toll. Half of the track lighting had burned out, the walls shouted out for new paint, and the hardwood flooring needed to be refinished. My footsteps reverberated in the quiet as I arrived at the rear office. Although my parents finally turned it into a sterile storage area, this had formerly been my grandfather's haven. The walls were lined with filing cabinets, and everything was covered in dust. However, I could still sense Grandpa Gerald's presence beneath everything. I recalled the stories he used to tell me about the gallery's early years as I ran my fingertips along his old desk, which is now tucked away in a corner and covered in boxes. How, in the 1960s, he transformed it from nothing into a sanctuary for artists who would go on to become legendary. Rumor had it that throughout the years, he had accumulated an amazing private collection. However, nothing noteworthy was ever discovered after his death 15 years ago. Of course, my folks had looked. Persuaded that Grandpa Gerald had stashed away masterpieces worth millions of dollars, they spent months looking through the gallery. They came in appraisers, employed specialists, and even had the walls inspected for secret passageways. They only discovered the gallery's standard stock, which had respectable pieces but nothing noteworthy. They eventually gave up. Due to some residual sense of duty to Grandpa Gerald's memory, the gallery was abandoned and eventually turned into a tax write-off. Instead, they concentrated on Mason Industries, preparing Marcus to carry on the real family tradition. While I worked as a curator at lesser museums and pursued my studies in art history, I shivered as a sharp draft brought me back to the here and now. While I was absorbed in my memories, night had fallen, and the gallery had a new feel in the shadows. The few paintings that were still on show appeared to be watching me with sly eyes, and the shapes of the sculptures cast odd shadows on the walls. I was going to head out when I noticed something. I had never before noticed a small unevenness in the floors close to Grandpa Gerald's desk. I knelt down and rubbed the wood with my hands. There was undoubtedly a problem with the pattern. A slight abnormality that didn't seem to be the effect of age but rather deliberate. As I recalled another of Grandpa Gerald's favorite sayings, my heart began to race. The best hiding place is one that looks like it's trying to hide something else. Over the course of the following hour, I thoroughly examined that floor and its surroundings. I was about to give up until my fingers discovered it. A small lever in the wood, disguised as a knot. I pulled it with shaky hands. The mechanism hardly produced a sound because it was so well built. A thin gap appeared beneath the floorboard as a small piece moved aside. A leather-bound diary with yellowed pages was inside, and one key, which appeared to be far older than the gallery itself. It was my grandfather's journal. I instantly recognized his unique handwriting. These notes, however, were hasty, almost frenzied, full of calculations, doodles, and what appeared to be coded signals. They were not written in his typical flowing style. I looked at one page. It said, "The True Collection. For Janice's eyes only," at the top in bold letters. I turned the page with trembling hands. However, my phone buzzed before I could continue reading. Marcus had texted me. "Meeting tomorrow at 9 a.m., time to discuss selling that dusty gallery of yours. I already have buyers interested in the building." I glanced at the letter and then back at the journal I was holding. What I just discovered was unknown to Marcus. And I intended to maintain it just that way for the time being. I made sure the floor panel was firmly closed before gently putting the journal and key back where they belonged. I felt different as I left the gallery that evening. I had changed the weight of my ostensibly useless inheritance into expectation. I was left more than a struggling gallery by my grandfather. He left me in the dark. And I would start revealing what Grandpa Gerald had kept concealed all those years ago tomorrow, while Marcus planned to strip this home for parts. The key felt more important in my fingers than ever when I secured the front entrance of the gallery. I grinned as I gazed up at the building's graceful exterior, recalling Grandpa Gerald's final words. "Patience, Janice. The best stories take time to unfold." He was correct. This was only the start. The following morning, I got to the gallery well in advance of my 9 a.m. getting together with Marcus. I hardly noticed the deserted halls being tinted in tones of gold by the morning. All I could think about was the secret compartment and what was inside. I knelt down next to Grandpa Gerald's old desk and pressed the hidden mechanism once more. Now the key and diary felt heavy with potential. I located a peaceful spot and started reading. "My dearest Janice," said the opening page. "If you're reading this, you've already proven you have the patience and perception I always saw in you. What I'm about to share must remain our secret. The true legacy of Mason Gallery isn't in its walls, but below them." As I turned the pages, my heart was pounding. The notebook told a remarkable tale that lasted for decades. In addition to running a gallery, Grandpa Gerald had been a member of a group of art preservationists who fought to keep masterpieces safe during difficult times. It seems that the gallery's basement was used for purposes other than storage. A sophisticated network of secret rooms beneath the main floor was depicted in a number of intricate drawings. The diary said that Grandpa Gerald had been covertly altering the building's original foundation for years in order to create a climate-controlled vault that nobody else was aware of. "The key," he said, "opens more than just a door. It opens a legacy I've spent my life building. But be careful, Janice. Others have searched for this collection, and not all of them have honest intentions." I jumped as I heard a harsh knock at the front door. Marcus was standing outside looking impatient. I hastily tucked the journal away and gathered my thoughts before opening the door for him. "Well, if it isn't the curator of dust," he said with a sly smile, walking right by me. "I brought some potential buyers. They're interested in turning this place into luxury condos." Two men in pricey suits stood behind him. They appeared to be developers. They treated the gallery's past like a nuisance that needed to be destroyed and started talking about load-bearing walls and square footage right away. One of them, looking at his tablet, remarked, "The basement would make excellent parking space. According to the original plans, it's mostly unused." I was cold. "Should they begin excavating there?" "The gallery isn't for sale," I stated. Marcus's expression grew serious. "Don't be ridiculous, Janice. This place is worthless as an art gallery. You can barely pay the utilities." I said no. Marcus lowered his voice and took a step closer. "I know you had some sentimental attachment to Grandpa's little hobby, but it's time to grow up. Take the money and walk away." I slowly looked into his eyes. "Like you did? Taking millions while contributing nothing?" His face reddened. I earned my inheritance by learning the business, not wasting time listening to an old man's fairy tales about art. Get out. I spoke quietly yet firmly. All of you. Marcus cautioned, you're making a mistake, as I led them to the exit. I'm trying to help you. I don't need your kind of help. My heart thumping, I leaned against the wall after they had gone. Marcus was a man who never gave up easily. I have to get things done quickly. I went back to the diary and carefully examined the basement blueprints. According to Grandpa Gerald's notes, the vault's entrance was concealed in the northwest corner of the basement behind a fake wall. If the key was used properly, it would trigger a mechanism. I inhaled deeply before descending the stairs to the basement. It was just as I remembered, rows of metal shelves with decades worth of paperwork, old show materials, and wrapped artworks and sculptures. I saw it differently today, though. I headed for the northwest corner as directed by the logbook. The bare concrete walls met at a straight angle, and it appeared solid at first glance. However, I noticed faint abnormalities in the pattern when I rubbed my fingertips across the surface. What looked like a tiny fracture in the concrete was precisely where the key fit. I turned it with trembling hands in the order recorded in the journal. 1/4 to the left, 3/4 to the right, and then back to the right. Nothing happened for a second. Then I heard it. A faint click, then the murmur of machinery that was hidden. Silently, the artificial wall swung in, exposing a steel door with an advanced electronic keypad. I was also ready for this thanks to the journal. The code was created in a particular manner and was predicated on a crucial date, the day Grandpa Gerald inaugurated the gallery. I meticulously typed the numbers. 1965,412. Climate-controlled air swept over me as the door opened with a soft hiss. I was astounded by the scene that was illuminated by motion-activated lights that flickered on. The vault was enormous, much bigger than it ought to have been. The walls were lined with rows of meticulously conserved paintings, each housed in a specially made cabinet. On pedestals, sculptures were displayed, their shapes creating elaborate shadows. Smaller items, including rare manuscripts, antiquated antiques, and things I knew from my art history coursework but had never anticipated seeing in reality, were displayed in display cases. A plain desk with a letter positioned exactly in the center stood in the midst of the room. My hands trembled as I opened it. Janice, my darling, in the True Mason Gallery, you will find complete documentation for every item in the vault, including its provenance, history, and most importantly, its rightful owners. Some of these pieces were entrusted to me for safekeeping during difficult times, while others were saved from those who would have destroyed them for political or financial gain. What you see around you is the result of a lifetime of work, not just mine, but the efforts of countless others who believed in preserving beauty and history. This collection exists to be safeguarded until the appropriate moment for each piece to return home, not to be sold or showcased for prestige. Because you recognize that art is about sustaining the thread of human creativity that unites us all, rather than about status or price tags, I have selected you for this responsibility. There's a smaller room at the back of the vault, and that collection is different, items I've lawfully acquired over the years, meticulously verified and documented, and those are yours to do with as you please. They should supply more than enough funds to keep the gallery and the vault operating as intended. Be cautious, be patient, and most importantly, be loyal to the role you have been given. With all of my affection, Gerald, Grandpa. I looked at everything in the vault in awe for hours. Works by masters I had only read about, pieces believed to be lost to time, and others whose existence had only been reported made up the astounding collection. I discovered hundreds of carefully chosen pieces by painters whose values had risen dramatically over the years in the private collection Grandpa Gerald had indicated. They are valued at much over $100 million, even by modest estimates. However, it wasn't the cash that made me cry. It was the faith my grandfather had put in me, the legacy he had, without my knowledge, set for me all those years before. The magic was broken by a notification on my phone. Marcus left several missed calls and sent a text message. This isn't over. You're making a huge mistake. I grinned as I surveyed the vault's precious collection, which my brother would have sold without hesitation. I was absolutely sure of my direction for the first time since I inherited the gallery. I made my way back upstairs and carefully secured the vault. Work needed to be done. The gallery required remodeling. It was time to upgrade security. I also had a legacy to uphold. One thing Marcus was correct about was that this was far from over. However, he was unaware of what he was actually up against. I was suddenly the custodian of something far more valuable than money could buy, while he planned to take what he believed to be a building of little value. I said as I peered up at the gallery's walls, "Thank you, Grandpa Gerald. I won't let you down." The weeks that followed were filled with a lot of activity. I had contractors sign strict confidentiality agreements before I could hire them to restore the gallery's original characteristics. To keep curious onlookers away, the basement was marked as undergoing environmental assessment and remained completely off limits. I read through Grandpa Gerald's journal at night to discover the backstories of every item in the vault. Some had been saved from more recent wars, while others had been saved from Nazi theft during World War II. Every piece of art had a comprehensive file with information on its original owners and the events leading up to my grandfather's possession. Marcus, however, kept his word and wasn't giving up. The legal threats came first. His attorneys sent him a hefty letter demanding an immediate sale, arguing that the gallery's declining state amounted to careless handling of family property. I gave it to my own lawyer, an expert in art law, whom I had discreetly hired with money from the sale of a single small item from my grandfather's private collection. Then came the strain of money. Marcus interfered with the gallery's utility supplies, insurance, and even the property tax assessment by using his contacts. Every time, I used resources he was unaware I possessed to oppose his movements. The pivotal moment occurred on a soggy Tuesday morning. When I got to the gallery, Marcus and two unfamiliar men were waiting. "These gentlemen are from the Boston Historical Society," he replied. He had a razor-sharp smile. "They're very interested in examining the building's original foundation. Apparently, there are concerns about structural integrity." The way they handled themselves and the tiny bulges under their coats made it clear to me right away that they were not from any historical society. They were, at worst, private detectives. I firmly stated, "The gallery is closed for renovations. Any inspections need to be scheduled through proper channels." Among the men, one moved forward. "We have authorization to leave," I interrupted him. "Or I'll call the actual authorities." Marcus stayed after they had gone. "What are you hiding, Janice? There's something in this building worth protecting, isn't there? Something Grandpa Gerald left behind?" "The only thing I'm protecting is this gallery's future," I responded. "Why can't you accept that?" His face grew serious. "Because I know you. You were always his favorite, always listening to his stories. He must have told you something. Let me give you some clues." "The clue was in plain sight, Marcus. You just never cared enough to look." I realized that evening that I needed to expedite my plans. Marcus was becoming desperate, and individuals who are desperate tend to make bad decisions. I meticulously documented everything in the vault for hours on end. Then I called 3 people. The world's foremost authority on art repatriation, a contact at Interpol, and an old friend at the FBI's Art Crime Division. Marcus took action 2 days later. When I heard the basement door open, I was working late. 3 dark-clad males were seen on security cameras heading downstairs. I knew exactly who had sent them, even though Marcus wasn't with them. I calmly pressed the quiet alarm, which was a customized one I'd built that was directly connected to police enforcement, rather than the gallery's standard system. After that, I headed to the basement. The workers were already at the northwest corner, using specialized tools to examine the wall. When I walked in, they hardly gave me a look. I said, "Looking for something?" One snarled, "Lady, just walk away. This doesn't concern you." "Actually," I said with a grin, "it concerns me very much. So do the federal agents who just surrounded the building." Voices burst from above as if on cue. "FBI, this is a federal art crimes investigation. Everyone remains where you are?" What happened next was a haze of activity. The would-be robbers were taken into custody. Marcus was taken up at his house after being located via their phones. Everything was exposed by the search warrants, including his ambitions for the gallery, his hired goons, and even his ties to certain dishonest collectors who dealt in stolen art. The following morning, however, was the true surprise. At the gallery, I had scheduled a special meeting. Officials from several governments were present, as were representatives from museums and cultural organizations worldwide. We went down into the vault together. As the collection was unveiled by the lights, their gasps reverberated off the walls. As long-lost masterpieces were rediscovered, tears were shed. When artifacts that were believed to be destroyed were discovered to be completely preserved, museum directors embraced one another. I gave Grandpa Gerald access to everything, including his meticulous paperwork, documents, and the backstories of how each item had ended up in his custody. We would collaborate over the course of the following year to restore each piece of art to its proper location, bringing the gallery recognition on a global scale for what it gave back rather than what it owned. Marcus, who had lost his freedom and reputation due to his own selfishness, watched it all happen from behind bars. He would have plenty of time to consider his options because the evidence discovered in his house had linked him to other art trafficking enterprises. Regarding the gallery itself, I created a foundation devoted to safeguarding and conserving art in times of war by using a portion of Grandpa Gerald's own collection. The gallery evolved into a hub for activism and education, educating the next generation on the value of cultural heritage. I was standing in the newly remodeled main hall exactly 1 year after I had found the vault. The original architectural details had been brought back to their former splendor, and the room was flooded with light. As Grandpa Gerald had done when he originally founded the gallery, a special exhibition was about to begin, but it would feature works by up-and-coming local artists rather than priceless masterpieces. I have 2 items on my desk in my office, which used to be Grandpa Gerald's haven. His journal, which serves as a reminder of the heritage he left me, is the first. The second is a brief news article from the day Marcus was convicted, which serves as a reminder that genuine value lies in what you choose to preserve rather than what you can take. The Mason name is still used by the gallery, but it now represents something else. A dedication to conserving art for upcoming generations, not merely a family tradition. I sense Grandpa Gerald's presence every day as I pass through these hallways. He would be proud, I'm sure of it. Sometimes, when it's quiet in the gallery late at night, I reflect on how I almost gave up and allowed Marcus to turn this place into just another opulent development when I initially discovered the secret compartment in the floor. But I had learned a lot from Grandpa Gerald. Sometimes the finest riches are hidden from view. Additionally, some items have significantly higher values than their market value. There is no longer anything in the vault beneath the gallery. Although its contents have been returned to their proper locations across the globe, the area is nonetheless prepared in case it is ever needed again. A hidden chamber ready to guard the next historical artifact that needs to be preserved. And occasionally I share Grandpa Gerald's favorite quote with young artists who come to the exhibition with eyes that sparkle with the same fervor I once witnessed in his. True value isn't always visible at first glance. Sometimes the greatest treasures hide in plain sight, waiting for the right person to discover them. They never understand that I'm discussing more than just art. The gallery, which everyone believed to be useless, ended up being valuable not because of its contents but rather because of its legacy of preservation, protection, and the realization that some things are more valuable than all the money in the world. Marcus might have received the money from our parents' estate, but I gained something far more valuable: a goal, a purpose, and the opportunity to demonstrate that sometimes the best form of retaliation isn't getting even but rather doing the right thing. With its windows shining in the sunlight, the Mason Gallery is a tall building in the heart of Boston. It's no longer the dilapidated, dusty place my brother made fun of. It serves as a ray of hope, a defender of culture, and evidence that genuine value frequently extends well beyond appearances. And me, Janice Mason, the letdown who received the useless bequest, is no longer me. I am the guardian of a generation-spanning legacy. The guardian of a custom that prioritizes preservation over financial gain. And the evidence that, if you know where to look, the greatest things in life can occasionally be found shrouded in dust. Thanks for watching and being part of the drama. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the bell so you never miss a wild news story.
Sign your sister's $200,000 loan, or you're banned, my mom demanded. I said no, accepted my Dublin job, and cut off 43 missed calls that night. My name is Silas. I'm Chiste Pierce. The oldest child, the first to leave home, and the first to receive a solid paycheck. If you ask my relatives, they would say I'm financially responsible. If you asked me, I would say I am a background guy. Useful and quiet, there to hold the ladder as others climb. My younger sister Marin is the golden one. Different rules, different tones of voice. The same house, 2 realities. When we were kids, I did chores for money. She received surprises for doing her best. In high school, I purchased my own second-hand laptop using tips from busing tables. She got a new phone for safety. That pattern never ended. It simply learnt greater numbers and better reasons. I work in operations for a multinational logistics company. It's not spectacular, but it's reliable. I track shipments, repair processes, and ensure that things run on time. I prefer figures that add up, invoices that are transparent, and calendars that are real. My life fits into a spreadsheet. My family lives in a group chat. The last Sunday dinner I attended was a month ago. Mom had a roast in the oven. Dad's game was on mute. Marin arrived 20 minutes late, wearing an enormous sweater that likely cost a car payment. She kissed Mom's cheek, sat down, and immediately inquired, "Do we have lemon water, or just regular?" I began chopping parsley. "Sink works?" I inquired. She made an expression as if I had advised drinking from a puddle. Aunt Isolde leaned across the table. "Silas, you're not still renting, are you? That's just lighting money on fire."
Working on it, I answered. Mom did not glance up from basting. He likes to be careful. She said he's good with that. Our planner. Then she tapped the oven door with the back of the spoon and lightly added, "Besides, Silas is comfortable. He's not like Marin. She's creative. She's meant for more." Marin tucked her chin into her palm and grinned without teeth, like a magazine ad. "I'm figuring things out," she said. "It's a journey." I continued chopping. Dad turned up the noise for a replay and added, "Silas, grab the bill when it arrives." "I forgot my wallet in the car in the kitchen," I said. Everyone chuckled. It was an easy joke since it was a simple assumption. Of course I would pay the bill. I always pay the bill. Later in the living room, I told Mom that I was considering taking a short-term assignment abroad. 6 months, I answered. Maybe a year. She shrugged it off with the hand that wasn't holding her glass. "Sweetie, that's not realistic. Your sister needs you right now." "What does that mean?" I inquired. "Don't be defensive," she stated. "You know how Marin is. She just needs a little runway." Marin walked in, looked at her image in the black TV screen, and told me, "You'll understand when you let go a little." Something small and old shifted in my chest. It wasn't anger. It was the heavy old feeling I used to get as a youngster when the teacher shouted group project and everyone glanced at me because they wanted an A without doing any work. I put down the knife. "I brought dessert. It's in the fridge," Aunt Isolde said from the table. "You're a doll." Then quietly to Mom, hoping I wouldn't hear, "You're lucky to have him." Mom responded without lowering her voice. "Of course we are. That's what family is." There was a pause. The kind in which you're expected to nod, agree, and express gratitude for being required. I nodded anyhow, and that was all. That small moment. No yelling, no commotion, just a quick reminder of the rules. Marin dreams. I do the dishes. Marin discovers herself. I found my wallet. That night I laid on my couch, staring at the ceiling, and felt the old pangs return. The one you confuse for love because it began in the same home. I slept poorly. I kept hearing Mom's sentence in my thoughts. "She needs you right now." It was about to become a number. I could feel it. The money didn't start out enormous. It began with, "Put it on your card. We'll settle up." The first time, it was a 1-year family phone plan. Mom stated that 1 year became 5, or $216 every month. Then Netflix cost $14.99. Then, "Can you add your sister to your car insurance for now?" $96 more. I assured myself everything was good. I could afford it. It maintained the calm. After college I stayed at home for 2 years to help out while my father's hours were reduced. I paid half of the mortgage temporarily. Temporary became, "Don't rock the boat." When I finally moved out, I left my name on the power bill because autopay had already been set up. "We'll switch it," Mom replied. "Next month. Birthdays, your grandmother's knee, and our hectic schedule have all pushed next month back." I had a list on my phone. It included dates, sums, and confirmation numbers. It resembled a normal person's notes app, and a little account contained a baby. Meanwhile, Marin tried other things, including a bakery internship, a travel blog, and a wellness coaching credential that she never finished paying off. I loaned her $400 for books once, and then $850 as a deposit that she would forfeit if she backed out. Then $1,200 when the vehicle died. And it was somehow my fault because I used it last winter. I recorded the amount in my notes and marked any that I believed would never return with 2 stars. She calls money energy. I call it rent. "Why are you pushing back?" Mom indicated these were minor issues. When I sent Marin a Venmo request with the polite phrase, "Hey, can you tackle this week?" she responded with a heart and no money. "Don't be transactional," she said in person. "It's gross." Dad's response was always, "Family is family. It evens out." It didn't. It just became cleaner. The requests were presented more effectively. We figured it would be easier if one person handled the payments. Mom texted me once, including a copy of our water bill with my old account number circled in blue marker. "You're organized," she said. "We'll get you next time." I am not a saint. I am not a martyr. I'm a guy who can do math. I kept assisting since it was easier than battling. It seemed like leaving a light on for folks you don't know will ever return home. Last winter, I was offered a rotation at our Dublin office. 12 months, housing stipend, travel reimbursement, and a raise. It was everything I said I wanted when I was honest. I partly accepted and then paused. I told them I needed time. In my family, leaving meant more than just leaving. It was abandoning. It was done to make you feel superior to us. I told Mom about it in January. She added, "We'll talk after Marin figures out her next step." Her next step was a man named Dorian in an apartment they couldn't afford. He's a pleasant enough person. He donned a beanie to Thanksgiving and addressed my mother as ma'am, which she adored. In March, Marin and Dorian acquired a dog. Marin resigned her job in April because she felt her boss was poisonous. In May, the group chat became busier. Rent is predatory. Landlords are vampires. Capitalism is violent. I muted it for 8 hours before going for a walk. By June, I'd completed 3 small tasks. The phone bill when Mom's automobile started acting strangely. Marin's auto insurance was limited on Venmo. The universe sent us Thalia, so we got a surprise vet bill. $216, $96, $347. Numbers that seemed modest until they formed a pile of straws. Mom's language changed around then. She started using we. We thought we could all pitch in. If I inquired who we were, she answered, "Oh, Silas, don't start." You know what I mean. I understand exactly what she means. The first time the figure $200,000 appeared, it wasn't in a text. It was a white binder with tabs. Mom slipped it over the table as if she were handing me a college brochure. "Marin's opening a studio," she remarked. "There's a whole plan, a year of runway. She just needs a guarantor to unlock better terms." "A guarantor," I said again. Dad cleared his throat. "It's just your name," he explained. "It shows confidence." "It shows liability," I said. Marin twirled a strand of hair and said, "It's not that deep?" "It is exactly that deep," I responded. 150 grand is deep. "It's an investment in family," my mom responded. "We would do it for you." They would not. They never had. I closed and slid the binder back. "I can't co-sign a loan for you," I told Marin. "I love you, but no." She rolled her eyes, as if I had refused to share fries. "Wow," she replied. "You're so tight." Mom called that night, crying. Dad called and did not answer. Aunt Isolde delivered an audio message on seasons and abundance. Marin shared an Instagram story about financial abuse, along with a passage from a site about wealthy siblings. Dorian texted me a thumbs down. I placed my phone face down and watched the ceiling fan trace lazy circles in the darkness. The Dublin offer waited in my inbox, like a door half open. I felt air passing through it. Then came the ask within the ask. "I am quitting my work. You will support us while I find myself." Not yet written, but soon. I could hear it approaching like a locomotive around a bend. The track was already laid. It came on Wednesday, at 8:12 a.m. I was brushing my teeth. My phone vibrated on the sink. "Marin. I am quitting today. I can't take the tension anymore. You will support us while I find myself." There was no question mark anywhere in the message. Just the assurance of someone who has always landed on a cushion she didn't make. I cleaned my lips, examined my face in the mirror, sleep-creased and ordinary, and typed back with my thumbs. "Me? That's not my problem." I pressed submit. My hands did not shake. I was not mean. I was concise in 60 seconds. "Mom. Call me. Right now. Marin. Are you serious? Dorian. Brother." The Dublin email was still open on my laptop. I scrolled to the bottom and hit accept. Start date. Monday. The flight has been assigned. Apartment has been arranged. It felt like returning a plate to its proper place in the cupboard. 8 minutes later, Mom delivered the all-caps classic. "Emo banned from Thanksgiving until you sign your sister's $200,000 loan." I truly laughed. Not loud, but a quiet, intimate sound I hadn't made in years. It sounded like relief with a cheap disguise. 10 minutes later, my phone lit up with a FaceTime from Dad. I responded. They were on speaker. I could see the kitchen behind them, as well as the fridge calendar, which listed everyone's names except mine. Mom did not waste time. "You will apologize to your sister," she stated. "You will fix this." "No," I replied. "What do you mean, no?" Her voice grew higher and then thinner. "I mean no," I answered. "I won't be supporting 2 adults. I won't be co-signing anything. I won't be on the hook for 6 figures because you're rewriting reality with feelings." Dad leaned toward the phone. "Watch your tone." "My tone is calm," I told you. "It's going to stay calm." Marin barged into the picture, her mascara streaked in a way that reminded me of a stage performance. "You're so selfish," she remarked. You're punishing me for being different. I'm not punishing you, I told you. I'm drawing a line. You've never believed in me, she confessed. I believed in you when I paid for your books, I told you. When I covered your car insurance, when I added you to my phone plan. When I paid your vet bill. When I sat through 3 different launch parties for projects you abandoned by the next Thursday. She let out a breath. You're keeping score? Mom asked. Yes, I replied. Because I'm the one paying the bill. Mom took a different approach. If you leave now, she added, you abandon this family. I'll leave on Monday, I replied. For work, not out of spite. Oh, he thinks he's better than us, Maren exclaimed, teary and dramatic. I stood up straighter and spoke as if I were on a phone conversation at work, which is where I learned how to be clear. This is not about vengeance, I explained. This is about closure. There is silence, followed by nasty laughing from Dad, who believes he is the brightest person in the room. Closure from what? He asked. Doing your part. From being the plan, I corrected myself. From being the quiet solution. They all began at once. Mom with blame, Dad with volume, Maren with accusation, and Dorian with bro syllables from off camera. I did not raise my voice. I repeated myself as a policy. I'm not your guarantor, I explained. I'm not your salary, and I'm not your emergency fund, Dad said, pointing at the screen. You will regret this. I already regret not doing it sooner, I replied. I ended the call. I set the phone down on the counter like a hot pan and looked out the window. Across the street, a neighbor was watering vegetables. The sun touched the side of the building, creating a rectangle of light on my floor. Nothing burst. Nothing broke. The city kept moving. After 15 minutes, a group text arrived. Mom. We have a family meeting tonight. Me. I will not be there. Mom. You'll come. Me. No. Maren says, I hate you. Me. I love you. I will not finance you. Blue bubbles. Gray bubbles. Blue-gray, and then only gray. Long paragraphs about sacrifice, what we did for you, and how you spoke to your mother. I turned the phone face down, opened my laptop, and sent my signed acceptance to HR. Then I sent my notice to my landlord, booked the airport train, and made a list of boxes to check. It felt like we were creating a little raft as the tide turned. It felt like I was leaving an outgrown room, but I continued to tidy nonetheless. That night, I accomplished what I should have done a year earlier. I opened every account with someone else's name on it and began breaking strings. Telephone plan. Remove Maren and Mom. The system alerted me 3 times that someone might lose service. I clicked through. Total monthly savings are $216. Maren's car insurance is unlinked. Effective date, midnight. The new premium is back to mine alone. Savings, $96. Streaming services. Update my password. Disabled the TV in someone else's living room. $14.99 returned to me. Not the money, but the philosophy. My name was still on the autopay list for utilities, power and water at my parents' residence. I changed the next payment to manual. Remove my card and email address from the contact information to transfer the account. Dad. Subject. Transfer by Friday. Clear. Boring. True savings. Move my $132,400 emergency fund to a new bank that I hadn't notified anyone about, set alarms, froze my credit, and sought replacement cards. I created a spreadsheet named Exit. Each row was a rope I put around myself to keep a ship from drifting that I had no control over. By the time I finished, my phone had 43 missed calls. 17 from Mom, 8 from Dad, 12 from Maren, and 6 from no caller ID. I let them stack. The voicemails arrived in waves. First angry, then imploring, then quiet, boiling ones in which Mom exhaled into the microphone as if she wanted me to feel her disappointment over the speaker. Aunt Isolde texted me at 11:27 p.m. Sweetheart, can we talk? I stared at it for a long time without responding. She was the kind one, but in my family, kindness was often accompanied by a clipboard. I slept with my phone in a drawer. In the morning, there were 58 missed calls. Group chat has 142 unread messages. Dorian had written 3 paragraphs discussing masculinity and mutual aid. Maren shared a photo of Thalia alongside a comment about nerve systems and safety. Mom shared a meme about ungrateful children. I made coffee. I packed a suitcase. I rolled my socks. I removed the whiteboard calendar from my wall and wiped it clean. At midday, Dad arrived at my door. He pounded forcefully, like a cop from a movie. I let him knock. He called my name. I let him call. He jiggled the handle. I drank coffee. He eventually left. A minute later, I received the following text. Coward. I responded with, boundaries. He sent, do you think words can protect you? I typed, deleted, and typed again before sending, no, policies do. Mom kept up the drumming. Banned became her new favorite word. Banned from Thanksgiving, Christmas, and the family chat, as well as being tagged in every message inside the same family chat. It was like being told to leave and then having the door pushed open in your face. At 3 p.m., Marin emailed a contract photo. We need your signature by 5, she wrote. The bank closes at 6 o'clock. Read the sentence where it says joint and several liability, I explained, then read it again. You don't love me, responded the other woman. I love you enough to not let you drown us both, I'd written. I love you enough to stop pretending money is a vibe. She left a voice message for me. I did not play it. Then it said, Thalia misses you. I looked at it and felt something twist. I didn't adore that dog. I also cherished my future. Love is not a repayment plan. I went to my storage unit and organized 3 piles: keep, donate, and trash. The keep pile was smaller than I anticipated. It appeared to be a living organism. On my way home, I passed the corner pub and noticed Dorian inside on a stool, narrating a story with enormous hands. He did not see me. I continued walking. Back upstairs, I printed out my travel details and taped it to the inside of my front door. It made the strategy feel more robust. Train at 6:20 a.m., Terminal 2, Seat 21A. My employer had provided temporary lodging near the office. The photographs appeared tidy and dull, as if no one would ask for my login information. My phone fell silent at 7 p.m., indicating that the non-negotiable family meeting had taken place without my there. It came back on an hour later. Mom. This is the final offer. Sign the loan. Keep your number in the plan. Thanksgiving is at Aunt Isolde's at 3. You can carve me. No. Mom. Why are you doing this? Me. Because the only way to stop being the plan is to stop being the plan. Stay quiet for a bit. Then Mom says, we won't forget this. I say, me neither. I took a shower. I set 3 alarms. I emailed my friend Ansel the airport time and my address just in case. He responded with a thumbs up, a simple emoji, and proud of you, man. I lay in bed in a silent apartment, listening to a neighbor's dishwasher hum. I remembered the binder with tabs and how Mom had pushed it across the table like fate. I reflected on the 43 missed calls and the structure of my life when no one else was involved. It was not yet peaceful, but it was quiet. When you eventually resist the cacophony, you will first experience silence. Thanksgiving arrived early for me that year. It arrived on Monday, 7:35 a.m., with a gray sky above a new city and my breath fogging up like a cartoon speech bubble. I moved into the business apartment and learned about food shop hours. I got a kettle since everyone insisted I needed one, and a cheap plant because the window looked bare without it. I set up my business laptop on a small desk and tacked my bill spreadsheet to one side. It now contained 5 lines, each including merely my name. The first week I awoke expecting the same routine. Texts before I finished my coffee, small fires in other people's kitchens. Instead, I received emails regarding shipments and morning meetings that concluded exactly when they were supposed to. I walked from work down a canal and counted dogs. I discovered what sound the crosswalks make here. I cooked for one person and ate it all. On Wednesday, a screenshot from my credit monitoring app appeared. New inquiry tried but blocked. I smiled at my plant and watered it slightly. That night, Marin sent a photo of a turkey emoji with the words, "Are you happy?" I typed for a while, then erased everything and sent, "I hope you find what you're looking for. I can't fund the search." She didn't respond. Mom sent a message beginning with, "I shouldn't say this," and then said it anyhow. I've read it. I didn't respond. The following day she sent nothing. It felt like a new holiday on our calendar. Empty box day. On Thanksgiving Day, I fixed myself a little platter. Roasted chicken breast, because turkeys here appear to be a commitment. Potatoes and green beans. I faced Ansel and held up my plate. He held up his greasy slice of pizza. Tradition, he stated. We laughed. After supper, I opened my notes app and reviewed the previous list. Dates, amounts, and the breadcrumb trail of how a border fades when you go over it. Only this once. I scrolled to the bottom and added a line. I refuse to co-sign chaos. I refuse to be leveraged by love. I'm not going to ask for aid with neglect. I refuse to trade peace for access. I will not apologize for keeping my earnings. I will not be the plan. I rate it twice. Then I added one more sentence. The only one that mattered if I wanted any of this to stick. I will love you without paying for you. This was hardly a victory speech. It was a message to myself. The kind you keep in a folder and consult when you feel weak. The kind that holds whether the writing is mild, loud, or in all caps. People believe that closure means slamming the door. It is not. It's a door you ultimately cease keeping open for those who never intend to walk through it. I have not been barred from participating in any meaningful activities. I eat everything I cook. I say what I want. I earn money. I save. I sleep. This is not about vengeance. It never was. It's important not to confuse being needed with being loved. It is about refusing to be a wallet with emotions. My name is Silas. I'm 31. For the first time in years, I had control over the silence in my life. Not the silence of being ignored, nor the silence of swallowing words so that others could shine, but the kind that hums steadily, like a low tide on rock. It seemed both alien and comforting. I had no idea what the next decade would bring. Only that the life I was creating now had my name on every line. My mom told me I wasn't her real family on my birthday. So I evicted her, sold her car, and closed the account she secretly robbed. My name is Callan. I'm 32, and I used to assume that no matter how flawed a family was, they would eventually come around and care deeply. Perhaps they didn't know how to express it. That belief used to be my anchor, but on my birthday this year, it sank permanently. It began that morning. I wasn't expecting fireworks or a great gesture, let alone a present, but rather a text or a phone call to say, "Hey, we're thinking of you." Something tiny to hold on to. Instead, I received a voicemail. My phone buzzed while I was making coffee, and I noticed the small symbol. I didn't recognize the number, but I pressed play, hoping it was Mom phoning from work or something. What I heard chilled me more than I like to confess. My mother's voice was plainly smug and casual, as if she were discussing the weather. "Callan, don't expect a call today. We're busy celebrating our real family. You should understand that by now." That was it. There was no goodbye, explanation, or hesitation. Only a blunt dismissal wrapped in years of bitterness and served cold on my birthday. I hadn't moved for a long time. I just stood there, coffee going cold in my hand, repeating those words in my thoughts. Real family. I wanted to believe that it was an error. Perhaps she was inebriated or joking. But I knew better. For years I'd seen this coming in shards, like a slow drip from a roof that you pretend isn't leaking until the entire thing collapses. Allow me to rewind for a second. Growing up, I was always the responsible one. Not the favorite, nor the golden child. That was Reese, my younger brother. I was the one who made sure the bills were paid when Mom lost her job, and I skipped college parties to work additional shifts to keep the house when Dad departed. Reese dropped out of college to find himself in Mexico, read and party with his girlfriend, while I took over Dad's old delivery route to cover Mom's mortgage, which she couldn't handle alone. Eventually, I found a decent job in IT, moved into a tiny apartment downtown, and established a stable, quiet lifestyle. I stayed too close, probably, and assisted whenever she asked. She paid to have her automobile fixed last winter. Co-signed a credit card. When she complained about delays in her Social Security payments, I even joined her to a joint bank account. At the time, I had no second thoughts about it. Family supports family, correct? However, something has changed over the previous 2 years. Calls became shorter. Texts are unanswered. Invitations to family dinners ceased. At start, it was minor things like being left out of a group photo and learning via Facebook that Reese had gotten engaged. Then, last Thanksgiving, Mom forgot to tell me that the venue had changed. When I called, she said, "Oh, I didn't think you'd want to come. You're always so busy." Busy. I had spent 3 hours making a dumb pecan pie. Nonetheless, I continued showing up. I kept hoping. Keep trying. So, yes, that voicemail was different. Not because it was the first smack, but because it was the last I was willing to accept. I did not cry. I did not call back. I did not even erase the mail. I simply sat on the couch, stared at the ceiling, and thought. I reflected about all the money I'd lent, given, and received with no thanks. I grinned as I remembered Reese crashing my car on a test drive. I remembered Mom telling her friend directly in front of me, Reese may not be successful, but at least he's fun. I reflected on how many times I allowed them to reduce, shrink, or delete me. Then I thought about the joint account. She begged me to add her a year ago, when she said she couldn't open one on her own, owing to terrible credit. I intended to remove her. Honestly, it was on my to-do list, right next to getting new tires and buying extra paper towels. But I never did. Apparently, she had also forgotten. I signed in, and there it was. The account held approximately $14,000, the majority of which came from a tax return I deposited last month with the intention of moving it later, but never did. I checked the transactions. Reese had used the card at an electronics store 3 days before. My mother had paid for breakfast at a downtown establishment I'd never been invited to. There was also a payment planned in Reese's name for a holiday rental in Maui. I stared at the screen for a long time. I was not angry. I felt hollow, like if all of my rage had burnt away, leaving just ash, calm, weightless ash. I clicked transfer to empty the entire account into my private one. Then I called the bank to have the joint account permanently terminated. Without hesitation. There's no warning. Then I recalled the automobile. When her old Toyota broke down a year ago, I gave her the extra car I had inherited from my uncle, a dusty but reliable Honda Accord. I never completed the DMV paperwork, therefore it remains in my name. She promised to transfer it eventually. They said it was simply paperwork. Mom's style is classic. I took the title from my filing cabinet and contacted a buyer I knew via Craigslist. He picked it up that evening with cash in hand. Mom was apparently out, as she didn't notice it was gone until the next morning. But I wasn't finished. There was one more thing. The home. It was not hers. Not legally. It used to belong to my grandparents, but after Grandpa died and Grandma moved into assisted living, it was left to me in the will. Mom was able to stay with my blessing without having to pay rent. Only one requirement applies. Pay your property taxes and maintain it tidy. Instead, she let Reese to move in with his girlfriend, ruined the basement with his music studio, and treated it as her personal realm. She never thanked me. Never admitted that it was my. In fact, last month, Reese had the gall to tell me, "We're thinking of redoing the kitchen. Don't worry, we'll let you know when it's done." Let me know. So I dug through my papers, got out the lease agreement I had created but never submitted, called a legal friend, and spent an hour writing a proper notice of eviction. I printed it, signed it. I slipped it inside an envelope with a small bow and placed it in their mailbox the following morning. I did not text her, warn her, or explain. I simply gave her what she gave me, quiet. And as I walked away from that house, watching the early light rising over the same cracked driveway where I used to skateboard as a child, I felt something change. Not satisfied. Not victory. Freedom. But that was just the beginning. By the time the eviction notice arrived in her mailbox, I had already banned her number. I wasn't trying to be theatrical, I just didn't want to get the inevitable voicemail. I knew what it would be. High-pitched terror, sudden motherly worry, and a gaslighting guilt trip masked by uncertainty. "Callan, what is this? Why would you do this to us? After all we've been through?" As if I were the one throwing the knife, rather than simply taking it from my back. Instead, I put my phone on quiet, checked out of social media, and concentrated on packing for my weekend getaway. Nothing spectacular, just a quiet Airbnb upstate, surrounded by trees where I could sit with my thoughts and perhaps find out who I was without the constant weight of being the reliable one. However, they did not have to wait long. By 10 a.m., I had 6 missed calls from Reese, 5 from Mom on a different number, and 2 from no caller ID, indicating that she was using a business phone. I did not pick up any of them. I brewed coffee, checked my email, fed the cat, and read a book. I had never felt more in control. Around noon, I had a knock on my apartment door. I was not expecting anyone. I reside in a quiet building with even quieter hallways. When I opened the door, there stood a half-wrinkled Reese shirt, jaw tense and pacing like a trapped animal. "You emptied the account," he complained. "There is no salutation, no, hey, happy birthday, only entitled disbelief." I leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed. "Yep. You sold the car. That's Mom's car." "Nope," I said calmly. "It was mine. In my name. Just like the house." His face grew red. "You're being a—" "Be careful," I said, interrupting. "Finish that sentence and I close this door." He took a deep breath, as if he was unsure whether I was bluffing. I was not. "You can't do this to us," he snarled. You're just mad because mom didn't call you. No, Reese. I'm mad because you and mom treat me like an ATM with a heartbeat. He blinked. I don't believe he was used to me pushing back. For years I played the calm, dependable brother, the fixer, and the cleaner-upper. He was currently seeing someone new, someone who didn't seek permission to draw the line. Then came the real kicker. He truly stated, she didn't mean that message. She was just venting, it was a joke. My laughter caught him off guard. So was the eviction notice, I explained. Hope she finds it funny when the sheriff shows up in 30 days. Reese moved forward, but I raised my hand. Don't try me. For once he didn't. He turned around, muttering something about overreacting and you'll regret it, and rushed back toward the elevator. I watched him leave, heart racing but steady. That afternoon, I received a series of texts. First from Reese. You have just wrecked this family. I don't think we will forget this. I hope your lovely kitty keeps you warm when you are old and alone. Then followed the ones from Mom, each with a unique flavor of manipulation. You are pulling this family apart. I did not raise you to be cruel. What happened to my precious boy? I'll refund your money only to reverse the eviction. This is not you. But it was. This was finally me. For the first time, I was not the doormat. I wasn't the most fun sister. I wasn't the emergency contact, the silent benefactor, or the supporting role in their chaos. I was the guy who quit apologizing for his existence. The following day, my lawyer friend called. She left a voicemail, she explained. Sounds like she wants to contest the eviction. Can she? I inquired. Number, she has no legal claim to the house. You've covered yourself. She's just flailing. I thanked her before hanging up. Then I got another knock on my door. This time, it was not Reese. It was my aunt. Aunt Celine has always been the family's Switzerland, impartial, smiling, slightly ignorant, but never unkind. She arrived with a Tupperware of lemon bars, as if she were bringing peace in a suburban war zone. Can I come in? She inquired. I paused. But then I noticed the worry in her eyes. Not performative, not judging, genuine concern. She sat on the couch as if it were holy ground. Callan, she's spiraling. She had years to treat me like a son, Celine. I know, she replied. And she was wrong. You've always been there. Always. We all saw it. Then why didn't anyone say anything? Her silence was sufficient. She's scared, she finally admitted. She doesn't know how to be without you. I nodded. Neither did I. But now I do. Celine left shortly thereafter. She did not ask me to undo anything. She just hugged me and said, I hope you sleep well tonight. I did. They had a chaotic few days. Reese attempted to attack me on Facebook with a rant that began with, my brother just evicted our mother on his birthday. But he forgot I had receipts, texts, photos, screenshots. I didn't even need to upload them. My friends and co-workers supported me before I ever read the post. One of my former college roommates commented, imagine being so ungrateful to the person keeping the lights on. Y'all deserve to be homeless. That comment received the most likes. Eventually, the post disappeared. 3 weeks later, I received a letter. My mother typed a formal apology and signed it. But I'm not going to reveal what it says yet. Because what happened on move-out day is when everything really unraveled. Move-out day came on a dreary Tuesday morning. I did not go over there, I could not. My lawyer told me I didn't need to because the paperwork was complete. The sheriff's office had arranged the formal notice, and if my mother and Reese didn't cooperate, they'd be forcibly removed by the end of this week. Still, I kept track of the time like a worried clockmaker. 9 a.m. They were due to leave by 9:17. My phone vibrated. A photograph. It came from my neighbor across the street, Mr. Alden, a retired postal worker who always nodded graciously when I mowed the lawn on my visits. The photograph showed my mother standing on the front porch in a robe, arms folded, staring at two uniformed officers, while Reese stood by a beat-up automobile, loading black trash bags into its trunk. The house appeared tired, with overgrown shrubs, flaking paint near the garage, and a sagging rain gutter that had yet to be repaired after last year's storm. I offered to fix it. She said, we're managing fine. Apparently, fine meant duct tape and denial. By lunchtime, a second snapshot arrived. The porch is presently empty. The for sale sign, which I had allowed, was planted in the yard like a flag, signaling the start of something new. However, the aftermath was not silent. Later that evening, I received another tap on my door. This time, I was not surprised. That was her. My mother stood in the doorway, covered in a thick gray coat and holding a manila package. She did not appear angry. She appeared old, smaller, as if she had aged 10 years in 3 weeks. She didn't beg to come inside. She simply handed me the packet and explained. I wrote everything down. I didn't say anything, just nodded. She lingered. Reese is living with pals. I am figuring things out. More silence. I didn't mean to hurt you, she explained, as if that could erase decades in a single breath. You did, I said. I know. Then she turned to walk away. I did not open the envelope that night. I left it on the kitchen table while I prepared dinner, watched television, and brushed my cat. It wasn't until nearly midnight, while I was standing by the window with a mug of tea, that I took it up. Inside was an 8-page letter, typed and double-spaced, filled with memories. Mostly hers. Childhood stories. Things I had forgotten. Things I wished I had. She talked about Dad departing. About how she had hidden her fear behind pride. And how, when I began assisting financially, she let herself go, persuaded that if I could bear the weight, I could. Being dependable meant being responsible, and being responsible meant being invisible. She did not ask me to forgive her. She's just explained. Finally, one statement in bold. I spent so long asking what you could provide me that I never inquired how much it would cost you. I did not cry. Not then. But something broke. The following few days were quiet. Too quiet. No calls or knocks. It was just the gentle hum of moving on. Until Saturday a.m. I was preparing pancakes when my phone rang. It was Aunt Celine. I smiled, expecting another peace offering, perhaps banana bread this time. However, her voice was keen. Callan, she added hastily. You should come to the church, now. I froze. What? Reese, your mom. They're here. And Reese just informed the whole room you stole the house from them. My stomach dropped. I grabbed my keys. By the time I arrived to the church parking lot, I could hear heated voices through the open double doors. A neighborhood fundraiser for the youth center seems to have gathered a fair attendance. And smack in the center of all, like a horrible soap opera, was Reese, gesticulating madly with a paper in his hand. She forced our mom out, he stated to no one in particular. My brother feels he's greater than us just because he was lucky in a will. Lucky. That word struck me harder than I expected, and luck had nothing to do with it. I had not inherited my riches. I inherited an obligation. I hadn't been given a mansion. I'd been handed a disintegrating family and told to keep it together. I stepped through the doorway. Everyone looked at me. Reese noticed me and lighted up, like if he'd been waiting. Here he is. The golden boy has arrived to defend your kingdom. I remained calm, walked slowly, looked around the room. Then I replied, sure. Let us talk about luck. And what I said next, well, that's when everything truly fell apart. I stood at the front of that little community room, everyone looking at me as if I were the villain who had just walked onto the stage of a Sunday sermon. Folding chairs, the lemonade table. The sleepy piano melody still echoes softly from the corner. It all felt weird, as if I had been invited to my own trial without realizing it. Reese was still holding the paper, which was a fuzzy printout of a bank statement I'd long ago closed. He looked smug, as if he'd just put out irrefutable evidence that I was the world's worst human. You came to evict your own mother, he retorted. On your birthday, no less. Callan, you're quite classy. I took a long breath before turning to face the room. I recognized some familiar faces, including old neighbors, members of Mom's reading club, and even Mr. Alden from across the street, who was frowning with his arms crossed. I did not yell. I did not defend myself by throwing a tantrum. I just told the truth. Okay, I murmured slowly, allowing the silence to settle before proceeding. Let's talk about what actually happened. And then I arranged it piece by piece. There is no anger. There's no drama. Simply the truth, said clearly. I've paid the mortgage on that house for the last 5 years, I told myself. My grandfather bequeathed it to me in his will. My mother was allowed to remain there rent-free as long as she maintained it and paid property taxes. She did not. I also covered those. When my brother moved in, I did not charge rent. I did not ask for anything. I just asked for respect. Someone in the background whispered something. I continued going. After her car broke down, I handed her mine. Yes, I have a spare, but it is still mine. In my name. She never transferred the title. Never repaid me. I paid for the flowers for her birthday. I covered Reese's bail once, but I stopped myself. Let's not go there. That caused a few eyebrows to raise. Reese paled. I opened a joint account so my mother could pay her bills while she waited for delayed payments. I forgot to take her out when she got back on her feet. That is on me. But I didn't expect her and Reese to spend that money on a vacation to Maui that they hadn't even mentioned to me. I just found out after I viewed the transaction. People were shifting in their chairs. A murmur began. I looked at my Aunt Celine, who was standing at the corner, eyes wide and one hand over her chest. I knew she'd already known parts of this, but not everything. Reese attempted to interrupt. You're twisting it. But I raised my hand and continued. On my birthday, I explained slowly, I received a voicemail from my mother. She said, and I quote, "Do not expect a call. We are busy celebrating our real family." You could have heard a pin drop. She did not forget to call. She decided not to. So yeah, I said. I closed the account. I sold my automobile. I served a formal eviction notice on a residence that legally belongs to me because I finally realized something. I turned to face Reese. Love does not imply letting someone drain you dry. It does not imply being the quiet one who bears the brunt of everyone else's faults in order to gain their acceptance. Love implies boundaries. And if being the bad guy is the only way to make those boundaries stay, then I'll play the villain. For a long time, nobody said anything. Then a voice, Mr. Alden. Low and exhausted. Good for you, son. Another voice followed. Should have cut them off years ago. Even a few applauses. Nothing loud. There is nothing dramatic. Just modest affirmations from folks who had clearly been watching from the sidelines for longer than I knew. Reese stormed out a moment later, cursing beneath his breath. Several individuals followed. The majority stayed. My mom did not attend the event at all. I found out later that she had been waiting outside in the car. I believe she understood what was about to happen but lacked the energy to confront it. Aunt Celine met me outside and drew me into a hug that lasted much longer than it should have. Are you okay? She asked. I don't know, I admitted. But I think I will be. In the weeks that followed, things became quieter. Reese stopped contacting me once his smear effort fizzled. It turns out that when your reputation is solely based on charm and trickery, it does not hold up well under scrutiny. His pals, whom he boasted about living with, kicked him out after a week. I heard he was couch hopping and trying to launch a podcast. Reese at his best. Mom tried to reach out again. This time there's no shame, just quiet, hesitant texts like, thinking about you. I hope you're doing well. I apologize. I did not block her. But I did not answer either. Not at first. I needed some room. In that area, something unexpected occurred. I became better. The tightness in my chest, which had been there since I was 17, began to loosen. I stopped dreaded waking up and seeing my notifications. I redecorated my place and got rid of the beige furnishings I'd always used to blend in. Purchased a bright yellow couch. I enjoyed the art that was hung up. I started cooking again. I joined a local hiking group. I met people who had no expectations from me other than my presence. I eventually wrote her back. Only one message. I forgive you. But I'm not prepared to be close. Perhaps someday. Her response. That is fair. I will wait. And that was all. The house was cleaned, painted and listed. It was sold to a young couple with a toddler and a rescued dog. I met them once during the walkthrough and offered them my phone number in case they had any concerns about the neighborhood. They invited me to their housewarming party. I graciously declined. I didn't have to go back. I'd spent so long trying to fit in with a family that only valued what I had to offer that I forgot I didn't have to earn love to be worthy of it. Now I am at peace. I have my own boundaries. And for the first time in my life, I have a future of my own. So no, I did not destroy the relationship. I simply lit a trail away from it. And honestly, it's toasty over here.